Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen. Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Anthony Polomeni, Major Bowes Amateur of the Month. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time.
Change in the weather, a change in the sea. So from now on there'll be a change in me. My walk will be different, my talk and my name. Nothing about me's gonna be the same. I'm gonna change my way of living. If that ain't enough, then I'll change the way I strive for stuff. Change your music, change your songs, change your dresses to gay sarongs. There'll be some changes. There'll be some changes. There'll be some changes made today. There'll be some changes made.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1941 may come and 1940 may go. But we bring you a man who just goes on and on and on
Jimmy,
and on
Mr.
and on and on and on.
Mr.
And here he is, ready to go on and on. Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me, Mr. Wallington, but since we are starting what in some circles is called a new year, don't you think you might have opened the program with a little enthusiasm?
I should get steamed up about the new year after the shortchanging I got on this program in 1940.
You mean this program owes you something from the old year?
Yes, Mr. Allen. 3 lines. 3 very funny lines of mine were deliberately eliminated in 1940.
Well, why should 3 lines of yours be cut out of the script?
Because I'm a little too funny for your own comfort, Allen.
Oh, brother! And I do not hail you as a relative. Now, look, last week, J.W., you weren't going to say another word. You recall that?
Yes, yes.
That's quite a long-distance memory feat for you. Now, you weren't going to say another word. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you mad enough to make that same gesture tonight?
No. Tonight I'll talk.
Tonight you'll talk.
But I won't be amusing.
You won't be amusing.
No.
Can we depend on that? Well, Jimmy, you... I mean, you're not going to change your stride. Jimmy, you are as funny as a slow leak in an oxygen tank.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I'll bet you're still afraid to put my 3 lines to the test.
Well, who's afraid? Have you got them with you?
Right here.
All right. Now, what lines of yours were maliciously deleted?
On October the 9th, 1940, I didn't say...
What?
Hello, Fred. I'm having trouble finding a wife. All the women I meet are single.
Well, that's one. Now, wait a minute. Not with your eyes. None of that. No mugging or anything. You just read the lines that were cut out on you here.
On November the 6th...
None of that Grimaldi stuff, when we're not... All right, now that's one.
On November the 6th, this was cut.
Yes.
Hello, Fred. I just lost my wristwatch. I knew it looks good.
That's two.
On December 18th, 1940, this line was purposely deleted.
Which one?
Hello, Fred. Do you need many men to start a tug-of-war? Nope. Only takes a couple of jerks.
Have you finished?
Yes.
Now do you know why those 3 lines were cut out? Well, that balances our account. That balances our account as far as I'm concerned. And we turn to the news. I ought to put
OFA.
Oh, yes, Kenny.
Were you about to say something?
Yes, I said I was about to install a treadmill in here to get the actors coming by on time. I could talk to them. But
Well, look, as long as you're straightening out your books for 1940...
Kenny, now don't tell me the program owes you lines from the last year, too.
No, F.A., according to my books, I owe the program.
You owe the program?
Yeah.
line?
On December 11th, I stumbled over a line and had to repeat 4 words of it. I'm 4 words over.
Well, so?
So I'm unbalanced. Balance me, buddy.
Well, now, wait a minute, Kenny. Now, here's a line of yours coming up in the script that just happens to be 4 words long. It's an answer to a question of mine.
Yes?
Now, I'll ask you this question, and then you don't answer. You see, and that'll square us.
Okay. Let me have it.
All right, here goes. How, was your concert in Walla Walla a big success the past semester? Great. That makes us even, Kenny. And so with Kenny and our books balanced, we turn to the latest news of the week. That's semester instead of semester, isn't it? Well, I ought to have a tutor here in case words slip out. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Tonight, January 1st, 1941, the Texaco News bears its editorial head in tribute to the year 1940, which departed this life at midnight. Newspapers, newsreels, and other radio programs have brought you the highlights of 1940. The Texaco News gives you the lowlights. Tonight, we parade before you a frowsy group of stagnant nobodies whose unimportant didos during the past year can only be classed as stumbles in the march of time. The first lowlight award for non-essential activity in radio goes to Mr. Ditmar Wink. What was your contribution to radio, Ditmar?
I broke the 1940 record for sending in box tops.
Well, congratulations.
Yes, sir, I sent in over 30,000 box tops.
Why?
It was that Stumbo contest.
What is Stumbo?
It's some powder that fizzes. It oxidizes your stomach.
Well, I've heard of alkalizing, but...
Well, this is oxidizing. It gives your stomach fresh air.
Is that necessary?
Oh, sure. Your stomach is in there hanging in the dark. It can't get no fresh air. Stumbo takes care of that condition.
Oh, I see. And what was this Stumbo contest?
If you sent in 30,000 Stumbo box tops, they sent you a neon hall tree.
A neon hall tree.
Yeah, it keeps you from tripping over it in the dark.
Say, it must be beautiful lit up.
Oh, it looks like the skeleton of a pear tree on fire.
Well, tell me, how did you ever collect the 30,000 Stumbo box tops?
Oh, I was taking Stumbo every 10 minutes, 24 hours a day.
Well, has it improved the condition of your stomach?
How should I know?
Well, it's your stomach.
Not no more, it ain't.
Well, how come?
They got it in a bottle at the Mayo Clinic.
Thank you very much. Give it my regards as you pass through Minnesota, Mr. Ditmar Wink. A lowlight award for work in the field of science goes to Professor Phoenix Tradd. What was your scientific accomplishment, Professor Tradd?
I astounded science by splitting the atom.
You split the atom? How did you do it, Professor?
Well, it was an accident, really.
What happened?
Well, I was in my laboratory.
Yes?
I had the atom in my hand. I was fooling around with it.
Yes?
I happened to drop the atom.
And?
The darn thing split.
Which is more than the audience did, Professor. Congratulations.
Fame is just an accident, don't you think?
Well, I will never know, to be frank with you. Thank you for inquiring, Professor Phoenix Tradd. A low-life award for achieving fame in New York Cafe Society goes to Colonel Magnus Creep. How old are you, Colonel, old boy?
Yes, I'm 82.
And Cafe Society cited you?
Yeah, I got the loving cup right here.
Oh, at 82, you won this loving cup in a contest. Well, how did it happen?
Well, sir, I was sitting around a night spot down the village one night looking at the floor show and wishing.
Wishing what?
Wishing I was 40 years younger.
I see.
Couples were jitterbugging, the band was jiving. Waiter tells me I'm wanted on the phone.
And?
I cut through the couples to get to the phone.
Yes?
Right in the middle of the dance floor, I throw a fit.
Yeah?
My legs fly up. I get 2 strokes in a chill. I'm shaking and jumping. First thing I know, I'm in the chandelier.
Did they send for a doctor?
No, they pulled me down from the chandelier and presented me with this loving cup. It's engraved.
Well, what does that inscription say, Colonel?
That's to the oldest jitterbug to jit in 1940.
Thank you, and congratulations, Colonel Magnus
You want
Creek.
to see me, Charleston?
No. We haven't got a number old enough to go with that. We've only got one-day-old things here. The woman who had the most trouble in 1940 was Miss Dora Dreen. What misfortune befell you, Miss Dreen?
It's just been one calamity after another all year.
Oh, you poor thing. What happened?
Well, first I was hit by a bus.
Oh.
I had 8 operations. Then my mother set herself on fire.
Oh.
The next day, a loan shark put my father in jail. And next, the fella I was going to marry was shot coming up the aisle by a traveling salesman. Yesterday, the oil stove exploded and killed Grandma and Grandpa.
Oh, you...
Tomorrow, I'm going to be run over by a taxicab.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Please, Dora. Now, you've had a lot of trouble. That I will admit. How do you know the trouble you're going to have?
I'm in radio. I work on all of them daytime serial shows.
Oh, you'll have plenty of trouble and condolences on your unhappy new year to come. The outstanding 1940 musical faux pas, recorded at Carnegie Hall, was committed by Herman Licks, Jr. You are a member of the symphony orchestra, Herman?
Yeah, I've been playing with Solid Sam and his 7 Senders. It's a syncopation combo.
Yeah, well, how did you get into Carnegie Hall?
I filled in for a guy, a cornet job.
What? Tell me, I hope you'll speak frankly. Did you find the symphony music difficult for you?
Nah, first number is accompanying some opera tenor. I'm third cornet. I only got 2 notes to play.
All through the tenor solo?
All through the solo, I'm playing the same 2 notes.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I'll show you. I got my horn right here.
Oh, that's fortunate.
Yeah. In this guy's solo, the orchestra goes, la da 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 da.
Yes?
Then the third cornet plays.
This goes on all night?
By the hour. The orchestra goes, la da 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 da, and I play.
Well, it must be monotonous.
For the third cornet, brother, it's murder. Yeah, that's what caused me trouble.
What trouble?
For about an hour, it's the same thing. La da 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 da.
Well, what happened at the end of the hour?
Well, I must have dozed off. I dream I'm back playing with Solid Sam.
Yes?
Yeah, me cue came, la da 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 da.
And what did you play? What happened in Carnegie Hall?
Oh, you should have seen it. The tenor fainted. 2 dowagers started a conga in the aisles. It was pandemonium.
Are you still playing?
Yeah, I'm playing tonight.
You're playing third cornet at Carnegie Hall?
No, I'm playing pinochle in the Union Club room.
Well, thank you, Herman Lick. And now, for his first song of 1941, Kenny Baker has consulted his Gilbert and Sullivan portfolio. And from the Mikado, Kenny sings A Wandering Minstrel Eye.
A wandering minstrel eye, a thing of shreds and patches, of ballad songs and snatches, and dreamy lullaby. My catalog is long through every passion ranging, and to your humors changing, I tune my subtle song. I tune my song. Are you in sentimental mood? I'll sigh with you. Oh, sorrow. On maiden's coldness do you brood?
willing ears with songs of lovers' fears, while sympathetic tears my cheeks bedew. Oh, sorrow, sorrow. My patriotic sentiment is wanted. My patriotic ballads cut and dry. For wherever a country's banner may be planted, all other local banners are defied. Our warriors in serried ranks assemble, never quail they concede it if they do. And I shouldn't be surprised if nations trembled before the mighty troops, the troops of T.T. Pool. For a song of the sea, we'll hear the captain roar. With the yo-heave-ho, for the wind is free. Her ranks is a trip and her helms a lee. Her broad to the homeward bound. To lay aloft in a howling breeze may tickle a landsman's taste, but the happiest star a sailor sees is when he's down at an inland town with his Nancy on his knees. Yo-ho! His arm around her waist. A wandering minstrel I, a thing of shreds and patches, of ballad songs and snatches, and dreamy lullaby.
Take your black off and sit down. And now a low-light award we overlooked in the in the Texaco News. It goes to the worst poetess of 1940, Elizabeth Barrett Sagging. What sort of verse do you create, Miss Sagging?
Automobile epics, mostly.
Really?
I'm known as the puncture-proof poetess. The work I'm reading tonight is called A Fool There Was.
That sounds like Kipling.
Purely coincidence. I've never kippled.
Oh. You're not the outdoor type, obviously. Well, let us hear your poem.
A fool there was, and he had a car, even as yours and mine. He loved its ignition, its shatterproof glass. But what was this car that he thought had such class? Just gears and a seat and a gallon of gas, even as yours and mine.
Well, thank you very much.
Just gears and a seat and a gallon
Well,
of
I
gas, even as yours and mine.
Excuse me, madam. We get the idea. To seep through. A car is just gears and a seat and a gallon of gas.
Yes, Fred, we get the idea, but it's a mistaken idea. There's more to a car than that.
Can you prove it, Larry?
Yes, indeed, Fred. Because there is more to a car than meets the eye, more to it than its streamlined body, its big, powerful-looking motor. In fact, it's often the little things you can't see that make a difference, like the way a car responds, the feel of it on the highways, on the hills, and in traffic. And here's where the flexible power of Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline, can give your driving a lift. Add a new thrill. You'll find it a luxury to step into your car and enjoy Sky Chief power sweeping you over the hills or getting you through traffic. But when you check the mileage, you'll agree Sky Chief is one driving luxury you can afford. Try Sky Chief at your Texaco dealer at the usual premium price.
Characters in Search of a Downbeat have just played Frenesy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, again with the door. Well, that's radio today, I guess. It's either a quiz or it's somebody knocking on a door. I've got a good mind not to say to come in. He'll be out there for 4 days at Afra rates. It'll be $200 and something. Well, come in.
Excuse me, how can I get out of here?
You can get out through that door you just came in.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
It's that new 6th Avenue subway. People are coming up in buildings all over New York. They don't know how to get in or out of it. I heard about a man in the Radio City Music Hall. He went down to the smoking room, stepped through a door. The next thing he knew, it was Queens Plaza. But he made friends there and settled down and is very happy the last 3 months. One of those trees... One of those trees, the trees growing out on 6th Avenue, started dying during the past week, and the mayor put on his sandhog hat and went down through the grating to see what the trouble was. And the mayor found that the tree's roots were gone. The roots had gotten on a 6th Avenue local and were growing downtown on speculation. But, oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well. Well, you certainly look nice and chipper to start 1941.
Yes, I guess nearly everybody is under the weather after celebrating last night.
Oh, there are so many people at home with big heads around the country today that they changed the whole radio schedule.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, instead of Boulevard going on the air every half hour, Alka-Seltzer has been broadcasting every 15 minutes.
Well, I've got to go.
What is your rehearsed rush? What is that?
I'm taking Mama down to the doctor again.
The doctor? The vet? What's the matter? What's the matter with your mother?
It's her bookends.
Her bookends? What sort of a malady is that?
The bookends started all of Mama's trouble.
Well, what bookends?
The ones you gave her for Christmas.
Oh.
We've been going to the doctor's ever since.
Well, I am clinic-minded, and frankly, I don't get it.
Well, when you gave Mama the bookends, she didn't have anything to put between them, so she had to buy a book.
So?
So, as long as Mama had the book, she thought she'd read it.
So?
So, she found out her eyes were bad, and Mama had to get glasses.
So?
So, Mama put on her glasses and tried to read the book, but her tongue was dry.
What has a dry tongue got to do with reading?
Mama couldn't wet her thumb to turn over the pages.
So?
So, Mama had to go to another doctor.
And?
He put her on a liquid...
I put the switch in there, you get it? That's how you stay in radio. Keep twisting those conjunctions around. They don't beat you to it.
Well, he put her on a liquid diet. Today, Mama'll know.
Know what?
If her tongue is moist enough to wet her thumb to turn over the pages in her book.
Well, that's good. She may climb out of that moron class yet. Well, all right, and goodbye.
Goodbye? I haven't introduced our guest.
No, I'll take care of that if you don't mind. Now, this evening, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Major Bowes, Amateur of the Month. He is a young man who scored a sensational hit on the Major's program recently, and tonight he makes his professional debut as our guest. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Anthony Polamini. Anthony? Well, good evening, Anthony.
Good evening, Major.
No, that was 2 weeks ago, Anthony, the Major. Don't tell me I'm starting to resemble the Mage.
No, Fred. I'm a little nervous, I guess.
You have nothing to be nervous about, Anthony. I heard you sing on Major Bowes' show, and you were swell. The Major and I have high hopes for your future.
I hope you and the Major are right, Fred.
Well, I'm sure when our audience hears you tonight, the opinions will be unanimous. Tell me, Anthony, what is your voice?
I'm a lyric baritone.
And how long have you been working on your singing?
Well, I've been studying almost 6 years.
Major Bowes said your recent appearance, as I remember, on his show was your second.
That's right.
The Major liked you so well he brought you back?
No, it was just the opposite, Fred.
Well, how do you mean, Anthony?
Well, the first time I went on the Major's program 4 years ago, I wasn't so good.
A little bird told you?
No, the Major told me.
He did. He came right out with it, huh? Well, what did he say?
The Major said I needed a lot more study.
And so you returned to your scales and metronome?
I studied 4 years, and then I went back to the Major just to show him.
Well, you certainly did show him, as I remember. Tell me, how old are you, Anthony?
I'm 22.
And your ambition, like most young singers today, is to sing at the Metropolitan?
Yes, Fred, except that I would like to specialize in comic roles like Don Pasquale and Figaro.
Well, are you going to sing an aria from one of these operas?
Yes, Fred. I'd like to repeat the one I did for Major Bowes from The Barber of Seville.
The Major liked that one, didn't he?
Oh, yes. The second time, Major Bowes said a lot of nice things.
Well, Major Bowes is a wonderful man, Anthony. Did you know that Major Bowes is not really his right name? Did you ever hear how the Major happened to acquire his nom de plume?
No.
Well, I'll tell you. Major Bowes, this is confidential. Don't let this go any farther than a 12 Crosley rating, if you can help it.
No, I won't.
Now, I'll tell you. Major Bowes' real name is Colonel Phineas T. Higginbottom. Now, about 10 years ago, the Major, or Colonel Phineas, rather, was traveling through the West selling a termite destroyer for totem poles. Now, he stopped over one night in a small Indian village, and as the colonel was resting on the porch of his trailer in the cool of the evening, two half-breeds came up to him and offered to make some genuine Indian souvenirs for the colonel at a slight fee. Colonel Phineas agreed, and the next morning, while he was having breakfast, two sets of beautifully decorated bows and arrows were delivered to him at the camp. Colonel Phineas went out on the porch of his trailer to dicker and pay off the two Indians who were waiting for their wampum. And the colonel asked the redmen what work each had done. The first Indian said, "Ugh, whittle your arrows." The second Indian said, "Ugh, Major Bowes." Well, sir, a unit was passing. A unit was passing and heard that Indian say Major Bowes to the colonel, and they thought it was his name. Well, word was bruited about, and to this day, Colonel Phineas T. Higginbottom is known as Ugh, Major Bowes. What do you think of that, Anthony?
Oh, shall I sing now, Fred?
Yes, Anthony, I think you'd better in self-defense.
Ah, bravo Figaro, bravo, bravissimo, bravo. La 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 la. Fortunatissimo per verità, bravo. La 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 la. Fortunatissimo per verità. Fortunatissimo per verità. La 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 la. Pronto per tutto, la notte e il giorno, sempre intorno, in giro sta, miglior cuccagna per un barbiere, vita più nobile non si dà. La 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 la. E rassori e pettini, lanciati i forbici al mio comando, tutto qui sta. E lanciati i forbici, rassori e pettini al mio comando, tutto qui sta. Bella risorsa. Poi del mestiere con la donnetta, col cavaliere, con la donnetta, la 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 la, col cavaliere, la 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 la. Figaro, 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 ehi, Figaro! Oimè, che furia, oimè, che folla, una alla volta, per carità, per carità, per carità, una alla volta, una alla volta, una alla volta, per carità. città. Figaro, son qua. Ehi, Figaro. Son qua, Figaro là, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro su, Figaro giù, Figaro su, Figaro giù. Quanto bellissima, so che mi sbambino, sono il facodum della città, della città, della città, della città. Bravo, bravissimo, bravo, bravissimo, a te fortuna non mancherà. A bravo Figaro, bravo, bravissimo, bravo, bravissimo, a te fortuna non mancherà. Sono il facodum della città, sono il facodum della città, della città, della città, della città.
Voicing its unanimous opinion. Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you are invited to join the Allen Anti-Worry League. No more furrowed brows, no more gnawed fingernails, no more...
Wait a minute, Fred. Just what is the Allen Anti-Worry League?
Well, just what it says, Jimmy. It's an organization to suppress worry.
But it's natural to worry, Fred.
But it's so useless, Jimmy. Now, after all, worry doesn't pay. It wrinkles your forehead. It ruins your digestion. It shortens your life. So the motto of my league is, why worry?
Say, I think you've got something, Fred. Worry is futile. I'll join the Allen Anti-Worry League.
Well, good for you, Jimmy. Now, look, will you see if you can drum up some more members for me?
I'll do my best. Ladies and gentlemen, and prospective members of the Allen Anti-Worry League, there are a lot of things in this old world you could worry about. But why worry? For instance, here are 2 of the 40 things about your car you could worry about. The water pump and the shackle bolt. Are they getting enough lubrication? Is the proper lubricant being used? But why worry when Texaco dealers promise you peace of mind if you just drive in for a Marfac job every 1,000 miles? Marfac, spelled M-A-R-F-A-K, is Texaco's 40-point chassis lubrication service. And remember, Marfac is no ordinary grease, but a lubricant specially made to stick to its job. Yes, when you stop for a Marfac job, Texaco dealers work by chart and not by chance. They check more than 40 different points and see to it that every vital friction spot in the chassis is protected with that super tough chassis lubricant, Texaco Marfac. So why worry? Enjoy smooth driving. Next time, try a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
What a racket conducting an orchestra. A thing like this, a long mastoid splinter you find any place. You shake it at a lot of guys who belong at in 802, and the thing goes itself. But that was a small order of sugar pie cut by Fred Allen and his Pastry Philharmonic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, well, if I conduct it, at least give me the credit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn to Kenny, wake up. Kenny.
What?
Wake up. You can't doze off like that in the middle of the program.
Oh, I'm sorry, F.A. I'm all in. I must have dropped off.
What is it about this program that induces slumber?
Oh, it isn't the program, F.A.
Then what is suddenly making you nap-happy, Kenny?
I was at a New Year's party last night. Boy, what a party.
Had yourself a time, hey?
Brother, the joint was jumping.
Yeah, building inspector didn't crash in. Well, how long did the party last?
About midnight, we ran out of Coca-Cola, so we broke it up.
weren't out until midnight.
Yep. I must have had 40 cherry cokes.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, you Liggett lush.
But it's only one day in the whole year, F.A.
And Wednesday is only one day in the whole week, Kenny, but it happens to be the day that you have to work. Now, you can't come reeling around here after a measly 10 hours sleep with that phosphate on your breath.
Well, gee, I couldn't break up the party. What a mob of playboys.
High flyers, eh?
Scooters were lined up for 2 blocks.
Everybody dressed, of course.
You bet, and boy was I hot. Top hat, white tie, and mother-of-pearl yo-yo.
Now, I'd like to... That must have looked well with your white tie. Well, it sounds to me as though this affair was an orgy. Mother-of-pearl yo-yo, eh? You had the tortoise entrails for string, I imagine. It sounds as though this affair was an orgy.
It sure was. Along about 10 o'clock, a guy from Albany whipped out a handful of corn silk and rolled a cigarette.
Whipped out a handful of corn
Yes.
silk? He didn't light it.
He sure did. And then he passed it around, and everybody took a puff.
Kenny Baker, you didn't take a puff of that Barnyard Lucky.
No, I was outside watching for cops.
Well, a fine thing. Corn silk, cigarettes, cherry cokes, cops.
I kissed a girl, too.
Kenny.
Does that mean we're engaged?
Well, not the... No, not in this day and age, Kenny. Times have changed. When I was young and kissed a girl, do you know what it meant?
Yeah, somebody was holding her.
Now, just a minute, Kenny. You know, I haven't always looked like this, you know. You know, as a boy, these bags under my eyes used to fit into my jowls.
They didn't hang down like they do today?
Oh, no. This new suspension work on the eyes here. And in those days, I had long, wavy eyelashes, big, bushy eyebrows. Why, looking into my eyes was like peeking into a fuller-brush man's sample case. But now, you don't change the subject now. You're trying to talk me out of it. I'm finding out about this debauchery of yours. Portland.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Now, didn't you promise me that you'd keep an eye on Kenny?
Yes, I tried to keep him from going to that party last night, but Kenny has a mind of his own.
Oh, he rented it for the evening? Well, this roistering has got to stop. Now, I'm going to find a way to make Kenny turn over a new leaf.
Well, this is New Year's, Mr. Allen. Kenny should make a resolution.
Hello.
Just a minute, please. Mr. Goodman, who told you to butt in here?
Goodman's finger is moving down the page to where it says, enter Goodman. I, Goodman, enter. Hello, he says.
What a reading. The Lowell Thomas of the Minsk-Odessa Network.
Mr. Goodman, we're all starting the new year off right. Will you join us in a resolution?
Nothing doing. And this I'm saying in all sincerity.
Well, what have you got against resolutions?
You think my family left the old country because there they had daisy chains?
No, look, the word is resolution, not revolution.
Resolution, revolution, as long as you keep running.
Mr. Goodman.
Whom I happen to be.
We know who you are. One more word out of you, Mr. Goodman, and it will be from an ex-employee.
One more word from a certain party, and I, Goodman, become automatically a picket.
What can I do? Oh, yes, our New Year's resolution.
It's pretty hard to keep a resolution.
I've got a resolution I bet I can keep.
Well, what is it, Kenny?
I resolve never to break the traffic laws on the island of Yap.
Where is the island of Yap?
It's in the South Seas. I saw it in a travelogue.
The island of Yap? Well, what kind of a test of willpower is that if you're never going there?
With my agent, do I know where I'm going to sing next?
When visiting the island of Yap in the South Seas, to my brother-in-law, say hello.
What is your brother-in-law doing on a South Sea island?
Say, when they deport you, it ain't a far rock away.
Oh, that brother-in-law. Say, how is he getting along in the tropics?
Already he's got a Broadway connection.
Doing what?
He's auditioning Coconuts for Sloppy Joe's.
We are not getting any place with Kenny's resolution.
Kenny's getting too pessimistic, Mr. Allen. He should make it a resolution to be more happy.
Too late now, Porty. I'm a bitter boy.
And why are you a bitter boy, Kenny Baker? I'll tell you why. Why did you get into all of that trouble with Dennis Day over paying that sightseeing money, the bill there? What is it that causes all of your worries and is making you unhappy?
I give up.
It's money.
Is it?
Kenny, how many times have you told me that the happiest days of your life you spent as an errand boy working for the A&P?
Yes, those were the days. Pushing my little cart along, weaving in and out of traffic, singing merrily.
You see? Now today, you clink when you walk. You have money. You're a clinker. Money has robbed you. Money has robbed you of that happiness, Kenny Baker.
You think so, F.A.?
Well, I know so. And if you want to be happy during 1941, there is only one resolution you should make.
What, F.A.?
Now, you listen to an old man, Kenny. You resolve not to take any increase in salary this year.
But that's not up to me, F.A. Suppose you insist on giving me a raise.
Well, I'll cooperate. I won't offer you a raise.
Oh, I don't want to put you to any trouble.
No sacrifice is too great, Kenny. After all, your happiness is at stake.
But I'm thinking of your happiness, F.A.
Two schmoozers. Who are they kidding?
Mr. Goodman. Now, look, Kenny, to ensure your happiness in 1941, here is my first New Year's resolution. I resolve not to give you a raise.
And I, Kenneth Baker, resolve that during 1941, I will not take a raise. It says in the script.
A shrewd move, Kenny. Now you can recapture that pixie outlook, a measure of that supreme contentment that was yours as an errand boy for the A&P. And now for your song. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker...
Well, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny?
I don't want to be a pig, but I would like to go even further with that resolution.
Further?
Yes. If I'm going to be as happy as I used to be, I wish you'd take $2 off my present salary.
$2 off your present salary will make you happy as of yore? Why?
Because then I'll be getting exactly what I got when I was an errand boy for the A&P.
Deal.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, the old A&P gypsy, sings I'll Take You Home Again, Kathleen.
Will feel no pain. And when the fields are fresh and green, I'll take you to your home again. Again, Kathleen, across the ocean wild and wide, to where your heart has ever been, since first you were my bonny bride. The roses all have left your cheek. I've watched them fade away and die. Your voice is sad whenever you speak, and tears bedim your loving eyes. Oh, I will take you back, Kathleen, to where your heart will feel no pain. And when the fields are fresh and green, I'll take you to your home again.
I use your microphone at once?
Well,
Hey, it's an emergency. I just ran all the way from the Bank Tellers Protective Association. I must warn the public at once.
Well, if it's important, it's...
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bank Tellers Protective Association brings you an important warning. The next time you write the date on a check, please remember this. This is now 1941. Do not date your checks 1940. I thank you.
Well, is that all you wanted to say? Gosh, that seems like a trifle for a big piece of gristle like you to be getting out of breath about.
Trifle? Mr. Allen, tomorrow, unless they're warned, thousands of people will absentmindedly date their checks 1940. There will be a deluge of dud checks in every bank.
Well, say, as an expert on duds and banks, you'll be interested in meeting an expert on duds and tanks. Now, let me present James Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds. There are duds and tanks, aren't there, Jimmy?
Yes, and in carburetors, too. For despite all the gasoline in your tank, when you step on the starter these cold mornings, you're dependent on just the few chilled ounces of gasoline in your carburetor. And that's where duds, those sluggish, slow-action elements in gasoline, can really hold up your starting, weaken your battery. Duds simply won't vaporize instantly, won't take the spark fast. That's why the duds are removed by a special Texaco refining process. They're out, all out, of Texaco Fire Chief. Yes, Fire Chief is all action. Takes hold quickly, fires evenly. Your engine picks up, warms up fast, to full power. Next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief at regular gasoline prices. Remember, there's not a dud in a tank full.
Now, the Texaco Workshop players start their 1941 season with a burlesque of one of radio's most popular programs, the Quiz Kids. Music, maestro.
As their theme song fades, we bring to a close another 5 minutes of dance music played by Anatole Feinschreiber and his Aristocrats of Corn. Anatole Feinschreiber and his Aristocrats may be heard again over the same station, but we doubt it.
This is station KRUM. We regret to announce that the correct time, which was to be heard at this time, will not be heard at this time. Instead, the correct time, which was to be heard at 10 o'clock, will be heard at this time. Stand by for this substitute correct time announcement.
When you hear this correct time signal at 10 o'clock, the correct time at that time will be exactly 10 o'clock. Thank you.
And now, station KRUM presents the Quiz Nippers.
And here he is, that genial sophisticate, the custodian of our superintelligent group of child prodigies, Kerry Jelly.
Well, good evening, folks. Good evening, folks. Sitting in front of me in their little high chairs here in the studio are the original Quiz Nippers, 4 outstanding children who have been selected at random from the city's kindergartens. Now, before we start, I know you want to meet our Junior Brain Trust. And first, from the Effie Eggleston Day Nursery, the tiny John Kieran, 5-year-old Elmer Prentice. Say hello, Elmer.
Whoa.
Elmer, is that the way we greet our radio friends?
Oh, yeah. How do you do, members of my unseen audience? I trust we meet on a mensual plane.
That's better.
Yes.
You think you've been up a little late tonight, Elmer. You look pale and haggard. That was little Elmer Prentice, folks. Now here's our second quiz nipper. The sage of the Lydia Pinkham Junior Grammar School, Lilliputian Millicent Goon.
The fall of Babylon occurred in 23 B.C.
Not now, Millie.
Witchcraft had its heyday in the Middle Ages.
Well, thank you, dear.
The law of gravity was discovered by Sir Isaac Newton.
If you just...
Something fell on his head.
Yes, and something is going to fall on your head, honey. If you don't shut that tiny little oboe trap.
Oh, shoot.
And here, what did you say? You bad girl. And here is our Pee-wee music critic, Deems Taylor on the hoof, or the half-shell. He's little Marvin Clef.
Good evening, symphony lovers.
You seem to have a head cold, Marvin.
Yes, it was caused by the draft from Toscanini's baton. I must wear my windbreaker at his next concert.
Yes, bundle up well. Get some burlap under your little windbreaker. And now that brilliant little star of our program, Tiny Rollo. Say, Rollo's high chair is empty. Where is Rollo?
Gee, I don't know.
Say, isn't this the night Rollo lectures at Columbia?
No, that's Tuesday.
I saw him at lunch with Einstein.
Maybe Rollo's on information please tonight.
No, that's Friday night. I just left Golden Pole. Say, this is terrible.
Oh, cheese it, Mr. Jelly. Here comes Mr. Crowbney, our sponsor.
Now, see here, Jelly. Where is that other quiz nipper?
Rollo is missing, Mr. Croveney.
Missing? You know very well Rollo Keene is the star of this diaper forum.
Yes,
You just talked me into signing that kid for the entire season.
Well, we can give a show without him.
The Quiz Nippers without Rollo is like the Rochester program without Phil Harris.
We're on the air, Mr. Croveney.
And you'd better start what's left of the program. I'll go out and look for Rollo.
Yes, sir.
And if I don't find him, Jelly, tomorrow you'll be back calling all men to Barney's. Goodbye.
Well, that's an unrehearsed program for you folks. Well, I guess we'd better get going with our quiz. Are we ready, Nippers?
Yes, Mr. Jelly.
All right. Now, until Rollo gets here, we'd better try some easy questions. And our first question, kiddies, comes from Merton of Woebegone, Oregon. And the question is, can you complete the following quotation? A stitch in time saves what?
An appendix patient?
No, Marvin.
Has it any geometrical significance, Mr. Jelly?
No, Elmer. Well, this question is really too childish for your super minds, kiddies. I think I really ought to give you a hint. It's really so simple. The answer, let me say, is a number.
It's the number 7?
No, a stitch in time does not save 7, Millicent.
You said it was a number.
Yes, but the number we want is not 7.
It is near 7?
Yes, the number is between 7 and 10. It is not 8.
It is 9?
9 is correct, Marvin. Oh, you little wonder kitty. Amazing little shavers, aren't they, folks? Now, attention, kiddies. This next sticker comes from Mrs. Higgimus of Gopher Hole, Montana. Mrs. Huggimus wants you to name 4 pairs of famous lovers mentioned in history. You have your hand up, Millicent.
Romeo and Juliet?
Yes, that's 1. Marvin?
Antony and Cleopatra.
2. Elmer?
You and the sponsor's wife.
Quiet.
I saw you behind the water cooler.
Quiet.
You weren't hugging a Dixie cup.
Witty little runt, isn't he? Well, we lose our first question, and that sends $2 to Mrs. Higgimus.
Oh, golly.
Yes, we're not doing so well, kiddies. If Mr. Jelly pays out much more money tonight, he won't have enough money left to buy our ice cream soda.
Oh, for goodness
Yeah, I bet if Rollo was here, we wouldn't be missing these questions.
Well, don't mention Rollo's name to me. I wonder where that little rat is.
Look, Mr. Jelly, here's Mr. Croveney.
And Rollo's with him.
Rollo? Mr. Croveney, thank heavens you found Rollo.
Yes, I found him, Jelly. But a fat lot of good he is to us now.
You mean something's wrong with the world's smartest sprat?
You'll see what's wrong in a minute. Come over here, Rollo. Say something.
Hello, Mr. Jelly. I'm sorry.
I'm late.
Dad, what was that? A mixed duet?
Mixed duet, my foot. Rollo's voice is changing.
I start talking soprano and I wind up...
Talking bass. It's mortifying.
This is an adolescent crisis, Mr. Croveney.
You should have foreseen this, Jelly. But no, Rollo was our biggest attraction. I had to sign him for the entire season. What good is this brat's contract now?
Oh, yeah? Try and bust my contract. You'll see how good it is.
I'll get Leibowitz, that's what I'll do.
Dad, the kid's a cad. He's got us with his voice down.
Jelly, if you don't get this kid's voice back up in his nose until his contract runs out, I'm firing you and the whole show as of now.
Say, I've got an idea, Mr. Croveney. The power of suggestion.
The power of...
Suggestion?
Yes, Rollo, for my sake, for your sake, for the sake of the whole program, concentrate.
Concentrate?
Yes.
On what?
On childish things. Now, if you think young, you'll talk young, Rollo. Think of a yo-yo.
A yo-yo, yes, sir, a yo-yo.
Think of a top.
A top, yes, sir, a top.
Wonderful.
You think this yogi stuff will do the trick, Jelly?
It's got to, Mr. Croveney. I've got a movie magazine here. Now, I want you to look at these movie kiddies pictures, Rollo.
Yes, Mr. Jelly.
Look, here's Baby Sandy.
Oh, boy, baby Sandy.
Here's little Shirley Temple.
Oh, little Shirley Temple.
And here's wee Mickey Rooney.
Wahoo! Mickey Rooney.
Congratulations, Jelly. Rollo's voice is up again. You saved the show.
Yes, Mr. Croveney. Just one more movie star's picture, Rollo, and you're cured.
Yeah, Mr. Jelly, turn the page.
All right, Rollo.
Gad, his voice. What picture is he looking at?
Hedy Lamarr.
Hedy Lamarr. Well, I'll be...
For heaven's sakes, Rollo, stop looking at that picture.
It's too late, Mr. Jelly. Today I am a man.
And now, Larry Elliott's thought for 1941.
When you change the license plates on your car this year, put on your new ones for 1941, here's something worth thinking about. If you're an average motorist, your mileage for the coming year will total about 8,500 miles. But note this fact. The average motorist today, compared to the average motorist in 1920, travels 4,250 miles each year for nothing, as far as the cost of gasoline is concerned. Because the price of gasoline minus taxes has come down 50% since 1920. Yes, gasoline is cheap, but that's not all. For the petroleum industry has seen to it that you also get better products as well as more for your money.
Thank you, Larry. This is Fred Allen, ladies and gentlemen, saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you. Good night.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portman Hoffa, the Martins, and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time.
Don't go near Lover's Lane. Let that old moon shine in vain. Keep the coast clear, there's no telling you what the moonlight will start. Keep your mind on your keep a spy on your keep an eye on your heart.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that
merchant of merriment,
that
lovable buffoon,
that one and only
Fred Allen
in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, look, Jimmy, before we start, always I have trouble with you when the program goes on the air. When it comes off, it's the sponsor. I mean, between the two, there are 60 minutes of entertainment. Now, but about this, what was this opening here, this composite introduction? Who were those nondescript people?
Oh, it's just a gang I picked up to help with the opening announcement.
You mean I am paying that migratory ensemble?
Yep, you owe them $3 apiece, Mr. Allen.
Oh, I do. Well, who told you?
Well, I did it for you, Fred. You know, the old hoorah build-up. Makes the show sound big.
Oh, and here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. You ought to have someone pace you into the mic from there, from that. But now, wait a minute, Kenny. What is this?
I missed it, huh?
Yeah.
Don't I get my $3?
Now, Kenny, you were supposed to be on that mass announcement?
Yeah, I was the finale.
Well, you certainly were. Although you played it as an intermission, I must. Well, I'm surprised. I'm surprised at you, Kenny Baker, a singer with your reputation, stooping to group hawking to pick up a paltry $3.
Well, it's your fault, F.A.
My fault? How?
Last week you made me make a resolution not to take a
Now,
raise
wait a
this
minute.
year.
Now, wait a minute. What was that? You invented a word there. Now,
Well, last week you made me make a resolution
That's good.
not to take a raise this year.
So?
I got to pick up a little chicken feed someplace.
The tenor is jesting.
The tenor is hungry.
All right, Kenny, if you want $3 so badly, I tell you what, I'll give you a chance to earn it. Now, there's a spot for you in the sketch tonight. A little extra part came up at the last minute due to certain conditions over which we had no control. This extra part came in there for you. Now, if you can act.
If I can act, why, they used to call me the Orson Welles of the Boy Scouts Drama and Wigwag Club.
What plays were you ever in?
Mostly Shakespeare stuff.
Really?
You know, The Merchant of Venison, All's Well That Ends Much Ado About.
Well, that's all light miming, the light fantastic stuff, Kenny. Now, the acting in this sketch tonight runs the gamut of emotion.
Oh, I can do it, F.A. I'll give you an audition.
Well, all right. Now, we'll try, see what happens. Say, here's a line from the sketch. Now, you are supposed to be a cowboy. You meet another cowboy, and you say, I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch. Now, read it.
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch.
Fine. Now, we'll try it a little different. Now, let's say there has been a killing at Tombstone Gulch. You run 200 miles into town. You stagger up to the sheriff to report the killing. How would you read the line?
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, Sheriff.
Not quite. Not after running 200 miles, Kenny. But try and put something into it this time. We'll make it even more dramatic. Put you to the test. Now, you are mortally wounded. Shot through the heart with a poison arrow. Your dying words are...
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, Sheriff.
No, I'm sorry, Kenny. You won't do.
Well, how about if I use a dialect, F.A.? I'm great on Spanish.
Well, maybe that will help, Kenny. Let's have that same line in Spanish dialect.
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, senor.
Excellent. And as we leave Kenny to perfect his dramatic technique, we turn with relief to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Worst fog in New York history. Blanket City for 4 days, slowing down highway traffic, endangering navigation, and causing an estimated $1 million to airlines. To check on effects of the fog in local area, Texaco News interviews several fog victims to bring you their unusual stories. First, however, let us hear from a weather expert, Fielding Slush. What branch of the weather service do you specialize in, Fielding?
Well, I'm on the staff of a certain soft drink company.
In what capacity?
I am vice president in full charge of barometric prognostication.
What does a soft drink company need with a weather expert?
Well, have you seen that big Coca-Cola sign at 60th Street, the one that forecasts the weather?
Oh, yes, the neon lights up fair, warmer, cold, rain, etc.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am the man behind that neon.
Well, isn't it a little crowded with your bulk there?
It's a big sign.
But tell me, this neon business here, tell me, did this recent fog bother your Coca-Cola sign?
Oh, the fog was terrible. No one could read my prognostication on the sign on account of the fog.
What did your weather sign say?
Fog.
Well, what a dilemma. The fog and no one could read your prognostication. What did you do?
What did I do? For 4 days, I sat on top of that sign yelling, yoo-hoo, fog, yoo-hoo.
Brilliant strategy. As a weather expert, Fielding, what would you say caused this recent intense fog?
Well, the new Congress convened last week.
Yes?
Congress is always in a fog, you know.
Oh, and you think?
Somebody must have left the door open, and that fog got out.
You are a Republican if I've ever seen one, and I have seen one. And thank you, Fielding Slush. A man who had a most unusual experience in the fog was Captain Narcissus Bilge. Captain, you are a captain, aren't you? I reduced your rank there in a minute, although one could see your rank at first sight. Was Captain Narcissus Bilge. What is your What is your craft, Captain?
I'm skipper of the SS Dolly Dombrowski.
Out of Santo Domingo to New York?
Out of Weehawken to 42nd Street.
Oh, the Dolly Dombrowski is...
The Weehawken Ferry.
Oh, I did...
I'm running them commuter cruises on the half hour.
Oh, I see. Well, what about this fog, Captain?
I've been sailing the Hudson River crosswise for 40 years. And blow me down, I never seen nothing like it.
What happened?
Tuesday morning, I'm docked in Weehawken.
Yeah?
I'm up on a bridge. It's just rung 8 bells. I'm trying to figure out what time it is.
Yeah?
The mate comes running up. He says it's a heavy fog, Captain, off a starboard.
A pea super, huh?
Oh, this was a pea super with croutons in it. I can't see the wheel, and I got it in me hand.
You sailed for in this terrible fog, you sailed for New York regardless.
What can I do? It's the tradition of the sea. I gotta make 42nd Street.
But if you couldn't see anything...
I'm sailing from memory. I set me course. I ought to be there in 12 minutes.
Yes?
The Dolly Dombrowski's creeping along. I'm blowing the foghorn. I'm watching the clock.
Yes?
At the end of 12 minutes, if I feel a bump, I'll know it's 42nd Street.
And?
The 12 minutes is up. I don't feel no bump.
Yes?
14 minutes, I don't feel no bump. The Dolly Dombrowski's creeping along.
Yes?
17 minutes, I don't feel no bump.
Well, what did you do?
I pulled 3 blasts on me foghorn.
Yes?
And I hear a voice yell, "Hey, you, pull over to the kite." It's a mounted cop.
A mounted cop in the Hudson River?
What river? The Dolly Dombrowski's at the corner of 33rd and Broadway.
Well, what did you...
The cop says, "What are you doing with this frigate in traffic?" He's fixing to give me a ticket. I think fast. I talk him out of it.
Well, how could you account for being in the middle of Broadway in a ferry boat?
I says to the cop, "Which way did the Macy Parade go?"
And the cop?
He says they went that way. What capture?
A stroke of nautical genius, and thank you, Professor Narcissus Bilge. A young lady who lost her job on account of the fog was Sappho McGuire. What was your job, Sappho?
I was hostess at Coconut Charlie's.
Coconut Charlie's? What is that?
It's like Sloppy Joe's, only with coconuts.
Oh, one of those open-air drink emporia.
Yeah, I used to slink around a counter wearing the sarongs.
Oh, for atmosphere. And what were your duties?
Well, when a customer come in, I'd slink over, give him a glass of coconut milk.
Yeah?
Then I'd take me mallet, whap open the coconut, and pass him the inside. It's got vitamins in it.
Oh, really? Well, tell me, what about the fog?
Well, it's a busy day. I'm slinking and passing and whapping, going along like always.
Yeah?
All of a sudden, it's foggy. I can't see nothing.
Did it slow up business?
Nah, voices is coming out of the fog. I'm slinking and passing out coconut milk.
Yeah?
Then I'm feeling around on the counter, whapping a coconut, handing out the inside, and all the time the fog keeps getting white. Then it happens.
Then what happened?
Well, I'm slinking and whapping and passing. I rolls out a coconut.
Yes?
I can't see it in the fog, but it feels like a beauty.
Oh.
The hair is long and silky.
Yes?
I pick up me mallet and whap it. Bang! There's a thud. I light a match, and what's on the floor?
What?
Coconut Charlie. He's out like a light.
You mean his head?
Charlie's coconut was on the counter, and I whapped it.
And you got fired?
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing today?
I'm with a burlesque show. The work is easier.
Well, how do you mean?
I'm still slinking, but I ain't whapping and passing.
Watch out for my coconut on the runway, and thank you, Sappho McGuire. A gentleman who had a most unique experience in the recent fog was Mott Murtry. You had a difficult time in the fog, Mott?
Don't mention fog to me.
Why not, Mott?
I got pneumonia, chilblains, beat up, and a $10 fine.
Out of the fog?
It wasn't out of a clear sky, brother.
Well, how did it happen?
Well, confidentially, I'm a dipsomaniac.
You don't look like a drinking man, Mott.
Well, I fool everybody. It's 'cause I don't stagger, and I ain't got no veins in me nose.
No veins in your nose?
They must have give up and went back into me head.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Well, you seem sober now.
Oh, yeah. I spent last week in a Turkish bath in the steam room.
But what about this fog dilemma of yours?
Well, sir, I wakes up Wednesday morning. Mm-hmm. My mouth tastes like a camel just took his foot out of it.
And your head?
My head feels like somebody's playing badminton in there with cannonballs.
You were still in the steam room.
Yeah, I can't see nothing. I put on my sheet. I start groping for a towel.
Yes?
I keep walking through the steam, groping. I don't feel no towel. Seems like I'm walking for miles.
Yes?
Finally, I feels a towel. I start wiping my face. The next thing I know, sheet and all, boom, I'm in a patrol.
Arrested? Why?
Well, the door to Turkish Bat must have been open. With the steam and the fog, I couldn't tell the difference.
And when they picked you up...
I'm out in Times Square with a sheet on, wiping my face on the back of a traffic cop's coat.
What did the judge give you?
$10 fine.
For stealing the sheet?
No, for impersonating Mahatma Gandhi.
Thank you, Mark Murtry. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, a young man who was always in a fog, emerges from it long enough to sing for us, You Walk By.
Sunlight's gleam. You speak words and shame the birds that sing. Your smile is softer than the touch of spring. You walk by and children pause at play. Walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above. When you walk by, my love. Magicians can make things disappear or pull a rabbit out of a hat. But your loveliness, my dear, does greater things than that. You walk by and children pause at play. You walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above. When you walk by, come
Very nice, Kenny.
Oh, say, Fred, excuse me. Did you drop this cigar out of your pocket?
Oh, yes, thanks, Larry. I'm glad you found it. This is an exploding cigar.
An exploding cigar?
Confidentially, yes. I've got a little score to even with Jimmy Wallington, so I went to Al Goodman's brother-in-law and bought this El Bango wholesale. Now, I'm going to give it to Jimmy right now. So you... No, don't laugh. You stick around. You will see that mustache of Wallington's hit the ceiling. And I guarantee it'll look better on the ceiling than it looks on here. Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, you want me, Fred?
Yes, James, old boy. Here, have a cigar.
Gee, thanks, Fred. Say, this looks like an expensive one.
Yes, Jimmy. Cigars like this are going up every day, too. Put it in your mouth. I'll light it up for you.
Thanks, Fred. Hey, it tastes pretty good.
Say, take a good deep drag, Jimmy. You'll get a big bang out of it.
Oh, yeah? Well, for your information, Fred, this cigar won't explode.
Why, Jimmy, how did you know that...
I overheard what you said to Larry Elliott.
No kidding. Oh,
Yeah.
well, but how did you know it wouldn't explode?
Well, didn't you say you bought it from Al's brother-in-law?
Yeah.
Well, he sold you a dud.
No kidding.
Sure. Thanks for the smoke and the object lesson.
Well, what object lesson?
Oh, Well, an exploding cigar that won't explode is a dud, Fred. Just like the duds in gasoline, those useless, slow-action elements that won't go off. And duds are not only a drag on your engine these cold mornings, they can be a drain on your battery, too. Remember, for a quick start, you depend on just a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And in those few ounces, gasoline duds show up at their worst because they won't vaporize readily, won't take the spark instantly. That's why duds are a cause of long, drawn-out starts and consequent battery trouble. But the duds are out of Texaco Fire Chief, removed by an important refining process. They're out, so you can enjoy fast Fire Chief starts, quick pickup, and economical power. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief at regular gasoline prices. Remember, there's not a dud in a tank full.
Goodman and his zither ensemble have just come out even, strangely enough. Congratulations, you came out even, Maestro. In a musical composition, well, it's pretty hard to do with 18 to 20 men there, suffering from malnutrition and up this late at night coming out even. It's a tribute. They have just completed Perfidia. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, Mr. Allen, I think I've got it.
Got what, Kenny?
I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch. How's that?
No, you have to put more feeling in it, Kenny.
Well, do you want the feeling as I'm writing in, or shall I start feeling around Tombstone Gulch?
You have got to feel the whole thing, Kenny.
Okay, I'll keep rehearsing. I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch with feelings.
Oh, gosh, that kid's got me worried.
Something with Kenny is wrong?
No, it's nothing. It's nothing, Mr. Goodman. I just promised foolishly to put Kenny in the sketch tonight. Now I'm afraid he can't act.
I, Goodman, can help Kenny, maybe?
You keep away from Kenny. He's apt to catch a dialect.
I, Goodman, just from Tombstone Gulch, wrote in. I can show Kenny how to read it.
I would like to see you say whoa to that horse you are riding into Tombstone. He will stop in all directions. You'll show Kenny how to read it. You mean that you are an actor?
By any chance you are seeing years ago on a billboard the name Tomaszewski?
Tomaszewski, why, certainly.
In English, it means Goodman.
Now, don't tell me that you were an actor in the old country.
For 5 years in Russia, Goodman is a matinee idol.
And then?
They are cutting out matinees. Goodman is just idle.
Fine. Well, I tell you, you go over and see what you can do for Kenny.
I, Goodman, just rode in from Tombstone Gulch.
What I go through on this program...
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch.
I've never seen the old gulch as busy as it is tonight. You rode in, too, not you. What is this?
Well, I can say it better than Kenny.
Well, that still doesn't make it good.
Can I be in a sketch sometime?
Well, we'll see.
On Jack Benny's show, Mary's in everything.
Well, she's got something on Benny. I lead a good, clean life.
Poor Dennis Day. Jack makes him see Love Thy Neighbor every day.
Oh, Benny makes everybody on his program see his picture every day.
It's compulsory?
Clause 7 in the Standard Benny contract. And I'll tell you why. When Benny makes a picture, you know, he gets paid in tickets, you see. It's not really a lot of tickets. It's one big due bill on the Paramount Theater, you see. It's about 4 feet long. And he tears this all up and makes it into tickets. And he pays off his cast, the radio program cast, with these tickets. So where can Dennis Day go if he's using Paramount tickets for money?
To the Paramount.
Correct. It's too bad there's no prize. You'd have had something there. Now, what about our guest?
He's a smokestack watcher.
What is a smokestack watcher?
He's a man who watches smokestacks.
What kind of a profession is that?
You'll have to ask our guest, Mr. Allen, niece, Mr. Patrick Brennan.
Well, good evening, Mr. Brennan.
Good evening, Fred.
Portland's explanation of your profession has left me a little bewildered, Mr. Brennan. Now, just what is it you do for a living?
Fred, I watch stacks.
You watch stacks? Well, I must say that is a most unusual occupation. May I ask what company employs you in this odd capacity?
I work for the Consolidated Edison Company of New York.
And you watch the stacks in case any smoke comes out.
That's right.
In other words, Mr. Brennan, you are in the coke and soot business. But, tell me, what is your purpose in watching these stacks?
Well, Fred, if black smoke is coming out of the stacks, it means there is some trouble.
In other words, a certain amount of the company's coal is being wasted.
That's right.
Well, is any other purpose served by your funnel kibitzing, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, it fulfills the public service.
In what way?
New York air, for sanitary reasons, must be kept as free as possible from impurities.
Well, that is a laudable crusade, Mr. Brennan, to help purify the New York air, and you certainly are right about the smoke content of the New York City atmosphere. If Santa Claus ever went down a chimney in New York, he'd come out looking like Rochester's father. Now, Mr. Brennan, I think folks might be interested in hearing what constitutes a day's work for a stack watcher. Now, would you mind if I took one of your days apart?
Not at all, Fred.
Fine. Now, you report for duty early in the morning. You station yourself in your tower opposite the plant. What is your first move?
Fred, I start watching the stacks.
Good. Now, well, let's say the boiler rooms below are functioning perfectly. Nothing but a colorless vapor floats from the chimneys. No passé coal is on the wing. Things continue to run smoothly for an hour or two. What do?
I just keep watching the stacks, Fred.
Well, doesn't this get monotonous after a while?
Not to me, Fred. It's my job.
Well, tell me, what happens if you do see a little smoke start to seep from one of the funnels? Do you yell bingo and call it a day?
No, I press a button.
And what does that do?
It signals the engineer in the boiler room.
And after you've pressed the button and the funnel stops ad-libbing, what do you do then, Mr. Brennan?
I just keep watching the stacks.
Well, working on a job like yours hasn't given you a one-stack mind by any chance.
No, Fred. We have 4 stacks at our plant.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my error. Well, during an average 8-hour day, Mr. Brennan, about how many times will you have to signal the engineer?
Maybe once or twice.
And what do you do the rest of the day, Mr. Brennan?
I just keep watching the stacks.
Well, Mr. Brennan, it's been nice having you over. What MGM has done for Edison the boy and Edison the man, you have done tonight for Edison the company.
Why, thank you, Fred.
But before you go, I have a little job for you, if you care to undertake it.
Well, what kind of is it?
Well, as I understand it, you are an authority on smoke of all kinds. No murky vapor is too thick for you to catalog. So tomorrow night, I'd like to have you come with me and analyze some smoky air that should defy anything you have ever seen.
Where are you going?
To the opening of a new nightclub on 52nd Street.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Stax, Mr. Patrick Brennan, who skipped 2 lines. I'd rather, to the opening of a new... I'll read. Mr. Brennan left out a couple of lines. I'll read them because I don't want you folks to miss anything here tonight. I say to the opening of a new nightclub on 52nd Street, Mr. Brennan says, no thanks, I'd rather keep watching my Stacks. I say, and save the covers charge. He says, good night, Fred. I say, good night, and thank you, Stacks, Mr. Patrick Brennan. Build up, and that's the end. You see, you missed a little, but you'll never notice it now. And now, ladies and gentlemen... tonight we pay tribute to the Martins. Their fan club has come here all the way from where?
The Bronx.
From the Bronx, you see. They can hear you up there. We won't need the radio for that. Just open a window, somebody. The Martins fan club is here. And tonight they rehearse a number for their Roxy debut tomorrow. People will be coming from California tomorrow to the Roxy. The number is called The Story of a Horn.
Young man, if you keep playing this way, you'll blow your brittle world to bits of glass. Change your horn to a thing of twisted brass. Young man, you're sure to crack from the strain. Low, low. There comes a time when just an empty sack can be the straw that breaks your back. Lord only knows just why he was born. No time to learn how to read or write. He sleeps all day, but he plays all night. He's that young man with a horn. When he's sending, he goes for notes that horns will never play, but still he keeps on sending out of the world and far away. So if you hear a tune being torn, just like a life that's been ripped apart from way down deep in his soul and heart, it's that young man blowing his horn. He's that young man with a horn. When he's sending, he goes for notes that horn will never play, but still he keeps on sending out of the world and far away. So if you hear a tune being torn, just like a life that's been ripped apart from way down deep in his soul and heart, it's that young man. Young man, blowing his
Thank you very much. That number was dedicated to the
Now move over, brother. This is where I begin.
Well, who in the world?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now listening to the voice of Swami Sam. Swami Sam, the smartest spiritualist, psychic, and soothsayer this side of Siam.
Oh, just a minute, Sam.
Quiet, Bud. You're interrupting my commercial.
What commercial?
Well, I'm advertising my fortune-telling service for motorists. For a small fee, me and the spirits will sit in your front seat and help you with your driving problems.
What driving problems?
Well, supposing your windshield gets so spotty you can't see through it. I gaze into my crystal ball and tell you what lies ahead. Now, if you worry about your antifreeze, I'll go right down into the...
Just a minute. I'm sorry, Swami. But the motoring public isn't interested in your crystal gazing, Sam. And Jimmy Wallington will tell you why. Give the Swami a load there, will you, Jimmy?
It's true that there are always a lot of little driving problems that crop up in winter weather. Windshields seem to be forever getting spotted and grimy. And there's that guessing, too, about the strength of your antifreeze. And perhaps that doubt in your mind about the battery. But you don't need a Swami. Just remember that it's no trouble at all for a Texaco dealer to take care of these things for you. Just drive in. A Texaco dealer will quickly clean the rear window as well as your windshield. He'll gladly test your radiator, tell you whether or not you need more antifreeze. He'll also check the battery and the tires. Moreover, he's planned for your personal comfort, too, by providing a neat and tidy place in which to freshen up, identified by the green and white Texaco registered restroom sign. So stop in any time. You're always welcome at a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where three persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some unimportant issue of the day. Fred takes his place at the round table, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready, Fred?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jimmy. I was going to start over there. Fortunately, you called my attention. Portland, the forum is officially open. Will you kindly introduce our first guest?
Yes, Mr. Richard Rossback from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Rossback.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask your profession?
Why, I'm a statistician.
A statistician. And what are the duties of a statistician? Are you in any particular line or just a statistician at large? Statisticking around.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Allen. I'd say that a statistician was sort of an underpaid cross between an office boy, a bond salesman, and a customer's man.
Well, that sounds rather confusing. And while I'm working on that, thank you, Mr. Rossback, I'll have to figure out just what it is you do. I work on two problems simultaneously. Here, I'm weighing that in my mind, and we'll pass along now to the next
yes,
guest.
Mrs. Bertine Powers from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mrs.
Good
Powers.
evening, Mr. Allen. I'm a seer.
Wait, oh. You see, you read my mind. I was going to ask you that. You see what you did? Oh, you minx, you sly one. I was going to ask you, what do you do? And you said you are a seer.
Just think of it.
Well, what sort of a seer, may I ask?
Oh, I can look at you
Really?
and see into your records
Just
as you are.
Looking
you know what
at me?
Emerson said? That which you are shouts so loud that I cannot hear what you say.
Emerson said that?
Yes.
He also said something pertinent that had to do with a mousetrap, too, didn't
Something
he?
like that.
But you don't have to build a better mousetrap today. All you have to do is have a little cheese and the rats will close in on you. Or your back is turned. But you mean to say that you can sit there, Mrs. Powers, and read me, just by looking at me?
Yes, it would be a pleasure.
Really? It's rather dull, isn't it? I mean, now that... Are you reading me now?
I'll tell you later.
Oh, I would. Well, all right. I'd like to discuss myself with you. I am a skin full of inhibitions, incidentally. I would like to take inventory a little later. Thank you. And now, Portland.
Mr. Og Fitzgerald from Larchmont, New York.
Mr. Og Fitzgerald?
Yes, sir. Hello, Fred.
Mr. Fitzgerald, how do you do at this unearthly hour? May I ask your profession? In California it isn't. It's 20 to 10.
I'm a newspaper artist, illustrator, cartoonist.
Cartoonist on for some feature syndicate?
No, Wall Street Journal and Barron's Financial Weekly. They're both good papers, Fred.
Well, I know. I never get that far downtown. I'm always waylaid by panhandlers between here and Wall Street. I've never made it in 15 years. I'm now carrying a percolator with me. I'm giving hot coffee on the hour.
lot of the boys on the street could use a little hot coffee.
Well, they're using it. I'm devoting the rest of my life to keeping them awake. I put them to sleep with the radio, then give them coffee money to wake them up as soon as I'm through. Well, I'm sorry I haven't got time. Your business is making Wall Street laugh.
Just a little sunbeam, on a unhappy street.
Yeah, sure, the little ray. What did you finish at on the big board today?
Well, I was off an 8.
You were off an 8. Well, I'm off half and have been so since birth. Well, that seems to bring us through some prank of the dialogue to our question. And tonight we take up a bit of marital trivia that has caused a million squabbles in a million homes. Now, in a recent divorce case... Are you reading me, Miss Powers? You looked away. There's more to me than that. You haven't read me. Don't tell me. Now, don't tell me that I am an old digest version here. But in a recent divorce case, the wife said that all of the trouble had originally started at the breakfast table. The husband insisted on reading the morning paper during breakfast and ignoring his wife. Many wives I know resent this practice. And our question tonight is, do you think a husband should read the morning paper at the breakfast table, or should he lavish all of his attention on the bacon and eggs and his wife in that order? Now, Mr. Rossback, are you married?
No, I'm not.
Well, you won't be much help to us, will you? This
I'm
particular...
afraid not.
Well, what about the theory of it? Do you think a husband has the Bill of Rights entitles him to read the morning paper at the breakfast table?
Well, I'd say that if he were a Dodger fan, why, he had every right in the world to read the paper.
Well, now you have swerved the Martin fan club to your own purposes here through mentioning another Brooklyn institution. That's unfair, Mr. Rossback. But how do you feel about the morning paper, Mrs. Powers?
What if you sleep through breakfast?
If you sleep through breakfast, well, of course, it wouldn't make any difference to you. You could just stay there and read your husband, I suppose, from 2 rooms away. But we were thinking of the average person, Miss Powers.
I wouldn't like that at all.
You wouldn't care for the husband who read the... You think the husband would find more lines in the paper than he would in his wife? Well, Mr. Fitzgerald, how do you feel about the morning paper?
Well, being an old newspaper man,
I
get breakfast myself.
You do?
Yeah.
Do you read the paper as you're making your own breakfast?
Oh, no, I don't get it till I get to the station, but my wife gets up and drives me to the station.
Oh, and then you both sit there and read the paper and
No,
go your separate ways?
I just duck for the train.
You duck for the train?
Usually late, yes.
Well, I'm sorry that I haven't gone... I'd like to know how you get now from the train. What goes on with this paper, Mr. Fitzgerald? But unfortunately, I am pressed for time as usual.
Well, we've got 17 minutes yet.
I know, but that's your theory. There is another greater power, a divinity that shapes the end of our program here in a very few minutes. And our little forum stands 100% perplexed, and I doubt that our decision tonight will revolutionize the literary tendencies of a single husband at a breakfast table tomorrow morning. If the husband is boss, he'll continue to read his paper. If the wife is boss, he'll continue to go without his paper. And if the marriage is a 50-50 proposition, the husband will show up at breakfast with a tabloid paper so his wife can look over the top and at least see the husband as he reads. On this bewildering note, our meeting adjourns, and thank you all. You can close my mind, Mrs. Powers. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker.
I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch.
No, not now, Kenny. This is your song. What is your number again?
Oh, Beautiful Dreamer.
Could we trouble you, Mr. Goodman?
Beautiful dreamer, wake unto me. Starlight and dewdrops are waiting for thee. Sounds of a rude world heard in the day, lulled by the moonlight, have all passed away. Beautiful dreamer, queen of my song, while I woo thee with soft melody. Gone are the cares of life's busy throng, dreamer, awake unto me. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me. Beautiful dreamer, beam on my heart, keen as the morn on the streamlet and sea. Then will all clouds of sorrow depart. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me.
Your cue, Larry Elliott. Now tell us about Sky Chief gasoline.
Thank you, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, Sky Chief is...
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
Portland, you're interrupting Mr. Elliott's dissertation here.
I know, but please don't let him talk about Sky Chief tonight, Mr. Allen. Mama's listening in.
Well, so what?
Mama's a daredevil. If she hears Mr. Elliott say Sky Chief makes driving seem like flying...
Oh, you think she'll...
Yes, Mama'll fill up her car with Sky Chief and start looping the loop over fences and things.
Really?
And at her age, it just isn't right.
Now, wait, Portland. I wouldn't say that Sky Chief will have that effect. On the contrary, I believe it will make your mother a better, smoother driver.
But how could it do that? Mama's only been driving about 5 months.
Oh, it doesn't matter whether you've been driving a car for 5 months or 5 years. When you step on the starter, you're eager for a quick getaway, aren't you?
Yes.
And when you reach a steep hill, you wish you were over it, don't you?
Of course.
And when you're in traffic, you don't like to shift, do you?
Of course not.
Well, that's why a different premium gasoline like Texaco Sky Chief can make your mental driving life easier and your performance as a driver smoother. And here's the reason. Texaco Sky Chief supplies you with flexible, surging power. Power that gives you satisfying takeoffs, thrilling glides over the hills, real confidence in traffic. Yes, Sky Chief has a way of bringing out the finest performance in any car. Try it. It's your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best at the usual premium price.
And now the Texaco Workshop plays, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, this battered little covey takes cognizance of the vogue that is sweeping radio at the moment. Tonight, they turn their artistic fluoroscope on the many programs that shower money on people in their studio audiences. You have all heard these philanthropic fiestas that clutter the networks. Whisk your dial to any number. What do you hear?
Hello? Hello? This is the Pot of Gold calling.
Ask It Basket is on the air.
Double or nothing.
Take it or leave it.
Here's your money, Mr. Dope.
20 crisp new $1 bills
50
go
crisp
to.
new bills go to.
1,000 crisp new bills go
Double
to.
or nothing.
Take it or leave it.
Double.
Nothing.
Take it.
Leave it.
Here's your money, 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 money.
Yes, folks. Over your radio, an endless stream of dollars goes to others, not to you. Have you ever envied these lucky winners their good fortune? Don't. For winning quiz money seldom leads to happiness. To prove our point, we bring you a sketch tonight called All Is Not Gold That Glitters, or the true story of Timken Slaw. Our hero, Timken Slaw, was a humble commuter from Nutley, New Jersey. For years, as he sped through the Holland Tunnel on the 7 a.m. bus and mulled over the quizzes he had been exposed to the night before, Timken secretly envied the lucky winners. He vowed that one day he, too, would be a quiz winner. And finally, 2 years later, his big moment did arrive. And one cold winter's night, Timken Slaw found himself a contestant on Professor Diz's program. Trembling, he stepped up to the microphone and heard jolly old Professor Diz say?
And here's our next contestant. Your name, please?
Timken Slaw. I'm from Nutley, New Jersey.
And what is your business, Mr. Slaw?
I'm a kite retailer.
You sell kites retail?
No, if the tail comes off your kite, I retail it.
I see. Well, here is your question, Mr. Slaw. Who is the only president of the United States ever to be elected for a third term?
President? A third term? Gee, that's a sticker.
Oh, come, Mr. Slaw. That's not too hard. I'll give you a hint. The initials are FD. FD.
Father Divine?
No. FDR. It's Franklin D.
Roosevelt.
That is correct. Absolutely correct. And for his brilliant answer to that difficult question, the makers of Minute Mom, the marmalade that moms in a minute, present Mr. Slaw with 2 shiny silver dollars.
Oh, $2. I did it. I did it. I did it.
Yes, Timken Slaw had done it. Clutching his newfound wealth to his little chicken breast, the white meat, Timken reeled into an Orange Julius stand on Broadway. Here he toasted himself with a double Orange Julius straight. But as Timken sipped his yokel zombie and waited for the owl bus back to Nutley, word of his good fortune was spreading like wildfire through the town. Mr. Blab, the Nutley big mouth, said to his wife,
"Did you hear the news, Carrie? Timken Slaw won $10 on the radio."
2 minutes later, Mrs. Blab was on the phone calling Mrs. Dow.
Did you hear the news, Sarah? Timken Slaw won $50 on the radio.
A man named Kelly overheard the call on his party line. A little later, Kelly walked into Nutley's leading saloon and yelled,
Did you hear the news, fellas? Timken Slaw won $200 on the radio.
Yes, and the news kept spreading until it reached Nutley's radio station. A few minutes later, over Nutley's powerful 75-watter, came this message.
Flash! Nutley's leading citizen, Timken Slaw, has just won $500 on the radio in New York. Congratulations, Timken Slaw.
Meantime, totally unaware of the furor his prize-winning escapade had aroused, Timken Slaw, reeking of Orange Julius, double-strength, fumes, arrives home to be greeted by his wife.
Hello, Lydia.
Timken, you darling, I've been waiting for you.
Say, what are all these bundles, Lydia?
A new fur coat for me, set of golf clubs for you, a new windbreaker for Grandma, and I made a down payment on a second-hand car.
But, Lydia, what's this extravagance?
Extravagance? Why, Timken, we still have $400 left. You won $1,000.
$1,000? I only won $2.
Timken Slaw, you're lying to me.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. Now that you're rich, you want to throw me aside like an old union suit.
Oh, honest, Lydia, I only won $2. You can ask Professor Diz.
Don't lie, you gigolo. You're going to spend that money on another woman.
But I don't know any other woman, except Mama. Gee, Lydia.
Oh, don't worry, false Timken. I won't stand in your way.
Lydia, take off your gaiters. Where are you going, Lydia?
To the Goodwill Court. Goodbye.
But fortunately, Lydia never got to the Goodwill Court. Timken hurried after Lydia and intercepted her before she could even reach We the People. Domestic peace finally was restored, and the following morning, Timken caught the early bus and went to work as usual. As he had just punched the time clock, a nasty left hook, when the boss, Mr. Otis, sent for him. Timken, sensing a raise, entered Mr. Otis's office.
You sent for me, boss?
Why, yes, Slaw. Before you get away, I want to say goodbye.
Goodbye? I'm not going anyplace, Mr. Otis.
Don't tell me you're going to keep working in this dump after winning $5,000.
But, Mr. Otis, I only won $2.
All you rich are the same, hushing up your wealth.
Oh, no, honest. I only...
Well, goodbye, Slaw.
You mean I'm fired?
Oh, pish, tush, Slaw, not fired. You've merely outgrown the organization. Well, goodbye, Slaw. Drop me a postcard from Palm Beach.
Palm Beach? I can't even get back to Nutley.
And so our lucky quiz winner, jobless and frustrated, hitchhiked his forlorn way back to Nutley. As he wearily opened the front door of the modest model Slaw home and wondered how he could break the sad news to his wife, Timken noticed a sinister-looking fellow lurking in the foyer. As Timken closed the door, he addressed this little sinister man.
Are you looking for someone, sir?
Is your name Timken Slaw?
Yes, sir.
I'm the income tax department.
The income tax?
Yeah, you won $50,000. Uncle Sam wants his cut.
50,000? I only won $2.
Evading your income tax, eh? You're coming with me.
Coming where?
I'm taking you to Hal.
Hal Ickes?
No, Hal Catraz.
For many months, Timken, the lucky quiz winner, languished in jail. Finally, his time served, his pardon consummated, the ball and chain were removed from Timken's leg, and he was free. As an ex-jailbird, however, Timken found himself wifeless, jobless, friendless, penniless, and alone. Sinking lower and lower, he cursed the $2 quiz prize that had started his downfall. One day, as Timken shuffled along the Bowery in his tattered Norfolk jacket, wearing a brisk north wind for underwear, Timken saw a crowd of beaten men milling around the front of a cheap hotel. As Timken joined this mob of derelicts, a dapper gentleman in the center of the scum leaned out and addressed him.
Hey, you, step in here, bum.
Who, me?
Yeah, what is your opinion of the world situation, Trash?
I don't know. Not so good, I guess.
Splendid. Very well put, Outcast. Our radio audience will get a kick out of your opinion.
Radio audience? Is this a broadcast?
This here's the Vox Drop program, bum. We're broadcasting from Happy Hyman's Flophouse right now. What's your name, flea bait?
Timken Slaw.
Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, for his brilliant answer to our Vox Drop question, Timken Slaw gets 2 shiny silver dollars.
Oh, no, not that. Anything but that, mister.
A bum refusing money?
Oh, I have my reasons, sir.
Quit kidding. You won these $2. Here, I'll put them in your pocket.
No, rather than that, I'll end it all.
Hey, come out of that shooting gallery. Put down that gun.
Goodbye, cruel world. No.
Hey, speak to me, Bud. Speak to me. Why wouldn't you take the $2?
I'm not going through all that again. Better death than be a quiz winner.
He's dead. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, you have just heard this mysterious suicide. What is the motive back of it? Send in your answers to Vox Drop, folks. Join this exciting new Timken Slaw murder quiz. The person sending in the best answer will receive, absolutely free, 2 shiny silver dollars.
Thus the fate of our lucky quiz winner, Timken Slaw. Even Timken's death started a new radio contest. The moral, ladies and gentlemen, is never envy the person you hear winning $2 on a radio quiz program. It is worth more than $2 to be seen in public with a master of ceremonies. The end. And now, from Mr. Larry Elliott, a message of importance to the music lovers of this entire Western Hemisphere.
Each week, millions of radio listeners in the United States, Canada, and by shortwave to all of Latin America are guests of the Texas Company during the Saturday afternoon broadcast of the Metropolitan Opera Company. This week, you are invited to hear the 6th Saturday matinee of the season, Verdi's popular Il Trovatore, beloved for such favorite melodies as the Anvil Chorus and the Miserere. The Texas Company also invites you to enjoy, during intermissions, several interesting features, including the Opera Question Forum with noted musical authorities and with Mr. Milton Cross as Master of Ceremonies, and curtain talks on our American way of living by distinguished guest speakers. The broadcast is heard over another network of 208 stations this Saturday, January 11th. Consult your newspaper for time and station.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. And don't forget, please, next Wednesday evening, the Texaco Star Theater brings you skiing information.
When I feel myself falling on skis, what should I do?
Don't worry, lady. You'll do it.
Your song of the week. Well, wake up, John Charles. What about your song?
I ain't singing nothing on the radio till me lawyer gets here.
I understand. And our guest will be...
Nelson Elliskew, the dog caterer.
And music. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, the Martins, and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time.
When we strolled through the moonlight, you said, I love you. But the wise old owl in the old oak tree said, hoo, hoo, hoo. You said I was the someone you'd sing love songs to. But the wise old owl as he winked his eye said, hoo, hoo, hoo. So I never thought you'd say goodbye. That old bird must have known that tonight he and I would be under the moon alone. Maybe I'll find a new love, that's what I should do. But the wise old owl in the old oak tree says, hoo, 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 hoo.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that master magician who, with a few magic waves of his tongue, changes an ordinary Wednesday evening into a night of mirth and merriment. Yes, by golly, here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Jimmy, for that flattering, for once, introduction.
Don't mention it, Fred.
I won't, Jimmy. I give you my word I won't mention it. Say, but what was that irrelevant word, that bigare you had in the middle, hidden in
Oh, I just threw in a little Irish dialect.
Oh.
I'm trying to get ahead.
Oh, and you feel that this bagara will advance you artistically?
Well, why not? Last week, all Kenny Baker did was say senor. He called it Spanish dialect, and pronto, he was acting in the sketch.
Oh, yes, Kenny was in the sketch, but any acting he did was purely coincidental.
Well, Kenny made an extra $5. Look at me.
Well, is it compulsory? I mean, well, what about? What about? Wait a minute. I got things here, too.
All right, go ahead.
What about you? Hardly worth my while, but as long as it's there, you might as well read it.
You know, since I started working for you, I've lost 10 pounds.
You've lost 10 pounds?
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, if you try walking to the microphone, James, when the commercials come up, instead of racing Larry Elliott to this little thing here, you'd still be buxom and rosy. What a pair of announcers. You both sit over there sleeping through the whole show with happy smiles on your faces, each dreaming that the other guy has laryngitis. Now, pick up your bigare in 2 parts there and go away. I have never...
Say, Mr. Allen.
Well, Kenny, what's the matter? Why all this excitement?
Well, do you see what I see?
Do I see what?
Look in front of the orchestra at Mr. Goodman.
Yeah, what's wrong with Mr. Goodman?
Mr. Goodman isn't Mr. Goodman. He's a phony.
Oh, now, don't be silly. He isn't deaf, too, you know. He could hear that. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. It must be Goodman. No one would stoop so low as to impersonate Goodman. Well, I'll find out. Hey, Mr. Goodman.
Somebody is calling Guy Goodman.
See, I told you, F.A.
Well, I'll be... who are you, brother?
The name is Fosdick Feinschreiber.
Fosdick Feinschreiber?
But tonight, for one night only, I am I Goodman. By special request, I am making like an imposter.
Well, where is Mr. Goodman?
Tonight, for one night only, I Goodman is not disposed. I Feinschreiber am for Goodman filling in.
Why, you know it's uncanny. You talk just like Goodman.
Why not? In night school, who is Goodman's English teacher? Fosdick Feinschreiber.
Do you think you can handle Mr. Goodman's dialogue tonight?
If I can lift it, I can handle it.
Well, now, what about the music? Can you lead the band?
Don't worry. This Goodman is explaining.
Oh, you know how to start the orchestra.
To Feinschreiber, this is nothing. Goodman is giving me this little stick with full instructions.
Oh, you...
Feinschreiber is slapping the stick on the stand. 1, 2.
All right, I'll give you the cue.
Feinschreiber is on tiptoe.
Oh, and this unusual posture, hey? And with our emergency conductor, Fosdick Feinschreiber, poised, we turn to the latest news of the week.
Feinschreiber is making 1, 2.
The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Mayor Fiorello H. LaGuardia, reviving his anti-noise campaign, directs police department to rigidly enforce traffic regulation prohibiting excessive sounding of automobile horns within New York City limits. Texaco News interviews the man in the street to get reactions to the new ban on automobile horn blowing. First, a traffic policeman who explains the auto horn ruling, Officer Pierce Drumgoole. What is the general idea, Officer Drumgoole?
The mayor is trying to denoise the city.
Is there a law against blowing automobile horns?
Section 48 of Police Traffic Regulation says,
to wit,
a driver shall not sound the horn of his vehicle except to warn an animal or a person of danger.
Oh, in other words, if I'm driving along and I see a man in the street...
You can blow your horn once.
And if I'm going along and see a dog in the street...
You can blow your horn once.
Well, suppose I'm driving along and I see a man with a dog. Now, do I blow my horn twice?
Is the dog walking?
No, the man is carrying the dog.
You can blow your horn once.
But a man and a dog...
Only the man is walking. You blow your horn once.
Well, I see. Well, do you think New York has cut down on the noise any?
It certainly has. It's so quiet down by the Fulton Fish Market you can hear a fin drop.
You don't say.
Sure. The mayor's given Long Island 10 days to get rid of that sound.
Well, tell me, Officer Drumgoole, why is the mayor trying to get New York so quiet?
Well, confidentially, the mayor is expecting word from Washington any day.
Oh.
If there's too much noise, he's afraid he won't hear it.
That explains practically nothing. And thank you, Officer Drumgoole. A motorist who resents the anti-automobile horn ruling is Lorenz Bumble. You are against this horn edict, Lorenz.
In the final analysis, who is it that pays? It's the motorist.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, a guy buys a car. The car's got to have a license. He pays.
Well, when...
Then the guy's got to have a license. He pays.
Well, naturally.
Then he's got to take out insurance. He pays again.
Well, I know.
If he drives too fast, it's a ticket. He pays. If he goes too slow, he's congesting traffic. It's another ticket. He pays. If he's standing still, it's a parking lot. He pays. Today, he can't even blow his horn. He pays.
Well, you feel then?
It's like I say. In the final analysis, who is it that pays? Who is it? It's the motorist.
Do you drive a car, Lorenz?
No.
You don't?
Not no more, I don't.
Ah, you have given up motoring?
Thanks to my willpower and a certain loan company, today I am a pedestrian.
On being on your feet again, and thank you, Lorenz Bumble. A young lady who has reacted to all recent New York City legislation is Miss Bianca Gristle. You are interested in the anti-noise campaign, Bianca?
Only as a source of inspiration.
What is your work?
I am poetess laureatess to the mayor, personally.
Oh, you write poetry?
I write only poems about Mayor LaGuardia.
Well, how do you get your ideas?
Oh, I simply buy the morning paper, see what the mayor is up to, sit down and write a poem about it.
Oh, convenient, isn't it? Well, when did you start your municipal rhyming, Bianca?
I wrote my first poem the day the mayor was elected.
Back in 34, eh? What was your poem called?
Greeting to City Hall, or pardon the intrusion, I'm the candidate from Fusion.
And you've been writing about the mayor ever since?
A poem a day. I've composed over 2,500 Mayor LaGuardia poems.
What are some of the titles?
I laid a cornerstone I know not where.
Yeah?
A red-hot rivet flew from his hand.
Very good.
My sandhog helmet is a size too big.
Excellent, I must say, and true, I must. But tell me, Bianca, what have you done about the mayor's anti-noise campaign?
As usual, I've written a poem.
How does your poem go?
Hark to the hushing from the Battery to Flushing. Silent and still is Manhattan. Girls and boys have stopped making noise. Jitterbugs have muted their scatting.
Good.
Ashmen pianissimo empty their cans. Yeah. You can't hear the purr of a kitty. No auto horn honks from downtown to the Bronx. All is calm and tranquil in our city. So hark to the hushing from the Battery to Flushing. We hope the mayor is joking. For minus its sin, its hubbub and din, you can't tell New York from Hoboken.
Starting this week, the police department is going to test the sound volume of all horns used on taxi cabs and city buses. When decibel limitations are officially imposed, instead of the raucous horns we have been hearing, like this, we will probably have automobiles chasing us off the streets with horns like this. Now, Kenny Baker with Maestro Feinschreiber at the podium sings Frenesy.
Some time ago, I wandered down into old Mexico. While I was there, I felt romance everywhere. Moon was shining bright, and I could hear laughing voices in the night. Everyone was gay. This was the start of their holiday. It was fiesta down in Mexico, and so I stopped a while to see the show. I knew that Frenesy meant please love me, and I could say Frenesy. A lovely senorita caught my eye. I stood enchanted as she wandered by, and never knowing that it came from me, I gently sighed Frenesy. She stopped and raised her eyes to mine. Her lips just pleaded to be kissed. Her eyes were soft as candle shine. So how was I to resist? And now without a heart to call my own, a greater happiness I've never known, because her kisses are for me alone. Who wouldn't say Frenesy? Who wouldn't say
Very nice, Kenny, and you too,
Quiet,
Fosdick.
quiet,
Fine
not
job.
so loud, brother, not so...
Well, who's doing that? I was just complimenting Fosdick Fine. Who's doing that? Oh, it's you down in the front row there.
Quiet. I got to concentrate.
Concentrate on what?
My car's standing out in the street getting colder every minute. If I don't keep my routine for starting it running through my mind, I'll never get the crate going.
You mean that you have memorized the method of starting your car?
Yeah, it goes like this. Let me concentrate now. 1, 2, 3, put in a key. 4, 5, 6, turn till it clicks. 7, 8, 9, the engine prime. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, press the starter, hope she'll go. Ibbity, bibbity, sibbity, sab. Give it up and take a cab.
If your routine always comes out that bad, neighbor, maybe you ought to stop concentrating altogether. What do you think, Larry Elliott?
Well, Fred, starting your car in wintry weather and driving under all kinds of road conditions does call for concentration. But why not choose a gasoline with flexible, surging power that makes your job behind the wheel easier, requires less concentration despite the weather? Try Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. Sky Chief starts your car quickly without irritating delay. Puts you in a pleasant driving mood right off. Next, you don't have to put up with that fussing and sputtering that engines often go through before settling into stride. And when you throttle down, there's less chance of stalling, less need for shifting. That means fewer distractions to interfere with keeping your mind on driving and your eye on the road. Yes, Sky Chief's smooth, flexible power helps lighten driving tasks. It's your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best. Yet it costs no more than other premium fuels.
Maestro, you could spare it. I mean, that last bow you threw in. Maestro Feinschreiber and his Ragamuffins of Rhythm have just played Song of India. And now, ladies and... Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, look, I'm sort of busy now,
Well, I just brought these for you.
What?
These pamphlets. They're from the motorboat show.
Ah, yes, the motorboat show. The annual regatta with the water siphoned off.
Mama and I thought it was wonderful.
Oh, you should have been there last Friday night when the mayor officially opened the show and threw out the first stowaway. That was the time.
It was exciting today. A man ran out of one exhibit and said a boat was missing.
Really? Some shiplifter, I suppose, working.
Oh, I don't know, but they sent for the police.
Well, good. If I see a guy walking around with a hot cat boat, I'll call them up.
Yes, I'm keeping my eye open, too.
Well, tell me, what kind of boats did you see at the show?
Oh, all kinds.
Yeah?
Yachts, sailboats, canoes, and those boats with a name like Drinking Soup.
What boat sounds like drinking soup?
Slurps.
Slurp? Not slurps. You mean sloops.
Well, doesn't sloop sound like drinking soup?
Not to me. Sloop sounds more like a plunger letting go. But tell me, relinquishing, as we say in plumbing circles. But what other boats did you see?
Those southern sailboats.
Southern?
Those yawls.
Yawls, you mean?
That's what I said.
Oh, that's what you said.
Uh-huh.
Well, for your information, your ears... to err is human. But your ears are doing your mouth a dirty trick. Tell me how... Huh? You want 10 seconds out for giving way?
No.
Tell me how long... You know, it's all the motorboat jokes get it, huh?
Uh-huh.
Tell me how long... Well, maybe we ought to go down to the motorboat show tomorrow night and applaud those models down there. Just get even. Well, tell me, how long did you stay at the motorboat show?
Well, not long. Mama got seasick, and we had to come out.
Your mother got seasick at the motorboat show?
Well, Mama used to get sick every time the showboat came on the radio.
Highly susceptible. She doesn't like the sea, hey?
Mama can't look at two good humor men together.
Well, why not?
The white caps make her seasick.
Tell me, why is your mother so afraid of the sea?
When Mama was a little girl, she lived on a houseboat.
Oh, and something happened. Huh?
Yes. One day, Mama's father forgot he was on the houseboat, and he went down cellar.
And he couldn't swim?
If he could, he didn't.
Well, I wouldn't pull him out of the water just to wait for a laugh on that. But, well, no wonder your mother is water shy. But enough about the mater with the water for the pater. Who is our guest tonight?
Do you remember the young man who started the dog walking service?
Oh, I certainly do.
Well, he has a new dog service now.
Really? What sort of a service?
You'll have to ask him. Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Nelson Eliscu.
Well, good evening, Mr. Eliscu.
Oh, good evening, Fred.
It's nice to see you again. Do you remember when we last broke English here at our microphone?
Oh, yes, Fred. I was on your program about 3 years ago.
Well, time has indeed been kind to you, Mr. Eliscu. You look a bit more mature, and I might add, exceptionally well.
Thank you.
You note any change in me? How do you think I'm holding up, Mr. E?
Well,
Oh, come, old boy. Let's face it. Mr. Eliscu, does my head look like something you'd expect to see hanging out of an oxygen tent?
Well, your eyes do look a little baggy.
Oh, it's nothing this, you mean? My eyes are just putting on a little weight, that's all. But enough about little old bloated optic me. I'm anxious to hear about this new dog service of yours. Now, first, what is the name of your organization again?
The Canine Country Club.
Canine Country Club. Well, that sure is a swanky name. And what was the original purpose of your enterprise?
Well, at first it started out as merely a dog walking business.
Yeah?
But now we're equipped to offer a complete service for dogs.
What are some of the things you do for man's best friend?
We exercise dogs, train them, give them hospital care if it's necessary. We also bathe your dog or give it a shampoo and pedicure.
What you are really running, then, is a combination hound, Union League Club, and beauty parlor. How many clients are you catering to at the moment?
We have about 50 or 60 regulars.
50 or 60. Yeah, does a dog have to show a certified pedigree to be eligible for your service, or can any old mutt get in?
No, our clientele is not restricted, Fred. We'll take care of any dog.
You don't solicit the two-legged variety of household pets, do you?
How do you mean?
Well, I thought occasionally a Park Avenue family might hire you to take their playboy son out for an airing. You know, some of those cafe lizards ought to be walked around in the fresh air occasionally.
I'm afraid we don't go in for that.
Well, you should. It might prove a lucrative sideline. Why, I heard of one playboy who hadn't seen daylight for 10 years. And finally, he had to get up early one afternoon to see his draft board. Well, he stepped out into the street and saw that big yellow thing blazing away up in the sky and the light all around. This fella shook his head and said, "What won't those Democrats think of next?" But I digress, Mr. Elliskew. What is this new dog innovation you have installed?
Well, it's our latest and most popular service, Fred. We call it doggy dinners.
Doggy dinners? You have opened a collie cafeteria, a spaniel snack bar, have you?
No. We prepare meals to order for your dog and deliver them freshly cooked to your door.
Canine cuisine a la carte. Well, that's some service. Do all the animals get exactly the same meal every day?
No. Each animal gets a special diet prescribed for him.
Oh, you mean Oscar of the Waldorf stops in and checks on the gastronomic idiosyncrasies of each pooch?
No.
That smacks of the Bing Crosby show there for about 2 words, didn't it?
Well, you see, our doctor prescribes the kind of food your dog should have.
Oh, I see.
We start feeding him according to the doctor's orders. Every 2 weeks we weigh him to make sure he isn't gaining or losing weight.
Well, is the doggy dinner the same every day in the week?
No, it's a healthy meat and vegetable mixture that's varied regularly. One day we serve lamb, the next day beef, the next day fish, and so forth.
You never prepare a doggy dinner Chinese style, do you? You know, kennel ration chow mein? Or seat of trousers fuyong?
No, Fred. Our meals are always cooked the same way, except on Thursdays when the dogs get garlic in their food.
Well, I'll bet many a curbstone romance is broken up on Thursdays. Well, this has been a mighty enlightening interview, Mr. Elliskew, and your doggy dinners are without doubt the most unique caloric service in the country today. I had a choice there with the 50-cent lunch.
Tomorrow. Thank you, Fred. But you see, they seem to be very popular with the dog owners.
But have you ever thought of catering for other household pets? You know, putting up meals called Fishy Feeds or Pussy Potluck, Tiger Tiffin for Frank Buck, or Mousy Mess for...
No, Fred. We just concentrate on our dog customers.
Well, you might even go a step farther and branch out in the dog game.
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, you could start a flea service. You could put up a little meal tied onto the big meal called Flea Feast.
I'm afraid it would be rather difficult to build up a flea business, Fred.
Oh, it's very simple, Mr. Elliskew. All you have to do is start from scratch.
Oh, good night, Fred.
Good night. Oh, and thank you, Marshal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have just awakened the Martins. Are you all ready? I mean, you're all awake, boys and girls. They're here to sing for you Skip to My Lou. What is that, Skip to My Lou? Just a minute, Fosdick. What is the title? I mean, what Skip to My Lou? Does it make sense?
Well, it's the public domain department.
The public domain. Mm-hmm. Yes, we're getting domain poisoning, as the fellow said. All right, Skip to My Lou.
Skip, skip, skip to my Lou. Skip, skip, skip to my Lou. Skip, skip, skip to my Lou. Put on your Sunday, go to meeting, and I'll take you by the hand. If you will be my dancing partner, we will dance to beat the band. So join the promenade and lead the big parade. And if you don't get home at all, your pa will understand. So choose your partner, skip to my Lou. Choose your partner, skip to my Lou. Choose your partner, skip to my Lou. Skip to my Lou, my darling. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Skip to my Lou, my darling.
I'll be glad to go with you, so Fritzy, do not tarry. But if I do, it's up to you to let me dance with Harry.
Skip to my Lou.
Johnny.
Skip to my Lou.
Charlie.
Skip to my Lou. Skip to my Lou, my darling. Skip to my Lou. Skip to my Lou. Lost my partner. Skip to my Lou. Lost my partner. Skip to my Lou. Lost my partner. Skip to my Lou, my darling. I'll find another one prettier than you. I'll find another one prettier than you. I'll find another one prettier than you and go to another party.
We'll fly away to a neighboring state. I don't care what my friends say. We'll dance and sing till broad daylight, and we'll go home till
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Skip, skip, skip to my Lou. Skip, skip, skip to my Lou. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Skip to my Lou.
Yes.
Ahoy there, me hearty. First Mate Baker reporting, Captain Allen.
Yeah?
Shall I reef the scuppers and furl the binnacle now, sir?
Well, Kenny, where did you pick up this nautical jargon? You sound as salty as a pretzel.
Oh, those just some words I learned at the motorboat show.
Oh, you were at the motorboat show, too?
Yeah, and boy, did I have fun climbing over those boats,
Yeah.
weighing the anchor, boxing the compass, climbing up into the cow's nest.
No. Not the cow's nest, Kenny. The crow's nest. They don't have cows on boats.
This was a Jersey boat.
It could be. But the motorboat show certainly made an old salt out of you in a hurry. But I guess that shows enough to make a sailor out of any landlubber. Don't you agree, Jimmy?
Yes, Fred. Even landlubbers enjoy the sight of a beautiful boat. And there are literally hundreds of them, all of them new and the most advanced models, too, under one roof at the New York Motorboat Show at the Grand Central Palace this week. And here's more news from the waterfront. America's leading boat and engine builders recommend or approve Texaco marine products. And Texaco users continue to win boat races of national importance year after year. Racing boats, remember, put gasoline and oil to a terrific test, a test second to none. Texaco products are outstanding for performance on the waterways as well as on the highways. And the big Texaco Red Star with a green T stands for courteous service and high-quality product, whether it looms up through the windshield of a car or over the bow of a boat. So next time, try a Texaco dealer. Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Was so sweet, played by Fosdick Feinschreiber and his funiculiers. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, now, Portland, look, you can't keep interrupting by just sneaking around here saying Mr. Allen. If you're coming on the stage in radio, it has to sound important.
How do you mean?
Well, before you make an entrance, there should be a fanfare or a knock on the door. This program isn't out in the street like Vox Pop, you know. We pay rent here. We can use the windows and the doors and things if we feel so inclined. Now, what is it you want?
I want to come in.
Well, go out and come in properly. Knock on the door like everybody else does in radio.
But I have something important to tell you.
It will sound more important after a good brisk door knock. Now you just try it.
All right.
I'll begin again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, come in.
Mr. Allen?
Where did you come from?
From behind that door.
What happened to Portland?
I'll let her in as soon as I'm finished.
Well, who are you, Tubby?
I am the sound man.
And what is it you want?
For 15 years, I've been knocking on that door and opening that door, only to have somebody else come in. Do I ever come in? No. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Somebody else comes in. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Somebody else comes in.
So?
For 15 years, I've been on the outside looking in. For 15 years, I wanted to see what it looked like on the other side of my door. For 15 years, I wanted to knock, 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 open the door and come in myself.
And?
Tonight, I couldn't stand it any longer. Tonight, I did it. I did it. And I'm glad. Glad, do you hear? I'm glad.
Well, everything that's going to happen happens to me. I don't know how there are enough accidents left over for other people. On this program, a wolf at the door would be an improvement. Where's Portland? Well, it's about time. Enough already. Come in.
I did it again. I got it. I'm glad.
That guy is crazy enough to be the head of an advertising agency. Portland, come out here and keep away from that door. Portland.
Here I am, Mr. Allen.
And I'm glad you're here. Now, what was it? What was... you know, a radio comedian ought to have two faces so he can mug in the back for the orchestra. Look, now, what is it that was so important that we had to get Orson Welles to play a sound man?
Well, I've got some facts for you.
Facts? What facts?
The most powerful lighthouse in the world is at Navesink, New Jersey.
Well, oh, look.
It has 9 million candle power.
Well, if I was a seagull and had a book, I might be interested, but I'm not.
The nose of the Statue of Liberty is 4 1/2 feet long.
Portland, who is responsible for bruiting this trivia about in your untutored presence?
Kenny.
Kenny? Well, how does Kenny suddenly blossom out as a dispenser of factual rubble?
Well, Kenny's got a new job selling this year's World Almanac.
Still trying to pick up some extra change, eh?
Yes. They put him through a salesmanship course, and Kenny's cleaning up.
Ixnay, Ortland, pay any case.
Mm-hmm. Hi, kids.
Hello, Kenny.
Too bad about those people in Passaic.
What happened to them?
They aren't there anymore.
Well, who isn't in Passaic and why?
Since 1930, the population of Passaic dropped 1,618.
They aren't there anymore. Gee, that's a pity.
Isn't he wonderful, Mr. Allen?
What's wonderful?
Did you hear about Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland?
Oh, I'm not interested, Spring.
Who is Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland, Kenny?
Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland just happens to be the recognized champion weightlifter in the heavyweight clean and jerk class, that's all.
Now, look, I have got a weight on my mind that Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland couldn't lift.
Mr. Hunnenberger lifted 113 5/10 kilos, clean and jerk.
Good luck to Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland.
Now ask me what a kilo is.
What is a kilo?
Never mind, Portland. Don't ask it. Now, look, Kenny, I know that you're trying to make a sale. I'll buy one of your almanacs, and we'll get on with the program.
Well, who's trying to sell an almanac?
Don't play possum. I know that you're selling almanacs, and I also know that you have had a course in salesmanship. Now, I'm just trying to save a little time, so come on, give me an almanac.
I'll take one too, Kenny.
That's two.
Oh, Porty. There are no two people closer to me than you and Fred. But I can't sell you the almanacs right now.
Why not, Kenny?
Here's the money. Come on, give us the almanacs and the deal is closed.
No, you don't. That's no shortcut, F.A. You can't buy an almanac until I get to step 4.
And when do you get to step 4?
After step 3.
That's logical.
Quiet, Portland. That's a bad place to put in a line like that. Now, there were other places as we went along you could have put it in. Now, what is What is all this, Kenny?
My salesmanship coach says there are 5 steps to selling an almanac.
What 5 steps?
1, make the contact.
Yeah.
2, create interest in the product.
Yeah.
3, beat down the customer's sales resistance.
Yeah.
4, sell him the book. 5, take your fingers out of his buttonhole.
Now, look, Kenny, we haven't
Oh,
time.
so you're trying to make me lose a sale, huh?
I'm willing to buy an almanac. I'm just asking you to skip to step 4.
And be untrue to the Wide Awake Sales Corporation and its ritual?
All I want to do is to buy an almanac without the steps.
Well, I'm sorry, but you can't buy it that way, and that's final.
Then I don't want it.
Now you're talking, brother. That brings me to step 3. I got to beat down your sales resistance.
Oh, no.
Let Kenny do his stuff, Mr. Allen. He sold one to Mr. Feinschreiber in 4 steps.
Fosdick Feinschreiber, who is standing in tonight for I. Goodman, bought an almanac?
He sure did. He's standing over there reading it now.
Cheese it, here he comes.
The name of Fosdick Feinschreiber is being bandied about.
Brandied, he says. Mr. Feinschreiber, your English is so twisted you could wear your tongue in a braid.
Do you like the almanac Kenny sold you, Mr. Feinschreiber?
What Feinschreiber is understanding, Feinschreiber is liking. So far, Feinschreiber is understanding nothing.
What's so hard to understand in an almanac?
On this page, take a look. These figures maybe you can understand.
This is perfectly simple, Mr. Feinschreiber. It's a chart. You see, it says here, April 18th, sunrise, 6:40.
Yeah, but what did he pay to place?
Mr. Feinschreiber, 6:40 is not a pari-mutuel price, and this book is not a racing form.
But Kenny said...
Kenny, did you misrepresent your merchandise?
No, Mr. Allen. Mr. Feinschreiber himself said it was a racing form.
I said it was a racing form.
You sure did.
Now, quiet, both of you. Now, just what happened, Kenny?
I showed Mr. Feinschreiber the almanac, and I said, how would you like to buy this?
And what did you say, Mr. Feinschreiber?
I, Feinschreiber, in all sincerity, said, this is a racing form.
There, he said it again.
Now, Kenny, that was a matter of inflection. And before you inflect any more of your salesmanship on us, once and for all, will you sell me an almanac?
I tell you, I can't say...
Say, I've got an idea, Mr. Allen.
What?
Maybe Mr. Feinschreiber will sell you his almanac.
He can't sell it. He doesn't know the 4 steps.
Never mind that. Never mind. Well, Mr. Feinschreiber, what do you say, pal? Will you sell me your almanac?
Well, they're pretty scarce, buddy. They've been going like hotcakes.
Oh, brother. Something tells me Feinschreiber doesn't need the 4 steps.
What steps? On 14th Street, I, Feinschreiber, sold off a stoop.
Mr. Leave your relatives out of this. Mr. Feinschreiber, before you tear off my lapel, how much will you take for your almanac?
Well, I want to get home early. It's my last copy.
Say, he's great.
Well, Mr. Feinschreiber?
I will turn my back. This will permit you to steal it for 75 cents.
Right on the cover of the almanac there, it says, look, price 60 cents, pay no more.
So who is selling the cover? Feinschreiber is selling the book.
Now, listen, Mr. Feinschreiber. Your copy of the almanac is slightly used. It's second-hand. I do not intend to pay even 60 cents.
Why do you think I started at 75?
I'll give you 50.
I paid 60. My own brother couldn't get it from me for a penny under 60 cents.
Gee, Fosdick, your own brother?
My own brother. Not for a penny under 60 cents. Well, that's for me. Come in.
Hello, Fosdick.
Hello, Joe.
Say, Fosdick, for a penny less than 60 cents, can I get your almanac?
No.
Okay. So long, Fos.
So long, Joe.
And that?
That was my own brother.
This is the end. Now, before anything else happens, Master Baker, your next song is The Lost Chord. Now, look, will you sing it for 25 cents?
25. F.A., I wouldn't sing it for my own brother for a penny less than 30 cents.
Your own brother?
My own brother. Not for a penny less than 30 cents.
Don't open that door. I'll pay. I'll pay. I'll pay.
that one day at the organ I was weary and ill at ease, and my fingers wandered idly over the noisy keys. I know not what I was playing, or what I was dreaming then, but I struck one chord of music like the sound of a great man. Like the sound of a great It linked our perplexed meanings into one perfect piece, and trembled away into silence as if it were loath to cease. I have sought, but I seek it vainly, that one lost chord divine, which came from the soul of the organ, and entered into mine. It may be that death's bright angel will speak in that chord again. It may be that only in heaven I shall hear that grand amen. It may be that death's bright angel will speak in that chord again. It may be that only in heaven I shall hear that
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start a new day.
A new day? Fred, you can't start a day at night.
Now, don't quibble, James. I meant I want to start a new kind of a day like Mother's Day, Father's Day, Eat the Prune Day.
Oh, well, what are you going to call this new day of yours, Fred?
Dud Day, Jimmy. A day dedicated to eradicating the duds from your life. Ladies and gentlemen, is your house cluttered up with World's Fair souvenirs, old Christmas cards, seashell collections, discarded snoods, nagging mothers-in-law, and other obsolete and useless impedimenta, the scientific term for duds? Well, throw your duds out on Dud Day. There's no place in your life for duds.
That's absolutely right, Fred. Just as there's no place in gasoline for duds these wintry days. For in starting your car, you must depend on only a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And that small quantity of gasoline must come through with all of its energy if you're to get time and battery-saving starts. If it's handicapped by duds, slow starts, bucking and stalling, power waste are almost sure to result. But you don't get duds with Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. They're taken out, all out, by an important step in Texaco refining. You're getting only the lively, useful, quick-action elements in Fire Chief. That's why it gives you fast starts, quick engine warm-ups. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous fire chief. There's not a dud in a tank full.
And now the Texaco workshop players. Noting the present popularity of medical novels and Dr. Forta plays, the workshop players bow to the trend. Tonight they present a prophylactic potpourri called the Specialist Quandary, or When a Bootlegger Calls on a Doctor, Which is Seeing Whom About a Case. Music, Fosdick.
In the annals of all medicine, no institution has risen to the homeopathic eminence enjoyed by the great Allen Clinic. For 20 years, medical men the world over have beaten a path of Dr. Allen's malady mouth, and never once has Dr. Allen failed to diagnose and cure any case that has baffled the greatest minds in medical science. In 1915, at the Far Rockaway surgery, the life of a little boy named Jessup was saved when Dr. Allen looked up from the operating table and said,
"The boy will live, intern."
Remarkable, Dr. Allen. 3 years ago, this boy swallowed a silver dollar.
Here is that silver dollar, intern. And here are 6 pennies I removed from his stomach as well.
But, Doctor, the boy only swallowed a dollar. What are these 6 cents?
The interest for 3 years at 2%.
In 1918, at a South Bend clinic, medical history was made during a Dr. Allen operation. Dr. Allen, proceeding with his uncanny care and skill, had said,
"Scalpel, nurse.
Scalpel.
Clamp.
Clamp.
Ligature."
Ligature.
At this point, the dynamo failed. Every light in the hospital went out. Dr. Allen shouted,
"Lights, lights."
The power's off, Doctor. What shall I do?
Strike a match, nurse. Stick it between the patient's toes.
There you are, Doctor.
Good. I will operate by the light from this hot foot.
In 1933, at the Alaskan Medical Convention, Dr. Allen explained his most amazing operation.
Members of the Alaskan Medical Board, I found this Eskimo boy, Ragu, dying on a snowdrift. Shouting for help, Ragu's tongue had been frozen stiff. In an emergency tonguedectomy, I removed Ragu's tongue and epiglottis. I replaced them with those of a St. Bernard dog, who fortunately happened to be passing at the time. Today, Ragu stands before you alive and well, with the little barrel around his neck, his St. Bernard throat functioning perfectly. Say hello, Ragu.
Hello.
And now, in 1941, we find Dr. Alexis Allen back in the great Allen Clinic. Little does Dr. Allen suspect that today he will be confronted with the greatest crisis of his medical career. Dr. Allen, reeking of iodoform, chuckles as he enters his sanitary sanctum.
An antiseptic good morning, nurse.
Good morning, Dr. Allen.
Have my clinic reports come down?
They're right here.
What's this? 405 wants a menthol inhaler and a chiropodist?
405's that automobile case.
Oh, yes, the plastic case. He lost the tip of his nose. I grafted a piece of his big toe on the end of his nostril.
That's why he wants the chiropodist.
Why?
He's got a soft corn on the end of his nose.
Yeah, the last plastic job I did, I grafted a piece of nose onto a toe.
What happened?
Every time the patient's toe sneezed, he had to take off his shoe to say Gesundheit. Finally took to wearing bluches so he could open them up. Who is this?
Oh, a patient, probably. I see. The doctor will see you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Allen?
Yes. Lie down. I'll examine you at once.
Tell me the worst, Doc.
Gad, you have a sunken chest, knocked knees, flat feet, hollow cheeks, twitching hands. You are a horrible, hopeless physical specimen.
Thanks, Doc. You're a pal. So long.
But just a minute. You are happy and you're a physical wreck? Why?
I'm on my way to the draft board. So long, Doc.
Now, let me see. What is my next appointment?
Dr. O'Brien is coming.
Dr. Mountbatten O'Brien, the great allergy specialist?
Yes, he's bringing an allergy case for consultation.
Oh, I shall... If that's Lionel Barrymore again, tell him he cannot play with my stethoscope today.
Oh, no, it's Dr. O'Brien and patient waiting.
You looked out through the peephole, did you?
Yes,
Well,
Doctor.
show him in.
Yes, Doctor. Dr. Allen will see you, Dr. O'Brien.
Well, thank you. Dr. Allen?
Yes. Excuse my rubber glove, Obie.
Dr. Allen, you've got to help me. My reputation in allergy circles is at stake.
Well, what is this case?
The patient is my own brother.
He has been seized with a violent allergy. It has taken the form of hiccuping.
Neck static, eh? An unusual allergy.
My brother is a concert violinist. He's playing at Carnegie Hall this afternoon. One hiccup will ruin his career.
Well, I'll examine the patient for you, Doctor.
Oh, good. My brother's right outside. I'll call him in.
Do that.
Yasha, come in, Brother Yasha.
Yes, here I am, brother.
Oh, this is the great Dr. Allen, Yasha.
Excuse my other rubber glove, Mr. O'Brien.
Hello. Oh, you see, Dr. Allen, some mysterious allergy has induced this chronic condition.
Yes,
You don't know what you're allergic to, Yasha.
No, every few minutes I do that.
And this stomach percussion will jeopardize your violin concert today?
Well, how can I play? I have my violin right here. Listen. Oh, dear. I'll be ruined.
Yes, I do. It's terrible. Now, let me think. What allergy can
I've
be...
tested Brother Yasha for everything. Pollen, chicken feathers, dill pickle seed.
I have it, Doctor.
Huh?
He's allergic to hair.
Hair? Oh.
Yes, your own hair. That big, shaggy mane. We'll have to cut it off. It's your only hope.
Cut my hair off?
At once. Take these clippers, Dr. O'Brien. Escort Yasha, your own brother, into my operating room next door and get to work.
Come, Brother Yasha. Heavens, my head will look like a pale eggplant. Oh.
Poor fellow.
An allergy is a curse. Nurse? Excuse me.
Heavens, have you caught that allergy?
No, it was just a calorie sounding taps over my breakfast, I guess. Now, who can this be? Come in.
Dr. Allen?
Yes?
You gotta help me, Doc. I overdone it.
You've overdone what?
I overdone saving box tops, Crummo box tops.
Well, what is Crummo?
It's that new breakfast food, Doc. The only breakfast food that contains hydrophephaldol.
Oh, yes. Hydrophephaldol. That new concentrated vitamin derivative that gives strength.
Yeah, that's it. I'm all hopped up with that hydrophethal stuff. I'm too strong.
Ridiculous.
Well, I'll show you I don't know my own strength. Look, I'll just squeeze your desk.
Good heavens, my desk is in splinters.
It's that hydrophephaldol. I'm full of it. This morning I scratched my head. My ear come off. And then I got to sneeze.
Dad, you've blown out every window in the clinic. No more of that delayed sneezing in here, sir.
Doc, you gotta get this hydrophephal stuff out of my system. I'll kill somebody. I'm afraid to tie me necktie. I'll strangle myself.
There's only one way to weaken you in a hurry.
What do I gotta do?
You have to read Superman every day for 30 consecutive days. Superman will give you an inferiority complex.
Thanks, Doc. So long.
Now, just a minute. The door is over there.
I know, Doc. I'm taking a shortcut through the wall.
That is the most unusual case I have ever seen. A peach basket getting applause.
Yasha's case is pretty unusual if you're asking me.
Yes, that reminds me.
No use, Dr. Allen. We've failed again.
You have cut off Yasha's hair, Dr. O'Brien.
But it hasn't helped. Come in, Brother Yasha.
Yes, coming, brother. Oh,
Dad, his hiccups are getting worse, aren't
You have got to do something, Dr. Allen.
And I shall do something. Dr. Alexis Allen never fails. Yasha?
Yes. Oh.
Answer me truthfully. I shall get to the bottom of this. Are you allergic to nail polish?
No.
Are you allergic to breadcrumbs?
No.
Are you allergic to?
No.
Are you allergic?
No.
Allergic? I have got it.
What is all this?
This case is solved, Dr. O'Brien. Your brother Yasha has been living with you, you say?
Yes.
You are an allergy specialist. Yasha has been hearing you use the word allergic excessively, morning, noon, and night.
You mean...
Exactly. Yasha has become allergic to the word allergic.
By Zimbalist, he's right. I can't stand the word allergic.
Oh, I told you.
Amazing. And the cure, Dr. Allen?
The word must never be used in Yasha's presence. That will stop his hiccups. Yasha must never even use the word himself.
You hear that, Yasha? Your violin career is saved.
Yes.
Do you understand, Yasha?
Absolutely. I'll take a note.
I hereby resolve never to say the word.
Be careful, Yasha.
I bet you thought I was going to say allergic. Oh.
This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Mr. James Gallagher, the Sandhogs, the Martins, and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time.
And now, ladies, gents, in person, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, look, Jimmy, before we start, what was that in-person Fred Allen introduction? You know, brevity is all right in its place, but after all, you are not introducing a singer midget here.
Oh, didn't like? Too bad.
Now, Mr. Wallington, will you kindly stop sounding like a Scotch telegram for a minute? What goes on with you?
Fred, this is National Thrift Week. I'm merely being thrifty with your introduction and all my conversations. GB.
GB?
Goodbye.
Well, I know what's wrong with that guy. He's still sore about that award he got last week. The radio voice most likely to bring back the phonograph. Only 2 days ago, I paid to have a cavity in his molar filled so his commercials wouldn't have an echo, and this is the thanks I get. National Thrift Week. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi, F.
Kenny. The initials are F.A.
Yes, F.
Kenny, don't tell me that you, too, are celebrating Thrift Week.
Yes, F.
Well, does this exhaust your conversation?
Yes, F. CB.
Well, before the whole program turns out to be a soliloquy, we'll take up the latest news of the week. Mr. Goodman, a fanfare, please. Well, thank you, Mr. Goodman, for that Thrift Week blast you just released there. However, the Texaco News presents
It's highlights from the world of news. New York City, New York. The National Retail Dry Goods Association of America names winner of its contest to select Mrs. Typical Customer of 1941. Mrs. Clementine Thill of La Crosse, Wisconsin, has given a free trip to New York City and an extended shopping tour as photographers, reporters, and dry goods tycoons tag along to study her reactions. Tonight, the Texaco News, not to be outdone, chronicles the doings of the winner of the Texaco News Average Man Contest. On January 15th, the Average Man Contest closed. On the morning of the 16th, the president of the Texaco News Contest Board announced,
Texaco News selects as Mr. Average Man for 1941, Aubrey Babbitt of Upper Sandusky, Ohio.
The telegram was rushed to Aubrey Babbitt, and the next morning, Aubrey said to his wife,
I gotta go to New York, Beulah. Goodbye.
And his wife said to Aubrey,
Goodbye.
Well, after this touching farewell, Aubrey Babbitt zipped up his duffel bag, was off to the nearest bus station on his way to fame and New York City. As Aubrey swung off the bus at Times Square with his duffel bag, he was surrounded by a battery of newspaper photographers.
There he is. Smile, Aubrey.
Yeah, I smile at this.
Stand up, Aubrey.
Okay, I'll stand up.
Sit down, Aubrey.
Okay, I'll sit down.
Roll over, Aubrey.
Hey, wait a minute.
Aubrey was finally rescued by the Texaco News official greeter and packed off to a little hotel just off Times Square. Reporters and gossip columnists watched as Aubrey checked in. America would want to know what Mr. Average Man was going to want in the way of hotel rooms for 1941. Pencils and pads were ready as Aubrey, his duffel bag carelessly slung over his shoulder, approached the desk. The hotel clerk spoke.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want a room.
An outside room?
If you got a room inside, I'd rather have it.
I see. You want water, of course?
Give me a room with a well.
Reporters rushed to phones with their first flashes on the coming trend. Mr. Average Man for 1941 wanted a room with a well. Every hotel in America would have to rip out its plumbing and install wells. As soon as Aubrey had unzipped his duffel bag, he was interviewed by a sob sister from one of New York's leading dailies.
What's your name, mister?
Aubrey Babbitt.
Where do you live?
Upper Sandusky, Ohio.
What business are you in, Mr. Babbitt?
I've been the Upper Sandusky muskrat catcher 9 years.
What do you do with the muskrats?
I don't know. I ain't caught one yet.
The instant this hangnail description of his life was finished, Aubrey was rushed away on a shopping tour. Reporters followed along to see what Mr. Average Man would wear in 1941. At New York's leading tailors, they heard Mr. Babbitt say,
give me a herringbone suit with a Norfolk jacket and 3 pair of pants.
3 pair of pants?
I got 2 brothers.
Now, you've got 3 pair of pants, 2 brothers, and only 1 jacket. How do you divide it up?
We take turns wearing the coat.
His suit purchased, the reporter scurried after Mr. Average Man to Macy's underwear department. Here they heard him say,
look, have you got one of them National Defense Union suits?
National Defense Union suit?
It's double-breasted. It keeps out the draft.
Mr. Average Man had picked America's underwear. What about America's shoes? The reporters were all ears, as Mr. Babbitt said to the shoe dealer.
Give me that high tan button shoe and that yellow sneaker.
Shall I wrap these, Mr. Babbitt?
No, put the shoe on my right foot. The sneaker goes on my left.
Do you always wear a shoe on your right foot and a sneaker on your left?
You see, my right foot keeps falling asleep.
And with the sneaker on?
My left foot don't make no noise. My right foot can keep on sleeping.
America's shoe style set, Mr. Babbitt turned to the hat problem. The hat salesman said,
Here are the latest styles, Mr. Babbitt.
Now, let me see.
How would you like a beret?
No.
How would you like a derby?
No, my ears are too weak. The derby keeps slipping down.
Well, how would you like a Humber?
With onions.
After Mr. Average Man had set the sartorial styles for 1941, he stepped into a chain cigar store. The tobacco trade stood with bated breath. The tobacco auctioneer might be caught with his chants down. What would Mr. Average Man smoke for 1941? Without an instant's hesitation, Aubrey said,
Give me a good 5-cent cigar.
This is a chain store, sir. The 5-cent cigars are 4 cents.
So, how much are the 10-cent cigars?
8 cents each, 2.15.
Have you got any cigars? The 3 for 15?
Yes, sir. The 9-cent Panatellas, which are 6 cents straight, sell 3 for 15.
Well, here's a nickel. Give me one of them.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't break up a set.
Well, what can you get for a nickel in a cigar store today?
A phone call. The booth is to your left.
Mr. Average Man finally gave up, and as he left the tobacco mart, he was heard to say,
what this country needs, there's a good 5-cent cigar that sells for 5 cents.
Mr. Average Man finally enjoyed a short smoke on a butt he sniped when the press wasn't looking. Then he was off pell-mell to a show. As he stepped out of the theater where he had just seen a rousing, rip-roaring performance of Hamlet, one of the reporters said,
How did you like Hamlet, Mr. Babbitt?
If you guys didn't have a half Nelson on me, I'd have gone to Minsky's.
Later that night, after he made the round of stuffy New York nightclubs, Mr. Average Man turned to the reporters and said,
Excuse me, I'm going down into this sewer and get some fresh air.
Since America wanted to know how Mr. Average Man reacted to street mendicants, a panhandler was asked to approach our hero. The panhandler oozed up to Aubrey and whined,
Hey, buddy, will you give me a dime for a cup of coffee? No, thanks. I never drink coffee this late. It keeps me awake.
And with this, Mr. Average Man was off to bed. The next morning, his tour finished, he was bustled onto a bus, eager and anxious to return to his simple average American home in Upper Sandusky, Ohio. As the bus pulled out, the Herald Tribune reporter, eager for a last word from Mr. Average Man for 1941, shouted,
How did you like New York?
And Aubrey Babbitt of Upper Sandusky, Ohio, proved beyond a doubt that he was Mr. Average Man when he made this scintillating reply.
New York is all right to visit, but I wouldn't live here on a bet, no, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, who is above the average in his melodic profession, stalks to his personal microphone to sing I Hear a Rhapsody.
Through the starlit skies, I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so want to stay, my darling. Hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night, I hear a rhapsody. You're calling to me, I don't hear a call at all. Hear a rhapsody. You're smiling at me, then soft through the starlit skies, I hear a rhapsody.
are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, for one to stay. My darling, hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night, I hear a rhapsody.
Oh, that was swell, Kenny. Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
Say, I meant to ask you before, what is that dangling on your wrist there? A new kind of wristwatch?
Oh, no, this is a radio, Fred.
That little thing, a radio?
Yes, it's the latest thing out. It's the smallest portable radio in the world.
Gosh, a radio that small? It looks as though if you tuned in Amos and Andy, you'd only get Amos on a thing that small. If you listened to the Lone Ranger, you'd only get Hi-Ho. They'd have to mail you the silver, I mean.
Oh, no. This radio really works, Fred. I'll tune in and show you, huh?
Well, that's as nice a static concert as I've ever heard, Jimmy.
I'm getting something now. Wait a minute. Oh, shucks. Guess it won't work tonight. One of the tubes must be a dud.
Well, that is the smallest dud I have ever heard of, Mr. Wallington.
Yes, Fred. But even a small dud can cause trouble. You see, Fred, just as this dud tube ruined my reception, it's the duds, those useless slow-action elements in gasoline, that are responsible for those slow starts that wear down your battery on cold days. Duds deaden those few ounces of chilled gasoline, which are all your carburetor holds, all your motor depends on for a quick start. It's because duds just won't take the spark that starters grind and batteries take a beating. So it's good news for driver and battery both that there are no duds in Texaco Fire Chief. They're out. All out. Removed by a special refining process. That's why Fire Chief comes through with flashing starts, powerful acceleration, quick warm-ups. For cold weather dependability, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. It's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
Don't bow too far over, Mr. Goodman. Your bridge, remember. Mister, it slips out if he comes. But Mr. Goodman and his musette ensemble have just played Andalusia from the Spanish province of the same name. And now, ladies and gentlemen, come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I did it again, and I'm glad. You remember me?
Yes, I do have the misfortune to remember you. You are the sound man.
Yeah.
Now, last week you busted in here yelling, I'm glad, and that you wanted to see what the other side of your door looked like.
That's right.
Well, what is it you want tonight?
Did any fan mail come in for me?
No. Now, are you glad?
Oh, I'm sad.
What a program. The sound man wants fan mail, a crying sound man. The next thing, the man who sweeps up the studio will want billing. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, our guest... Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello. Can I use your microphone for a minute?
For what?
I want to make an important announcement.
An announcement about what?
The March of Dimes.
Oh, for the Infantile Paralysis Fund?
Yes. I want to remind everybody to send their dimes in right away.
Oh, are you on the March of Dimes committee?
Yes. I'm also on the anti-noise committee.
Oh, well, that's fine. And now our guest...
We're going to make New York 100% quiet.
Good. Well, you can help the cause by piping down right now.
We're going to make stealth bowling alleys so you can't hear a pin drop.
Now, look, Portland,
We're going to make all bookstores take the din out of Gunga Din.
Well, that's very nice, but at the moment
And we're going to take all the noise out of nursery rhymes.
The noise out of nursery rhymes? Well, how do you mean?
Well, in Little Boy Blue, he's not going to blow his horn.
You mean the Anti-Noise League is going to rewrite Little Boy Blue so that he doesn't blow his horn? Well, how is it going to sound?
I'll show you. Little Boy Blue, come beck in your sheep. Don't blow your horn, not even a peep. Tell your sheep to come tiptoe out of the thicket. If they make any noise, will you get a ticket?
Well, that's a good anti-noise poem. There was no noise after it. I mean, the thing... Oh, well, you can always the hint, you know. We never hint. You misunderstood the whole thing there. Have you finished, Portland?
Yes.
Good. Now, please tell me, who is our guest tonight?
He's a sandhog.
A sandhog? You mean he's one of the men who has helped to build the tunnels under New York and the Hudson River?
That's right. Mr. Allen, meet the president of the Sandhogs Union, Mr. James Gallagher.
Well, that's fine. Oh, good evening. Good evening, Mr. Gallagher.
Good evening, Fred.
I've always been interested in your colorful profession, Mr. Gallagher. Now, Uncle Jim tells me that officially you are the president of Local 147 of the Compressed Air and Free Air Tunnels, Foundations, Caisson, Subway Sewer, Cofferdam Construction Workers Union.
I am, Fred.
But boiled down, it comes out...
The Sandhogs Union.
The Sandhogs Union. Well, before we go any farther, Mr. Gallagher, what is a sandhog?
Any man who works on the compressed air, where he is a carpenter, miner, welder, is a sandhog, Fred.
And all tunnel work is done under compressed air.
That is right.
Well, is this because most of the tunnels here in New York City are built under rivers?
Yes, where men are digging a hole through the mud. The compressed air keeps the mud from pouring in on them.
Oh, I see. The compressed air at a certain pressure holds the mud back and it can't come in the excavation. Well, working under that air pressure must be a dangerous business.
Yes, it is, Fred. There are only about 2,000 sandhogs in the entire country.
And how long have you been plying this perilous trade, Mr. Gallagher?
26 years.
26 years. Well, what are some of the subterranean projects you have helped to complete around Manhattan?
I worked on the Holland Tunnel, the Lincoln Tunnel, and the Queens Midtown Tunnel.
What about the subways?
I worked on the 6th Avenue, 7th, and 8th Avenue subway tunnels.
Say, you've been in holes more often than Dick Tracy, haven't you? But tell me, how do you go about building a tunnel? I mean, after the politicians get through arguing about the cost, and you fellas really get down to work.
Well, first we sink a shaft on one end of the river, and the bottom we install the shield, and the sandhogs work in.
The sandhogs work in a shield? Well, what is this shield?
It's a long tube of iron, as wide as a tunnel, with a cutting edge on one end, pushed forward by hydraulic jacks.
And as the sandhogs dig, they push this shield ahead of them. Is that
yes,
right?
Fred. Until the tunnel is finally cut through.
Well, how fast does this shield move ahead?
They average about 2 1/2 foot every 4 hours.
Or say 2.5 feet every 4 hours. Why, that's faster than the traffic goes through the tunnel when you've got it finished.
Yes, Fred.
But do you always work under compressed air in the shield?
Yes, Fred. And the work goes on 24 hours a day.
Well, tell me, how long can you work down there?
A sandhog usually works 3 hours a day and 2 shifts.
3 hours a day and 2 shifts. An hour-and-a-half shift, I guess. And how much time does he have in between shifts to recuperate?
4 hours.
4? Well, is the air difficult to breathe?
No, it is just the opposite. Compressed air makes you work hard and very fast, but it knocks you out very quickly.
Well, tell me, can a worker come right out of compressed air into normal ozone, or is that physically impossible, Mr. Gallagher?
It is, Fred. After a man quits work, he has to stay in the decompression chamber for 3/4 of an hour.
Well, what would happen if a sandhog strolled out before his decompression time was up?
He probably gets a bend or some other compressed air illness.
Well, no wonder there are only 2,000 sandhogs in the entire country, rather. You have to be a superman to even start to do this work.
The sandhogs is proud of its profession, Fred. All of us in the union are always trying to make working conditions safer. But it's part of our job to take chances.
Well, I hope eventually your union will get things so well organized underground, Mr. Gallagher, that even the moles down there will be carrying union cards.
Thanks, Fred.
You know, there's one thing about tunnel building that has always mystified me, Mr. Gallagher.
What is that, Fred?
Well, when you fellas dig a tunnel now, you don't start from one side and work across, do you?
No, we start at the bottom end and meet in the middle.
Well, that's what baffles me, you see. How is it that you never miss?
What do you mean?
Well, when you dug the Holland Tunnel, for instance, how was it your two gangs didn't pass each other? Now, how come one group of sandhogs didn't wind up in Hoboken and the other boys come out in Gimbel's basement? How did you both manage to meet at a given spot under the river?
The engineers have all figured out, Fred. We have never been off more than 1/4 of an inch.
Well, that's just what we do in radio, Mr. Gallagher. You and I have finished our interview, and here we are. We're only off 1/4 of a minute.
Is that good?
It's phenomenal, Mr. Gallagher. And thank you a lot for this brief glimpse into your fascinating profession. You know, it's curious to think that for 20 years, you and I have, in a way, both been doing the same thing.
How is that, Fred?
Well, you as a sandhog have been making tunnels while I've been working as a comedian. But all our lives, we've both been boring for a living.
Good night, Fred.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins, an assortment of boys and girls banded together for the sole purpose of advancing swing, further their crusade with a Hugh Martin version of La Cucaracha.
Through the courtesy of Texaco, here's a story told in Mexico. It's a song they always feature there. About a funny little creature there, la cucaracha, la cucaracha. Ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta. Cigarettes que fumar. Once a happy cucaracha, now he doesn't feel so hot-cha. He's a very sad and bitter bug car. He wants to be a jitterbug. Do-do-do-da, dit, do-do-do-da, dit. Ho, 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 he got him in an cucaracha, la cucaracha, la cucaracha camina, porque no tiene lo que la falta, cigarretas que fumar. He was a glamorous jitterbug and was always in demand. He gathered in all the jitterbugs and organized an insect band. La cucaracha, down the networks now. 'Cause Major Ford was on his toes, but they were a whirl. So tune in on this station next week at 9:30. The Major Ford's amateur of the month is La Cucaracha. La Cucaracha. Wait and watch for Cucaracha.
The Martin sing La Cucaracha from the Flit Parade, number 7 on the Flit Parade. And now...
pardon me, Mr. Allen. May I see you a moment? It's a matter of life and death.
Life and death?
Yes, here's my card.
Oh, your card? This is your very own card?
Yes.
Let me see. The print is so small. Would you, Cuthbert C. Clabber, Vice President in charge of publicity, Conglomerated Kerosene Lamp Companies of America.
Yes.
Well, what has this got to do with life and death?
Well, ever since those pesky electric lights came in, Mr. Allen, the kerosene lamp business has been dying.
Yeah.
You and only you can bring it back to life.
Well, how?
By giving the kerosene lamp publicity, Mr. Allen. You told a joke about a zipper one week. Zippers went right to the top. You mentioned pogo sticks. Pogo sticks went ahead by leaps and bounds. Now, if you'd only tell a few jokes about lamps, we'll burn them up.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I see your point. I'd like to talk it over with you during the weekend, but I have to say no, friend. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Clabber. We try to keep our jokes up to date around here. Now, we don't tell jokes about mustache cups or buggy whips, and your smoky old kerosene lamp kind of falls into the same category. It doesn't mean a thing.
Oh, I'd like to differ with you, Fred.
Oh, you would, Mr. Wallington?
Yes, I certainly would, Fred.
Well, differ then.
In smoking lamps and smoking automobiles, there's a lesson all motorists should heed. Smoke means trouble. For smoke puffing from the exhaust pipe of a car can be a sign of excessive engine wear. Then things have gone too far for anything but a costly repair job to correct. So if you value your car, don't let it become a smoker. Change now to insulated Haviland motor oil and help reduce excessive wear in your engine. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurities. For Haviland stands up under today's high engine temperatures, which can break down ordinary oils and accelerate wear. It flows freely, too, at low temperatures, sparing engines the friction and wear of cold starts. Insulated Haviland is also distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. Steer clear of smoke and trouble. Change to insulated Haviland at any Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues after a brief pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
That was You Walked By, a last-minute substitution for Frenesy. Played by Al Goodman and his gas station grenadiers. And Mr. Goodman?
You are calling I. Goodman?
Yes, I. Goodman, I am calling you. I just want to tell you how happy we are to have you back in the Texaco Star Theater after your absence on sick leave last week.
I. Goodman, in all sincerity, thanking you.
Well, that's all right. Don't mention it, Maestro.
Also for the fruit, Goodman is thanking you.
Say, it did look pretty, didn't it?
Looking, it is pretty. But tasting, it is fooey.
Well, don't tell me you ate that basket of fruit.
Goodman is eating 6 bananas.
But that was wax fruit, Maestro.
That I'm finding out suddenly on the 7th banana.
You found out that it was wax fruit? How?
The 7th banana I'm deciding to peel.
Well, it's a wonder you didn't get heartburn.
Heartburn I am getting. In Goodman's stomach, the 7 wax bananas are burning like candles.
Well, I'm sorry, Maestro. I didn't,
Welcome back, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you, Porty.
How do you feel?
Thanks to you, Porty, Goodman is better. The soup is doing the trick.
What soup?
Porty is sending me piping hot a container soup.
Mr. Goodman.
I am drinking it to the last drop.
But that wasn't soup.
Well, what did you send him?
A hot water bottle.
Not only hot, but delicious.
What a guy. He eats 7 wax bananas, drinks the water out of a hot water bottle, doesn't wait for his laugh. And no wonder you were sick.
This is making me sick. I was sick 2 days before already.
Were you very sick, Mr. Goodman?
24 hours a day, I'm sneezing. Day and night, an intern is standing by just saying Gesundheit.
Did you have many visitors?
Constantly it is visitors. Friends are coming in leaving fruit. Relatives are coming in eating it.
Well, how long did this mob keep running in, this vitamin-minded mob keep running in and out, Mr. Goodman?
Till Dr. Pincus is putting on the door a sign. Then Goodman is alone.
What did the sign say?
One word, Clementine.
Clementine?
Yes, a girl's name. It is fooling everybody. But inside that room is still Goodman.
Look, you mean quarantine, not Clementine, Maestro.
Quarantine, he says. It's a mouthwash.
Your night school teacher, Fosdick Feinschreiber, should be here now. Now, look, Mr. Goodman, when you have a contagious malady, a quarantine sign is put up on the door so that people will stay out.
Who's staying out? The first day, 2 Spaniards are coming in and sitting down.
2 Spaniards? What did they say?
When is the news real?
2 Spaniards came into your hospital room, sat down, and said, when is the news real? What was that?
Who knows? In Spanish, quarantine maybe means translux.
Well, that, of course, was an accident. After the quarantine sign was up, nobody came to see you on purpose.
Only Kenny Baker, my pal.
Kenny Baker? Well, I guess Kenny doesn't know what quarantine means.
Yes, he does. Kenny is deliberately trying to get sick, Mr. Allen.
Oh, that's silly. Why should he want to get sick?
Kenny saw all the sympathy and the presents Mr. Goodman got.
Imagine that guy going into Goodman's sick room.
He even got into Mr. Goodman's sick bed.
Trying to catch what Goodman had, huh?
Yes, but it didn't work. I guess Kenny is just too healthy.
Well, either that or Goodman's germs are too weak to go on location. Well, it serves Kenny right.
Hello, F.A.
Oh, hi, Kenny.
Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Porty. Epidemic weather, isn't it?
Well, what's epidemic about it? Fresh, crisp air?
How do I look? Pretty bad, huh?
Gosh, Kenny, I think you look wonderful.
That's a fine thing to tell an invalid.
An invalid? Why, you're in the pink of condition, Kenny. You look like a draft board's dream.
I do?
Why, you look as robust and as vigorous. Why, you could be, as you stand there now, you could be Benar McFadden as a little boy.
Gee, that's funny.
Why?
I feel good, too.
You ought to be happy, Kenny.
Has everybody got to catch a train or something? Yeah, you ought to be happy, yes. How would you like to be Mr. Goodman, Kenny? Time out. If you go too fast, I have to waste the time some way. We'll all be standing around here for 8 minutes at the end of the program with nothing to do. Hey, never mind where we were. Where are we?
You ought to be happy, Kenny.
Yes, you should be happy. How would you like to be Mr. Goodman? Flat on his back all week.
30 years a musician. For the first time, Goodman is flat.
Quiet, please, Maestro.
You've got your health, Kenny. What more do you want?
If I was sick, people would bring me presents.
Kenny Baker, you mean to say you're deliberately trying to get sick to get a few measly presents?
Who's deliberately crying?
You are. I saw you coming to the studio barefoot in all that snow.
Kenny.
Well, my shoes were wet, so I took them off. I didn't want to catch cold.
And he tried to catch ptomaine, too, Mr. Allen.
He did, hey? What did you eat, you infection beta?
Oh, nothing. Just a pickled schmaltz herring with whipped cream.
Who would serve you in this horrible combination?
The waiter was a friend of mine.
Kenny Baker, you are lying. Just a minute. Who is insulting Kenny Baker, Goodman's best friend? What do you mean, your best friend? When I am sick, Kenny is taking care of me better than my own brother.
Your own brother, Mr. Goodman?
My own brother. That's for me. Come in. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Al.
Joe, when I was sick, you could take better care of me than Kenny Baker did?
No.
So long, Joe.
So long, Al.
There, that was my own brother. Your own? You're afraid the podium will cool off, eh? You won't get back there in time. Your own brother. Let me tell you, Mr. Goodman, that actor with the 5 o'clock shadow on his scalp is related to anybody on this program who will give him half of a joke.
Why don't you tell Mr. Goodman the truth, Mr. Allen?
I shall. Mr. Goodman, look, Kenny was only hanging around you to catch your cold. What's wrong with taking my cold? Could my own brother do more than that?
Your own brother?
My own brother. Portland, please. Never mind. Don't open that door. Your point needs no illustration. This with me is optional. Don't you understand? Kenny didn't care about you or your condition. He just wanted to get sick himself so he could get some sympathy and some presents. This Kenny Baker is true?
Yes, Mr. Goodman. I ought to go someplace and be ashamed of myself.
Hey, you see? Why, Kenny, you don't know how lucky you are in the pinker condition.
You're right, F.A. It's good to be healthy.
Say, wait a minute. You know, you don't look so good at that, now that I take a good look at you.
Gee, I don't?
No, your eyelids look heavy, Kenny.
Kenny looks all right to me.
Quiet, Portland. You know, Kenny, your face is positively pale. Stick out your tongue.
At who?
No. No, just stick it out on speculation.
All right, there.
Is it white? Is it white? Your tongue looks like a ghost's necktie, Kenny. You are a sick man. Portland, you better rush out and call an ambulance.
All right, Mr. Allen.
When the ambulance comes, look under it and say hello to my lawyer. One line you've got that gets a laugh, so you put a new verb in the middle of that. When the ambulance comes, looks under it. He gets lonesome looking under it alone. Well, quiet, Mr. Goodman. Now, Kenny.
Oh, wait a minute, F.A. I'm not sick,
Oh,
really.
yes, you are.
Honest, I'm not.
Now, don't talk so loud, Kenny. You're weak, remember. Conserve your strength.
No, I'm not weak. I'm strong.
Strong, he says.
I'll prove it. I'll get up on that bandstand and stand on my hands.
Not in your condition, Kenny. Now, don't be ridiculous. Come down from there.
I'll show you.
Gosh, Mr. Allen, Kenny is really standing on his hands.
Look, F.A.
Now, all right. Come down here. You're not sick. I just wanted to teach you a lesson.
Look, nothing holding me up but my 2 hands.
Now, come down before something happens. And watch out for those instruments.
Look, Mr. Allen, 1 hand.
Kenny, for Pete's sake.
Look, Mr. Allen, no hands. Look, Mr. Allen, no teeth.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, who has finally earned some sympathy, and for the next year will be visiting his dentist twice a day, gums his way through Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes.
And I will pledge with my prize doth ask a drink divine. But might I of those nectar sip, I would not change for not so much honoring thee as giving it a hope that there it could not withered be. But thou thereon didst only breathe and sensed it back to me. Since when it grows and smells, I swear, not of itself, but
Kenny, that was swell. In fact, if I may wax rhapsodical, your singing tonight, Kenny, is as bracing as a winter wind, as smooth as snow, as slick as a sheet of ice.
Oh, stop it, will you, Alan? Cut out all that talk about winter. You're driving me bolty.
Bolty?
That's nutty with knobs on it.
What's your trouble, friend? Are you allergic to winter?
I hate winter. The very mention of the word gives me the droops. Snow and ice make my flesh crawl.
Oh, but even if you don't enjoy winter weather, friend, you can at least enjoy the winter sports.
Winter sports, there. What's skiing? You slide down and you climb up. What's skating? You stand up and you fall down. What's tobogganing? You start down, you turn over. What's...
Well, we get the idea, neighbor. You just don't like winter. But regardless, there's one thing you should enjoy about winter if you drive a car.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
Our expert here on winter weather, Mr. Larry Elliott, will tell you. Just wait there a minute, friend.
Yes, neighbor, there is one thing a motorist enjoys on wintry days, and that is to step inside his car, slam the door on the outside cold, press the starter, and step right out under power. And Texaco dealers can promise you that kind of brilliant performance with Sky Chief, their different premium gasoline. Yes, stop at the Sky Chief pump. Let Sky Chief's flexible power, its surging response, be your answer to the weather. You want quick takeoffs? Sky Chief snaps your engine into life. Want fast acceleration? Sky Chief steps up the power output briskly, serenely. And that feeling of smooth flowing power stays with you despite steep hills, despite slow traffic, and last but not least, despite low temperatures. For driving luxury this winter, try Sky Chief. It's your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they dramatize for you a Hollywood episode that was recently filched from the wastebasket of a prominent gossip columnist. This dull tableau is called They Almost Junked the Junket, or A Horse Was the Star of the Studio, so the studio hitched its wagon to the star. Music, maestro.
Hollywood, sanctum of glamour. Hollywood, land of broken hearts and promises to match. Hollywood, where stars are discovered and forgotten on the hour. In 1938, Hollywood's favorite was
Clark Gable.
In 1939,
Spencer Tracy.
In 1940,
Mickey Rooney.
And 1941,
Bucko, the horse.
Yes, Hollywood's new 1941 favorite is Titanic Pictures' sensational equine discovery, Bucko the Glamour Horse. Bucko is the talk of the nation. The dramatic critic on the Sioux Falls Banner says,
Yeah, nobody can tell me that Bucko's a horse. That's Lionel Barrymore down on all fours.
Jimmy Tiddler, famous Hollywood critic, says...
I've just seen Bucko's new picture, Kitty Foal. I'm giving it 12 bells. Here goes.
Variety, prominent theatrical weekly, says...
Nag, gag, shags, bag, swag.
And so it goes. Rival picture producers are consumed with envy. Farrell Panic, famous movie mogul, says...
As soon as Bucko dies, we'll film the story of his life. I don't know who will play the part. We'll probably tack a tail on Don Amici and hope for the best.
And while Bucko basks in the limelight, we find his producer, the dynamic president of Titanic Pictures, rushing about the studio, planning greater triumphs for his horse star, Bucko. We pick up the colossal F.A., about to enter his super office.
Oh, good morning, Miss Reel.
Good morning, Chief.
Gad, what a day. I just ran off Bucko's new picture, Pony Express. It's the best thing Bucko has ever done.
Does Bucko screen well in Technicolor?
Colossal. He comes out a beautiful, dirty roan. With that henna fetlock, sorrel hocks, and those bay withers, Bucko looks like a fugitive from a merry-go-round.
Pony Express ought to be a smash, all right.
Say, that reminds me. Take a note.
Yes, Chief.
The title of Bucko's next picture, Haunted Saddles, has been changed.
What's the new title?
Love Thy Neigh.
Well, that's just like Love Thy Neighbor, only you've taken out the bore.
Don't mention Benny's name around here. Do you want to corrode the chromium furniture in here? Gad, what an idea. If Bucko's new picture goes over, he'll make $1 million.
What's money to a horse?
It ain't hay.
Maybe they'll give the Academy Award in oats this year.
Well, they should. They've been giving it for corn long enough. Dad, that's an epigram. It just occurred to me. Put it down. Send it to Skolsky.
Yes, Chief.
I've got to pick a junket town for Pony Express right away, Miss Reel. I've got to concentrate.
Why do new pictures always have to have junkets?
Well, the purpose of a junket is to get all of the movie critics on a train, take them to some small town, wine them and dine them, and then show them the picture.
So?
While the critics are out of touch with civilization, you open the picture all over the country. None of the critics are back in their hometowns to panic.
So where's your junket going to be?
Bucko is Hollywood's biggest star. Bucko's picture will be previewed in the biggest town.
The biggest?
The biggest big town in the country. Get the mayor of New York City on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Dad, what an idea.
But how can you tie up Pony Express with New York?
They have expresses in the subway, don't they?
Yes.
Mayor LaGuardia has just opened the new 6th Avenue subway, hasn't he?
Yes.
Well, his subway can use some publicity. There's our tie-up, you see. I'll have Bucko, the Pony Express, race the Queens Plaza Express down in the 6th Avenue subway. Bucko can come out at 50th Street and prance through the lobby of the Roxy on opening night.
Hello? Oh, yes, sir. It's the mayor of New York on the phone, F.A.
Gad. Hello?
Is this Washington calling?
No.
Oh, shucks.
This is Titanic Pictures, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm expecting a call from Washington. Hang up.
Now, look, Mr. Mayor, this call is coming from Hollywood. Just a minute.
I've got no time. I'm opening a new fish market in the Bronx. I've got to throw out the first flounder.
But this is about some publicity, Mr. Mayor.
Why, oh, you mean I'll be in the newsreels?
Yes, I want to preview Bucko, the Wonder Horse's new picture in New York City.
A horse? Can I ride him?
Yes.
Oh, goody.
We want Bucko, the Pony Express, to race your Queens Plaza Express down in the 6th Avenue subway. You will ride Bucko. Is it okay?
Yes. Wait a minute. How do I look in a riding habit?
Well, I don't know.
I'll ask my secretary. How do I look in a riding habit? Oh, thank you.
Well, Mr. Mayor?
Shorten the stirrups and it's okay.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. You say I can ride the horse?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Then I'll ride him across the country. I'm leaving for Hollywood right away.
But, Mr. Mayor...
He doesn't answer. I'm at the airport. Goodbye.
Yeah, the mayor's a dynamo, Miss Reel. That's why City Hall has to be kept near the Battery. We'll have to get Bucko ready immediately for our junket.
I've sent the stable a memo. Bucko's valet is getting him ready.
We'll have to welcome the mayor at the airport, too, Miss Reel. Take a note.
Yes, sir.
Now, the mayor lives in New York City. We've got to make him feel at home out here in California. When he steps off the plane, have 200 riveters start riveting. Have 50 extras at the airport to shove him around. As the mayor walks along, have 20 motorists all blowing their automobile horns, and 10 dirty little boys trying to sell him all the latest songs for a nickel.
Yes, Chief.
This pure California air will be too much for him, too. As soon as the mayor arrives, have 600 automobiles backfire and release carbon monoxide. He'll think he's back on 42nd Street.
F.A., this is plumb awful.
Spavin, Bucko's valet. Why aren't you getting Bucko ready for the mayor's welcome?
That horse is going loco. I can't do nothing with him.
Bucko?
He's laying down in the stall. He won't get up. Bucko looks like he's dying.
Why, this smacks of stallion sabotage, Spavin. What happened?
Nothing. I was currycombing Bucko and saying to him, "You gotta look pretty, Bucko. You're going to meet Mr. LaGuardia."
Yeah?
He just rolled his eyes and laid down in the stall moaning. He won't move.
Where is Bucko now?
He's in his mother-of-pearl stall on stage B.
Stage B, hey? Well, let's go. And if anything happens to Bucko and we let the mayor down, our Pony Express preview will be off. Titanic will be in receivership again. I'll be back at my old job pressing Cecil B. DeMille's berets.
Yes, stage B, F.A.
Good. Quiet, everybody. Where is Bucko, man?
Poor critter's lying there in his stall.
Gad, look at him. He's trembling. What's wrong, Bucko? What is it? Your stomach? Did you get a bad oat at the commissary? Gad, Bucko, you've got to buck up. Your new picture, Pony Express, is opening in New York. Our junket is leaving.
Looks like he's got the horse miseries.
Maybe something mental. What are you worried about, Bucko? Is it your billing? Did Jimmy Fiddler write you an open letter? Well, what is it, Bucko? Tell F.A.
He's looking right at me and shaking his head, F.A.
Something you said to Bucko must have upset him, Spavin. What did you say?
Nothing. I just mentioned something about Mr. LaGuardia.
What were your exact words, Spavin? The future of Titanic Pictures is at stake. What did you say to this horse?
Well, I said, Bucko, today you're going to meet the finest mayor in the country.
Mayor, that's what's done it. Mayor. Bucko thought he was going to meet a new girlfriend. He's bashful, you see. He went to pieces.
Well, I'll be Whippletreed, Bucko's girl child.
Now, calm down, Bucko. You're not meeting that kind of a mayor. No, this mayor is head of a big city.
Bucko's getting up, F.A. You saved the day.
Good, and our junket is on. We leave for the airport to greet the mayor at once.
Where are we going after New York, F.A.?
To Philadelphia. Bucko's got a date with Philly.
You shouldn't have mentioned Philly, F.A. Bucko's down again.
Get up, Bucko. We'll go to Trenton instead. You won't have to keep that Philly date. For Mr. Larry Elliott, a message of importance to the music lovers of this entire Western Hemisphere.
This Saturday afternoon, the Texas Company invites you to hear that famous opera, Madame Butterfly, sung for the first time over the air by the Metropolitan Opera Company. Madame Butterfly is replete with tuneful arias, among them Puccini's most famous One Fine Day. Madame Butterfly will be the 8th Metropolitan Opera Saturday matinee, sponsored by the Texas Company over another network of 208 stations reaching the entire Western Hemisphere. The United States, Canada, and to Latin America by shortwave. During intermissions, there will be the Opera Question Forum, Milton Cross as Master of Ceremonies, and a curtain talk on Our American Way of Living by Carl Sandburg, the distinguished American poet and historian. For time and station, consult your local newspaper.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Mr. Norman Gray, the electric shaver tester. The Martins and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time.
Caught in the rain and found ourselves on the doorstep of number 10 Lullaby Lane. And wasn't it a lucky thing? The man came out to explain that we were just the right people for number 10 Lullaby Lane. He told us we could move right in if we would sign the lease. But when we said goodbye was glad, he said he was also the justice of the peace. So if you're in the neighborhood and you get caught in the rain, you'll find us waiting to greet you at number 10 Lullaby Lane.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that Wednesday night merrymaker.
Well, come on, make it
that
fast.
Tickler of
Jimmy.
America's funny bone.
We've got a long show.
Everybody's favorite.
Just a minute, Mr. Wallington. All right, come in.
Pardon me, brother. I got to test this mic. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Just a minute, mister. We're on the air.
Don't be too sure, bud. That's what I'm here to find out.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Say, what is this? Who are you?
Look, pal, I happen to be assistant chief technician of this network.
Oh, so?
So I got to make sure you're on the air, don't I? If you're not on the air, it looks bad for the network.
Well,
So I'm checking if you're on the air. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Look, tell me one thing, will you? How can you tell by woof-woofing and yelling, hello, Max, if I am on the air?
Why, it's simple. Out in Jersey, on the 16th floor of our transmitter tower, sits Max.
And who is Max?
Max is only the chief technician of the whole network, that's all.
Oh.
Yeah, Max is sitting in front of a radio. If he hears me, you're on the air.
Well, how can you tell if Max hears you?
Max will ring up and tell me.
Oh,
Then you go right ahead. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Say, Fred, while we're waiting for Max's call, do you mind if I finish introducing you? I've got to get away.
No, go ahead, Jimmy.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is.
Hold it. That's for me. Hello, Max. Oh, you didn't, huh? Okay, I'll try again. Huh? What, the last race? Yeah, it was Little Caporis by 4 legs. No, I don't know what he paid. So long, Max.
That was Max?
Yeah, he didn't hear me.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Now, just a minute, please. My knowledge of radio mechanics may be limited, but there must be another way of finding out whether or not we are on the air. Can't we just call up Jack Benny's writers?
You're on the air when Max says you are.
Oh, and until then...
It's 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Look, now, 2 minutes ago, 3 vice presidents gave me their personal signals. 4 technicians threw in switches. 5 lights went on saying we're on the air.
Look, pal, we're not getting nowhere. It's too hot in here to argue. It's too cold outside to pick it.
So?
So? 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Hi, fellas. What's going on?
What isn't going on, Kenny?
Woof, woof. Hello, Max. Woof, woof.
Who's this guy with the dog talk?
Oh, he's a big technician. He's trying to find out if we're on the air.
Oh. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max. Oh, I'll get it. Hello, Max. Oh, you still can't hear, huh?
Has he got his radio plugged in?
Quiet, Stoop. No, not you, Max. Some jerk here just asked if you got your radio plugged in. Oh. Well, plug it in, Max.
3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Now, pardon me, Edison. Can't you just call up somebody outside who has a radio and ask them if they can hear us?
Listen, Dope, Max is a graduate of 5 technical institutes. 15 years Max has been studying frequency modulation. 12 diplomas Max has got for majoring in short waves.
So what?
So you want to take a layman's word against Max's. I'm laughing.
But now, wait a minute.
Please. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Oh, this is it. Hello, Max. Oh, you still can't hear, huh? Well, look, maybe an N52 FDX shorter than the VIM condenser, huh?
Has he got his radio turned on?
Look, buddy. Hey, Max, that lunk here just said... Hey, Max, you know that little dial under the window of your radio? Yeah, the window with the numbers of the stations on it. Well, on one side of the dial it says off, and on the other side it says on. Now, to which side is it pointing? Oh. Well, turn it to on. Yeah, go ahead, Max. Hey, Max, what are you yelling about? Stop being so jumpy. When you turn the dial, a light always goes on in the window. Sure. Okay, here I go again.
Gee, I don't...
Poor Max. The responsibility of the job is ruining his nerves. 1, 2, 3, woof, woof. Hello, Max.
Thank heavens Marconi didn't live to see this.
This is it for Dope. Hello, Max. You heard it? Great work, Max. See you later.
Well?
You're on the air.
Go ahead, Mr. Wallington.
And here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Well, that was... Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's too bad to have you applaud so frequently there. I was going to use that other reception, make it do for this, but of course, if you're in the mood. And now, before anybody else can say 1, 2, 3, woof, woof, hello, Max, we turn to a brief resume of the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents a few brisk highlights from the world of news. Bear Mountain, New York. A peculiar animal, a member of the deer family, is added to the zoological collection at Trailside Museum in Bear Mountain Park. Unusual quadruped found grazing at roadside baffles zoo curator and New York mammal authorities who have been asked to identify this ruminant freak. Texaco News interviews ranger who found the forest monstrosity to get the species lowdown for all America. Presenting then, Mr. Buford Hike. Just what is your job, Buford?
I'm a forest ranger ranging out at Bear Mountain.
Oh, I see. Well, what about this unusual animal you caught up there, Buford?
Never seen a critter like it.
You don't say. Can you describe it for us?
No living man could describe that nature's mess.
Well, you can give us an idea. What was it like?
Well, sir, from a distance, it looked like a jumbo mouse.
A jumbo mouse?
Yeah, it was albino colored with dirty brown spots on it.
Uh-huh.
Looked like somebody had shot at it with a water pistol full of peanut butter and missed.
That was from a distance. Well, how did it look close to?
Well, the head was that of a stunted otter.
A stunted otter?
Yep. Out of the forehead hung 2 caribou ears.
Yeah.
It had a short beaver neck with no Adam's apple. The body was a cross between a big mongoose and a bandicoot.
Well, how about the legs?
The gol darn thing had 3 antelope legs, and the 4th leg was a puma paw.
The 4th leg, really?
And hanging down in the back was no tail.
Hanging in the back? What did you do when you had caught it, Buford?
Well, I took it straight off to the zoo and set it down in front of the curator.
And what was the curator's reaction?
He took one look at the thing, jumped up, and said, "The man who caught that's a liar."
Louisville, Illinois. Wife of Clay County farmer presents proud father with twins weighing 22 pounds. Case called unique in authenticated medical annals arouses nationwide interest. Texaco News interviews neighbor of the happy mother to check on the giant twins. Presenting Mrs. Wilkie Snipe. You know about the twins, Mrs. Snipe?
Yep, they sure are bulky babies, all right.
You've actually seen them?
I was there when the stork come.
And the twins weighed 22 pounds?
Yep, the stork had 4 eagles helping him. And a sparrow.
A sparrow?
The sparrow was carrying the safety pins.
Oh, Beaumont, Texas. Innovation in boat launching technique proves great success at local shipyards. New cargo boat, the Cape Lookout, is launched with bananas instead of customary ship grease. Texaco News grills Maritime Authority to learn if the banana is to revolutionize all future launchings. Presenting Captain Squall.
Heave-ho, mates.
Well, you can drop your anchor there anyplace, Captain.
Aye, matey, I will.
I just missed your foot. You're lucky, aren't you? Well, tell me, Captain, do you think the banana will replace the outmoded grease at ship launchings?
Lost my bone. If the banana ain't put the skids under grease for good.
Well, how did bananas work out when you launched the Cape Lookout at Beaumont last week?
Well, sir, heave to and I'll tell you.
Fine, I shall.
We took 7,000 pounds of ripe, juicy bananas.
I see.
We squished them up and spread this goo all over the hull.
Yeah?
Soon as the boat was bananaed, well gooed from prow to stern, I gave the signal.
And?
The 400 men who was holding the boat let go. That's all, brother.
The banana? the banana is making a big difference in Beaumont shipyards, I imagine.
Yes, sir. When you see a man at Beaumont with a banana today...
Yes?
Nobody knows if he's going out to lunch or out to launch.
New York City, that's all, brother. New York City, New York. The latest smash hit show to open on Broadway is Morse Hart's musical play starring Miss Gertrude Lawrence called Lady in the Dark. Critics strain at their adjectives, praising show and individual performances. And showmen predict Lady in the Dark will run a year. Texaco News brings you a digest version of this new hit show, Lady in the Dark. Lady in the Dark.
Oh, Mr. Bascom, really?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker comes from out of the nowhere into your ear, and the title of Kenny's song is based on a remark Gilbert made the first time he met Sullivan. Gilbert said, "We could make such beautiful music together."
Such beautiful music together. We could sing the loveliest love songs together. Our hearts beat in tempo, the sound of our voices ring, the touch of our hands makes us sing. The touch of our lips will be magic. Lovely chords resound from the blend of a few notes. You and I and love are the blending of true notes, no blue notes. Say the words that I long for. Let him be the theme of our song, for we could make such beautiful music together. We don't need a singing violin to thrill us. We don't need a thrumming of a heartbeat song. Neath the stars, the beauty of the night will fill us. We can make a symphony that's all ours. Lovely chords resound from the blend of a few notes. You and I and love are the blending of true notes, no blue notes. Say the words that I long for. Let them be the theme of our song, for we could make such beautiful music together.
Say, Mr. Allen,
Yes?
I sing that good enough to get a sled?
What do you mean, a sled?
Dennis Day's going to get a sled. Jack Benny's going to give him one.
Oh, I don't believe that.
All right, look at this letter I just got from Dennis. Read what it says right down there at the bottom.
Mr. Benny likes my singing so much he is going to give me a present. He has promised me that the next time it snows in Hollywood, he will get an old grapefruit crate and build me a sled.
Boy, is that generosity.
All right, Kenny, I refuse to be outdone. If it snows in Hollywood, and if Mr. Benny builds Dennis a grapefruit crate sled, I personally will buy you the largest size flexible flyer that's made.
Gee, a flexible flyer.
Uh-huh.
That's a whole lot better than a grapefruit crate.
Oh, yes, Kenny. On this program, we appreciate the importance of flexibility. And that's because we have Larry Elliott to point it out to us. You mind pointing again, Larry?
Well, people who drive a car north of the freezing line, and that takes in most of the country this time of year, are called upon for driving skill that's flexible enough to match snow, ice, and uncertain weather conditions. And that sort of driving demands flexible power from a gasoline, too. The kind of surging, constant, yet flexible power supplied by Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. Yes, that's what you really want for winter driving. Then you know you're in control, whether you're crawling through traffic at 4 miles or cruising the highway at 40. That feeling of Sky Chief power underfoot adds to your confidence. It takes hold quickly, gets you rolling fast. Your car responds to your every demand quietly and smoothly. Fly the highways with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
Maestro Goodman and his ensemble have just played Dark Eyes from Mr. Goodman's optical condition of the same name. And now, ladies and...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, hello, Portland. God.
Can we use your microphone a minute?
We?
Yes. There's a lady outside, and she's all unstrung.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, string her and bring her in.
You can come in, miss.
Thank you.
What is it you want, madam?
I have got to get to a microphone. It is urgent.
Urgent?
I have a message that will turn radio into a hive of futility.
Well, I don't...
My message will cause every swing band in radio to give itself up.
No kidding.
My message will force every radio tenor to quit.
And you want to use my microphone for this devastating announcement?
If I may.
All right. I shall present you. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by for a very important message. Go ahead, madam.
I have just had a henna rinse.
That is all?
That is all.
You say every swing band will give itself up? Every radio tenor will have to quit because you have had a henna rinse?
Who are you, lady?
I was formerly Jeannie with the light brown hair.
Look for... Standing right next to me, and I didn't recognize her. I should have at least placed her by ear, if by not by eye. Now, look, Portland, the next time you come in here, I suggest that you emulate the bee.
The bee?
Yes, when the bee goes anyplace, he leaves his wax outside. Now, you keep bringing these wax in here.
What's a wax?
Well, ask your mother. She raised enough of them. You know there are more wax in your family than there are in a spanking? Do you know how many... Oh, I had another line there, didn't I? You won't go ahead, huh? Do you know how many wax there are in a spanking?
Nobody knows. You can't see to count them.
Why can't you?
Because your back is always turned.
Goodbye, Portland.
Am I going?
Yes, you are. But before you go, introduce our guest, Major Bowes, Amateur of the Month.
But Major Bowes' week is next week.
Oh, this isn't Major Bowes' week, is it? That's right. Well, who is our guest tonight?
He's the most shaved man in the world.
The most shaved man?
Yes. He shaves 20 times a day, and yet he's never completely shaved.
Well, who is this hirsute phenomenon, Portland?
He's the head electric shaver tester for the Schick Shaver Company, Mr. Norman Gray.
Well, good evening, Mr. Gray.
Good evening, Fred.
Now, Portland tells me, Mr. Gray, that you, from the neck up, are the official proving ground for the Schick Shaver Company.
That's right, Fred.
And your job demands that you keep shaving all day long?
Yes, Fred. I test 3 different sorts of electric shavers. The present Schick model, experimental new models, and the models that our competitors are putting out.
Well, I guess you're pretty happy after testing a competitor's shaver if you can rush into the front office with part of your jowl gone and shout, "Hooray, it gouges," unquote. But tell me, Mr. Gray, I don't remember seeing the electric shaver invented in Edison the Boy or Edison the Man. Did Don Amici work it out in some other picture?
No, Fred. Colonel Schick invented the electric shaver back in 1930.
Well, how come? Did he have a heavy beard and a lot of old kilowatts he didn't know what to do with?
No. Colonel Schick was up in Alaska with the U.S. Army. It was too cold to shave with soap and water, so the colonel thought a dry shave would solve the problem. He worked on the idea and finally brought out the first electric shaver.
Proving once again that necessity is what's this? Well, what is the principle of the chop tractor, Mr. Gray?
It's quite simple, Fred. The electric shaver consists of 2 slotted sheets of steel, one fixed and one moving.
Well, how is the potential goatee guillotined?
As the shaver moves along the face, the hairs are guided into tiny slots, where they are sheared off by the inside shearing head that moves back and forth.
Well, that accounts for the subdued humming, the obligato most shavers give out with each once-over lightly.
Yes, it's caused by the speed of the machine. The inside shearing head makes more than 14,000 cutting motions a minute.
14,000? Well, that's almost as fast as my scenes were cut out of a certain moving picture. By a certain semi-bald comedian who broke into the studio and cut by candlelight at midnight. But excuse me, Mr. Gray, in a discussion that concerns hair, this party's name, of course, is entirely out of place.
I understand, Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Now tell me, how long has your face been giving its all to these chin landscapers?
I've been doing this work for 6 years.
Well, why has your face been singled out for testing? Are you just razorgenic? Have your bristles got that old AC and DC appeal?
No. My job is testing shavers, Fred. I have to use somebody's face, and my face is the handiest.
Uh-huh. Well, suppose you have a busy day and use up your own face completely. You have it shaved as smooth as a seal's hip. Now, how do you... I'm speaking from memory. I haven't seen a seal for years, honestly. But now you've shaved your face smooth. Now, how do you get some whiskers in a hurry? You send out an SOS for Paul Muni? Or whom do you get?
There are 12 assistant engineers whose faces I use occasionally.
Oh, they always have a little fuzz on tap, huh?
Yes, these men are all instructed to come to work unshaven, Fred.
But tell me, how many shavers do you test in a day?
I may have to shave 20 times during the day.
Gosh, I don't know how you do it. Unless you come to work with a long face, of course.
That isn't necessary, Fred. I never shave my entire face at one time. I only use a small square patch for each test.
In other words, you are shaving constantly from morning to night, and yet you are never completely shaved.
That's right.
Well, yours is the only life I know of where it's a case of hair today and hair tomorrow, too, Mr. Gray. But about your 12 fur-bearing assistants, do you use their faces every day, or only when your own chin fodder is getting low?
I use them all the time, Fred. My face is useless for some experiments.
Why is that?
Well, all beards and all skins aren't alike. And we must be sure that our shavers are suited to all beards. I have the faces I work on classified into many types.
Well, would you say my face fitted into any of your categories? Don't look at it all at once. It'll undo you. Would you say that my... Just take a side slant, mister. Would you say that my face fitted into any of your categories, Mr. Gray?
Yes. At a glance, I would say your skin is the sensitive type.
Really? Well, it may look sensitive, but after 9 years in radio, Mr. Gray, I have the skin of a $2 suitcase. Well, it's been nice of you to stop by this evening and tell us how we can keep chick and span, and to give us the lowdown on your almost unique occupation. I guess you and Mickey Rooney are the only ones who can boast of similar careers.
I don't see the connection, Fred.
Well, Mickey Rooney also makes a good living, Mr. Gray. And like you, Mickey is nothing but a perennial shaver.
Wow. Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Norman Gray. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins rehearse a song they're preparing for all folks who are receiving their income tax blanks these days. The Martin song is Cheer Up.
Don't fret because of rain, you'll get sunshine just the same. Cheer up, for the best is yet to come. You missed the boat today, there's another on the way. Cheer up, for the best is yet to come. Just sing a happy song, someone may come along. Heads up, can't you see that silver lining shining? You're not a millionaire, but you've got a smile to share. Cheer up, what's the use of being glum? So won't you cheer up, the best is yet to. Seems on up, seems on the end of the bed. The people don't hurry, they live a century right through. La-la-la, they have an antidote for worry. I'll pass the secret on to you. Don't fret, because of rain you get sunshine just the same. Cheer up, cheer up, cheer up, cheer up. The best is yet to come. You missed the boat today, there's another one on the way. Cheer up, cheer up. The best is yet to come. Just sing a happy song, someone may come along. Heads up, can't you see that silver lining shining? You're not a millionaire, but you've got a smile to share. Cheer up, what's the use of being glum? So won't you cheer up, the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. Cheer up, cheer up, cheer up.
The Martins, ladies and gentlemen.
Pardon me, Mr. Allen. May I interrupt? Has anybody here seen anything of a locomotive? A large locomotive with clouds of smoke simply swishing out.
locomotive? Well, what do you want?
Well, I am Rembrandt van Twerp, the artist.
Yeah?
You see, I've been commissioned to paint a picture of a locomotive roaring along with smoke. Beautiful smoke just pouring from its stack.
Well, can't you borrow a locomotive from one of the railroad companies?
Well, I've tried them all. They only have those diesels and electric locomotives. I've got to find a locomotive with smoke coming out.
Well, I'm sure I don't think we have one. I'm sure we haven't one around here, but I am positive, Rembrandt, that if anybody listening in has such a locomotive, they'll be very happy to lend it to you, just as anyone who has an automobile will gladly lend an ear to Jimmy Wallington.
It's a thrilling sight to see a locomotive roaring along the tracks with its smoke trailing in the air. But when you're driving behind a car with a smoky exhaust, that smoke can mean trouble. For when a car smokes, the chances are it's due to excessive engine wear. Then a costly repair job is the only sure cure. So before your car becomes a smoker, help safeguard your engine against these three sources of wear that so often make cars smoke. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurities. Change now to insulated Haviland to help avoid the grinding wear of cold starts. For this motor oil flows freely at low temperatures. It stands up, too, under extreme engine heat, which can break down ordinary oils and accelerate wear. Insulated Haviland is also distilled. Carbon-forming impurities are removed. Remember, your car was never designed to smoke. Change now to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. Help reduce excessive wear in your motor. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was Keep an Eye on Your Heart, played by one rabid music lover. Started to applaud Mr. Goodman, but I put him down there. Mr. Goodman and, gosh, the actors don't know what they're doing. They're applauding each other here. That was Keep an Eye on Your Heart, if possible. I don't know how you do it, but it says here, played by Mr. Goodman and his gas pump Philharmonic. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen.
Who is it?
It is I, Goodman, excusing the interruption.
Well, what's on your mind, Maestro?
40 cents from you I'd like to collect.
Well, I don't owe you 40 cents.
40 cents to Kenny Baker I am lending, against his salary and my good judgment.
Well, I am not advancing any more money out of Kenny's salary to anyone. Now, you go find Mr. Baker and collect from him direct.
To collect 40 cents, I should rent a bloodhound?
I don't care if you hire a retriever.
I should get a Sam Bernard, maybe?
You'll knock a poor little dog down leaning on it like that. Get a Sam Bernard. I don't care if you get a singing Sam. You shouldn't have given Kenny the money in the first place. I have a good mind not to let him in. Well, all right. Come in.
Is this the Texaco Star Theater?
Yes?
I got 2 pounds of sugar here for the Star.
Well, I didn't
A fella by the name of Baker.
Oh, of course. For a second, I forgot my place. Ching number 2, boy. I tell you, son, you'll probably find the Star, Mr. Baker, the Star, backstage.
Thanks.
Come in.
I'm from the AMP with the COD.
Now, if you're talking in code, mister...
I got 4 unsqueezed oranges here for Kenny Baker, COD 15 cents.
Well, just follow that other boy, and the sooner the better.
He delivering something to Baker, too?
Yes, sugar.
Thanks, honey.
Now I've been called everything, I guess. Mr. Goodman, I'm afraid that's where your 40 cents has gone. Sugar and oranges.
Who paid for the honey?
The honey was on me. I wonder what Kenny's doing with sugar and oranges.
Mr. Allen,
Oh, yes, Portland.
have you got a ball of twine?
No, I haven't, and I always have a ball of twine with me, too. I have buck teeth, and I use it for dental floss, but just tonight. Say, what do you want with twine?
Well, I've got to hang up this sign.
What sign?
It's for Kenny's orange juice stand.
What does it say?
If Mr. Allen's jokes are dry, Kenny's orange juice you should try.
There was a pip in the title there, wasn't there? I chipped your tongue up on it. Well, what is this? Does Kenny think he's going to sell orange juice in here while the program's going on?
Hey, Porty.
Yes, Kenny?
Did you hang up my sign?
Well, I haven't any string.
Where do you think you're going to hang that sign, Kenny?
Well, Mr. Goodman is always standing with his back to the audience. If I can rent his back, I can hang it there.
What's this? Goodman's back is getting a commercial?
Never mind that. Kenny, you can't sell orange juice during the program.
Why not? I'm all set. I've got the sugar and 4 oranges.
4 oranges? There are 1,300 people here in the studio. Now, suppose they all want juice.
Don't worry, F.A. I've got a formula.
Oh, I'll answer it. Hello? What? Gosh.
Who is it, Portland?
The water department. They say there's a leak here.
A leak?
There's 150 gallons of water missing.
It's the wrong number. Hang up, Porty.
Kenny, something tells me you know about this H2O.
What's H2O got to do with water?
Portland, tell the water department that we have discovered the leak.
All right.
Tell them it was caused by a little drip. Now, listen, Neptune Baker. Where did you get this formula? 4 oranges and 150 gallons of water.
But that's all a tank could hold, F.A.
What tank?
That big one backstage. You know, the one they used to use for sound effects in a showboat program.
Well, I thought Captain Henry was living in there waiting for a sponsor. You use that one. Well, Kenny, you can't sell that over-diluted bilge for orange juice.
You think I use too much water?
No, you're just 1 orange short, that's all.
Okay, I'll fix it. Mr. Analik, throw in a tangerine.
Kenny, who is out there?
That's Mr. Analik, my partner.
Yes, Mr. Analik is sitting on the edge of the tank, stirring the orange juice with a ladle.
That's no ladle. That's my fife.
Mr. Goodman, please. Why didn't you put the Sam Bernard in there? Now, that's where you... Kenny, how did this fellow Analik put you up to this mock orange juice business?
Mr. Analik is an expert on water.
What was that splash?
Gosh, it's Mr. Analik. He fell in the tank.
In the orange juice?
It's okay. He's wearing water wings.
But your orange juice will taste of Analik.
Foxy Kenny, a new flavor he's inventing.
Portland, will you go help Mr. Analik out, please?
Sure, Kenny.
Kenny, how did you get mixed up with this liquid lumpkin Analik?
Well, I met Mr. Analik at the Battery.
Yeah?
We were looking out at the ocean. Mr. Analik was skinning an orange.
Yeah?
He pointed out at the water and said, with this orange and that water, we can make a fortune.
And then what happened?
Then Mr. Analik asked me how much money I had.
And you told him?
I said I knew where there was 40 cents.
From then on, I, Goodman, was a marked man.
Now, you keep out of this, Maestro. Kenny, you'd better get rid of this Analik.
Everything's all right, Kenny.
Did you get Mr. Analik out of the tank, Porty?
Uh-huh. He's back on the job, dripping, but stirring.
What took you so long?
Mr. Analik was diving for a cigar.
Well, the minute Analik is dry, he's getting out of
Please,
here.
F.A., Mr. Analik is very sensitive.
I don't care if Mr. Analik...
Mr. Analik is in again.
And it's your fault, F.A.
Oh, I'd better help him out again.
What is Analik doing again? Trying to commit citrus suicide? Kenny, you will never sell a glass of that stuff after what people have just heard.
But Mr. Analik says if we get one stand started, we can float alone.
Analik already is floating alone. In the orange juice.
No, he didn't get a laugh with 2 sentences, so he breaks the sentences up and gets laughed.
No, I mean float a loan in the bank.
Oh.
The bank, he says. My brother-in-law used to work in a bank.
What happened?
What always happens. Again, they caught him.
I should have known.
Mr. Adelick is out again, Kenny.
How are things going?
Oh, fine. Mr. Adelick is wheeling the tank outside to chill the orange juice.
Oh, boy, we're ready for business. Mr. Goodman, I have great news for you.
I'll settle for 30 cents.
Because you loaned me the money to get started at only 8%, I'm going to show you my appreciation.
I'll settle for 20 cents.
What are you going to do for Mr. Goodman, Kenny?
I'm going to let Mr. Goodman drink the first glass of Baker Adelick orange juice free of charge.
I'll settle for a bromo seltzer.
I'll be right back.
Look, if you drink that orange juice, when he talks with a dialect, he speaks straight. You see, that's what Maestro, if you drink that orange juice, Maestro, you will settle for the Mayo Clinic.
It can't be so bad, Mr. Goodman. After all, it has 4 oranges and sugar.
And 150 gallons of water.
And Adelick. Delicious.
I'm going to put a stop to this thing.
F.A., have you got an ice pick?
What happened out there?
The orange juice froze.
Well, let Mr. Adelick worry about it.
He is worrying. He's frozen in it.
What?
Up to his neck. Is Mr. Adelick in solid?
Not with me, he isn't. And now that your assets are frozen, Kenny, you're out of business. You'd better forget the whole thing.
Well, all right, F.A. Here's your 40 cents back again, Mr. Goodman.
Kenny, where did you get that 40 cents?
From 4 kids outside. I'm charging them 10 cents apiece to play hockey on the orange juice.
Did Mr. Adelick okay the deal?
He's too busy. The kids are using his head for a puck.
For the first time in his life, Adelick is using his head.
Now, wait a minute. You can't say that about my ex-partner. Mr. Adelick's dearer to me than my own brother.
Gee, Kenny, your own brother?
My own brother. That's for me. Come in. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Kenny.
Joe, are you dearer to me than Mr. Adelick?
No.
So long, Joe.
So long, Kenny.
That was your own brother.
That's funny.
What's funny?
I haven't got a brother.
Well, this is a fine time to bring it up. Now go ahead and sing your song.
Oh, I just remembered, Mr. Allen.
What?
I've got a sister.
Oh, now look, Kenny.
I should have said Mr. Adelick is dearer to me than my own sister.
Your own sister?
My own sister. Come in. Hello, Mabel.
Hello.
Mabel, are you as dear to me as Mr. Adelick?
No.
So long, Mabel.
So long.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Kenny Baker's own sister. And now, Kenny...
But, Mr. Allen, my sister is a blonde.
Mr. Goodman, will you please stop the
Her
music?
name isn't Mabel. It's Yvonne.
Mr. Goodman, will you start your hurdy-gurdy outfit, please?
At Montmartre near Paris, where life is gay and free, a bright and airy dance you will always see. I'm French as French can be, and it is plain to see. I love romance and glee, and they're always free. Girls wink and dance like toys, throwing kisses to the boys, ride and whirl just like coquettes. They are free from all regrets. As for the happy crowd, they all sing tra-la-la, dancing, whirling all night long. They sing this happy song. La-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Come in, my friends, and see our dancing in Paris. La-la-la-la-la-la-la. For life is gay, so sing and dance, la-la-la. La-la-la-la-la-la-la. Come in, my friends, and see our dancing in Paris. La-la-la-la-la-la-la. For life is gay, so sing and dance, la-la-la. Lining La, 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 la. Come in, my friends, and see our dancing in Paris. La, 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 la. For life is gay, so sing and dance. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Come in, my friends, and see our dancing in Paris. La, 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 la. For life is gay, so sing and dance. La, la, la.
Just completed a Neapolitan medley. And now our special quiz program, ladies and gentlemen, Fake It or Believe It. And here's our first contestant, this young lady right here. What is your name, miss?
Petunia Sludge.
And your occupation, Miss Sludge?
I work in a freak show. I'm two of the legs of the four-legged girl.
Well, all right, Miss Sludge. Here is your first question. What word of three letters stands for a sluggish, lifeless element?
3 letters, and it stands for a sluggish, lifeless element.
No cueing from the audience, please. Now, let's have that. Come, Miss Sludge. What is the word? A sluggish, lifeless element in 3 letters.
I got it.
Fine. What is it?
Man.
No, Miss Sludge. The word is dud. D-U-D, dud.
What's a dud?
Well, for further details, I refer you to Dr. James Wallington, M.D., master of duds. Duds cause a lot of trouble at this time of the year, don't they, Dr. Wallington?
Indeed they do, Dr. Allen. Now is the time of the year when duds, the sluggish, lifeless elements in gasoline, get in their deadliest work. Duds slow up your motor's response in any weather. But when it's cold, when your engine depends on just a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor, those duds can hold up starting action, can put a serious extra burden on your battery. Now, with Texaco Fire Chief, you can be sure you're not getting duds. They're out, completely removed by an important step in Texaco refining. That's what's behind those speedy Fire Chief starts. It's smooth pickup and fast warm-up. For in Fire Chief, you get only the lively, responsive elements in gasoline. The ones that vaporize quickly, fire evenly, and give full economical power. Try a Texaco dealer and Fire Chief. There's not a dud in the tank full.
And now the Texaco workshop players. Tonight they take cognizance of the recent cold snap that gripped the country. While severe snowstorms harassed the east and middle west, southern areas gloated over tropical weather it was enjoying. Southern area gloated over. I had too much south in there. I felt the place heat up there. Southern area gloated. Thank you. 3 men from Dixie. Thank you very much. Well, severe snow. You can't read it. I defy anybody to read it. While severe snowstorms harassed the east and middle west, southern area gloated over tropical weather it was enjoying. Flashes from the swanky winter resorts all told the same story.
Miami and Beach, enjoying banner season. Mrs. Biddle Diddle has open house.
Palm Beach enjoying banner season. Mrs. Biddle Diddle Biddle has open house.
Bermuda enjoys banner season. Mrs. Biddle Diddle Diddle Biddle has open house.
And so for the benefit of the plain folks who haven't a biddle to their names, no biddle name, For you in the colder vicinities who are unable to flee Jack Frost and take to a warmer clime, tonight we present a stay-at-home's cruise. Lean back in your lumpy Morris chairs, folks. Forget the wintry wind and the nippy nonce. Join us on an imaginary jaunt to the gayest winter resort of them all, colorful, tropical Havana. Music, Alfredo. Havana, glamorous city of palm trees, coconuts, and eternal sunshine. As our boat, the SS Perfidia, glides into the picturesque harbor, a lady tourist turns to the captain and says,
"Is this the harbor, Captain?"
See, lady, see.
"It's the sea, Merwin."
"I told you."
As the SS Perfidia docks,
and we stop at the customs shed, we find that most of the natives here speak Spanish. Many tourists have difficulty with this foreign tongue. We watch the couple ahead of us as they prepare for the usual customs inspection.
Open up the bags, Harvey. Here comes the inspector.
Okay, Beulah.
Dispense me, senor. Americano?
America. Oh, yeah, we're Americans from New York.
The Bronx.
Don't be so specific, Beulah. We're from New York.
Si, senor. Se hace siempre el camino de tobacco?
Huh?
I guess he means our luggage, Harvey.
Oh, yeah, everything's here, bud.
Se hace siempre el camino de tobacco.
Huh?
Camino de tobacco.
Oh, tobacco.
Si.
He means, are we sneaking in any tobacco?
Tobacco, si, senor.
No, I ain't got none. I don't smoke. I'm a coffee drinker.
Se hace siempre el camino de tobacco.
That's what he said before, Harvey.
This bum's got a one-crack mind.
Se hace siempre el camino de tobacco.
Oh, he's getting mad, Harvey.
Look, fella, we ain't got no tobacco.
Who said
Hey, let go of my windbreaker,
Santa Lucia, camino de tobacco. Camino de
Thank
tobacco.
heavens, here's a cop, Harvey.
Si, senora, what is the trouble? What? It's this customs guy, that's what.
He's menacing us in Spanish.
Camino de tobacco.
Yeah. He thinks we're smuggling tobacco, officer.
I will find out the trouble. ¿Qué quiere usted decir?
Americanos, Bronx, se hace siempre el camino de tobacco.
Si. The custom man, he see you are from New York. He ask a simple question.
About bringing in tobacco?
No. He say, in New York, is Tobacco Road still running?
From the customs house, we proceed to the Prado, a main thoroughfare of Havana. The Prado is a gathering place for tourists. English-speaking guides tug at our mess jackets, inviting us to take their tours. One guide grasps us firmly by the nub of our trousers. And so then we decide to sample his jaunt. The tour is just about to leave. Now, okay, folks, the tour is just starting. Keep your eyes peeled and your Kodaks cocked, folks. I'll tell this native chauffeur to give it the gas. Miguel.
Si, senor.
Pronto el Texico.
Si, senor.
Now we're off, folks, and to your left you see Havana's waterfront. Deep-sea fishing is the second largest industry in Cuba.
What's the first?
Digging bait. That sailboat yonder is a fishing party.
Don't they use hooks and lines, guys?
No, lady, the natives use only their native pipes. Listen.
Hey, those are pitch pipes, ain't they?
That's right.
What kind of fish can they catch with pitch pipes?
Tuna, lady.
Look, guide, what are those native boys diving for?
They're diving for money, Bud.
But they keep coming up with those slips of white paper.
Things is tough. They're diving for IOU. Now, over on your right, you see them beautiful trees. At this time of year, you can even hear the trees whispering in the breeze. Listen.
March 7th.
April 1st.
June 14th.
What kind of trees are those, guide?
Them are date palms making their dates, mister. This is their making season. Now, straight ahead in that river, folks, is one of Havana's famous hat-making plants. 20 natives are busy making straw hats.
I say, where is everybody? All I can see is the river.
Where did you get on, mister? The natives weave them Panama hats right in the river, brother. They're all busy right now, working underwater. I'll greet them. Hi, boys. And now, folks, in concluding with our tour, we come to the Capitol building in the heart of Havana, modeled after the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. The door of the Capitol is open. You can hear the Parliament in session.
I make motion 8 billion centimos ancien oro.
I second the motion, 8 billion centimos ancien oro.
The bill is care 8 billion centimos ancien oro.
8 billion? Are they voting on a project, guide?
No, lady. 8 billion centimos is 15 cents.
What is that ancien oro?
Old gold. Parliament is sending out for cigarettes. Back Back from our sightseeing tour, we join a small party about to take a trip through one of Havana's famous sugar plantations. As we enter the grounds, we hear the native sugar billies singing as they work in the fields. We stop to listen to the sugar billies.
Hand me down my sugar cane. Oh, hand me down my sugar cane. You can keep your sorghum, keep your beet, keep your glucose, though it's sweet. Just hand me down my sugar. Hand me down my sugar. Hand me down my sugar.
We hand the sugar billies down their sugar cane to shut them up and turn to gaze in sticky awe at the great refining plant. We spend a pleasant hour watching the sugar granulators granulating and the sugar lumpers lumping. And we leave the plantation just as the sugar auctioneer mounts his stand to start calling his popular sugar auctioneer's chant.
Sweet sugar, sold its saccharine.
And so, leaving the sugar plantation with sweet memories, we plod our weary way back to town. As the fiery tropical sun plops into the placid briny slop, we scurry to the cattle boat that waits to bring us back over the billowy sea. Standing on the gangplank with our porter, we turn for a fond last look at the waving date trees. But near at hand, we notice two waving palms, and a voice from above these palms cries out,
Cheapskate old Americano, no tip old porter, old doggone.
And with the red cap fuming in the sunset, we say buenas, what's this, and fonaltrant mañana to dear old Havana. And now for Mr. Larry Elliott, a message of great importance to the music lovers of this entire Western Hemisphere.
This Saturday afternoon, two of the most popular gems of the opera world, Pagliacci and Cavalleria Rusticana, will both be broadcast from the Metropolitan Opera House in New York. In the cast, you will hear two young American-born winners of the Sherwin-Williams Metropolitan Auditions of the Year, Anna Cascas and Leonard Warren. Pagliacci and Cavalleria Rusticana will be the 9th Metropolitan Opera Saturday matinee, sponsored by the Texas Company, over another network of 211 stations reaching the entire Western Hemisphere. During intermissions, there will be the Opera Question Forum with Milton Cross and a curtain talk on our American way of living by Mrs. Sadie Orr Dunbar, president of the General Federation of Women's Clubs.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. And don't forget, join the all-American fight against infantile paralysis. Support the President's birthday celebration in your community. Give a dime or a dollar, but give. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, June Brady, Major Bowes Amateur of the Month. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time.
Manhattan, the Bronx to Staten Island too. It's lovely going through the zoo. It's very fancy on Delancey Street, you know. The subway charms us all when balmy breezes blow to and fro. And tell me what street compares with my street in July. Sweet pushcart gently gliding by. The great big city's a wondrous toy, just made for a girl and boy. We'll turn Manhattan into an Isle of Joy.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting that happy hooligan, that jovial jibester, that unique, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, what's the matter, Jimmy? What is that shivering? Your collar turned up. Gosh, you're shaking like the end girl in a Minsky chorus.
Well, Fred, it's this cold weather. It's got me.
Oh, you're well, now don't overdo it, Jason. Well, I know, but normally you shake a lot, but I mean when you're cold on top of your normal condition. You're just one of those thin-blooded guys from California, Jimmy. Why, you'd get frostbitten just playing North in a bridge game.
Well, at least out in California I can stay warm.
Well, there are ways of keeping warm here, too, Jimmy.
Oh, yeah, I know. I've been sitting on a radiator so long from certain angles I look like a grilled steak. Here, I'll show you.
No, never mind. Well, we don't... We take
Hi,
your
fellas, what's chatter?
It's Jimmy's teeth, Kenny. You know, they meet now. He had the top one moved over. It's Jimmy's teeth are chattering. He says he's cold.
You can't take it, eh?
Say, you're from California, too, Kenny. How is it this cold spell hasn't gotten you down?
I carry a portable smudge pot.
That keeps you warm, does it?
All but my feet. You know, my legs are so blue I don't have to wear stockings.
Fine. How do you find your veins, if you're looking for them? But, now look, if you pick up your blue feet and patter away, Kenny...
Gee, F.A., why doesn't this show move out to California?
Now, we are not softies on this program, Kenny Baker. If Gypsy Rose Lee can carry on in this cold, so can we.
Oh, but California's great, F.A. Look at this picture Dennis Day just sent me from Palm Springs.
Oh, which is Dennis?
That's Dennis eating a hamburger.
Oh, without the mustard, huh? Oh, what moronic ecstasy. Dennis lying there in a bathing suit surrounded by a flock of beautiful Paramount bathing beauties. Oh, girls' arms around him. Blondes, brunettes. That gets you, hey?
Boy, I can just taste that hamburger.
And while Kenny's mind munches his meat mirage, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. The Poetry Society of America holds its annual dinner at the Hotel Biltmore, where the Poetry Society Medal is presented to the well-known man about verse, Mr. Robert Frost. Tonight, Texaco News rounds up several poets who were thrown out of the Biltmore lobby trying to crash the Poetry Society's dinner. First, a poet who is an institution...
Hold it, Bud. I ain't no institution.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought you said...
I said I was from an institution. I just got out of Sing Sing.
You were released today?
No, I just got out for tonight. I gotta be back by 12 o'clock.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you ain't back by 12 o'clock, they lock you out.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, on a night like this, I ain't taking no chances.
No. You mean you can get out of Sing Sing at any time to go on the radio?
For sure. I told the warden I got a guest shot tonight.
He didn't object?
He says I'm on Asket Basket myself. We'll drive down together.
Fine. Well, I'm sorry you brought him along. You should have... Fine. Now, you are a poet, you say?
Well, they call me the Leavenworth Longfellow.
The Leavenworth Longfellow, huh? Well, what is your name? Your name, I don't think I announced it.
You can call me number 10469.
10469.
Yeah, me real number's 15731.
Well, what is this 10469?
That's me pen name.
And what poem are you going to recite for us, 10469?
It's me latest prison ballad.
And what is it called?
I'm just a hyphen.
I'm just a hyphen.
Yeah.
Fine. We'll go right ahead.
Prisoners plan when they're in prison what they'll do when they go free. I don't plan. I'm just a hyphen. Planning don't mean that to me. You can get sent up for mopery, arson, homicide, and knifing. You'll be out while I'm still in there. Why? Because I'm just a hyphen. What's a hyphen, you can ask me, if your interest don't diminish. I'm a hyphen, I will answer, because my sentence I can't finish.
And why can't you finish your sentence?
What was that?
Why can't you finish your sentence?
I'm doing life.
Thank you. Another poet who was hustled out of the Biltmore lobby was Halsey Swine. What sort of poetry do you write, Halsey?
Oh, I specialize in clothing quatrains.
All of your poems are about garments, wearing apparel.
Mm-hmm. Coats, hats, sneakers, spats, rummage.
Well, where do you do your writing, Halsey? Do you hang around Barney's to get your inspiration?
No. My studio is a clothes closet. I sit behind an old Balmer can and compose.
You do? It must be difficult to find you in there. I mean, so close to the Balmer can. Well, tell what are some of your ready-to-wear rondelets, Halsey?
Oh, I've written so many. There was, The Wrinkle Looked at the Sleeve and Said.
That was a poem, was it? Anything else?
Fess up, old Surge, why are you blue?
Very good.
Won't you come into my pocket, said the mothball to the moth.
Excellent. Well, what poem have you chosen for tonight?
My latest dactyl. I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know.
You'd rather be a... Well, you go right ahead.
I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know, rather than a muffler or a mangy furbelow. Yes, I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know. I'd hate to be a trouser leg, all baggy at the knee. I'd hate to be an old sarong or a fringy old puttee. I'd hate to be a riding habit with my seat about to go. Yes, I'd rather be a mess jacket than anything I know.
Well, thank you.
Yes, I'd rather be a mess jacket.
Thank you very much.
I'd rather be a mess.
You certainly are.
Oh, good.
Now, our next rhymester is Professor Felton Dart. Glad to have you here tonight, Professor.
The Bristol Dorsal train is all mine.
I beg your pardon?
The Bristol Dorsal train is all mine.
What is that, a new language?
That's double talk. I am an authority on double talk.
Oh, really? What is double talk, Professor?
Double talk is just talk with lumps in it.
Oh, in other words...
It's scuttered by the ball with the accent on the Beveltron, if you see what I mean.
That explains it thoroughly. You write poetry in double talk, do you, Professor?
Yes, I am the only double talk singer in the world today.
Well, what are some of your better-known double talk poems, Professor?
Will Ignore for Dorsal Gross?
Yes, I've heard
the
of it.
Pub Job Films by Night. Vorpal with a light brown Crowne.
I've heard Well, have you a double talk poem for us this evening, Professor?
Yes, I call it Mother Dear, the Molotov Waved.
Well, if you will.
Yes. Mother Dear, the Molotov Waved. Killipee from Squidia. Waller dipped the pumpet wept. The mother said, Perfidia. Father Dear, the Molotov snowed. Tornabrist and Lenessee. Valentine's by Bumble Lights. The father just said, Prenacy.
A masterpiece, Professor.
Weeble Morbid, Mr. Allen.
Weeble Morbid, and good luck to you, Professor. Now, last and by all means least, Miss Mimi Schlepp. Miss Schlepp?
Could you say kindly I am appearing through the courtesy of the Delicatessen Guild?
the Delicatessen Guild is a literary group?
It is like the Poetry Society, only with an accent.
Oh, I see.
Also, it is affiliated with the Sausage Sonneteers,
Yeah,
the Bards of the Blinzer,
yeah.
and the Pastrami Poets Union.
Oh, these are all poets' unions, are they?
Well, to me, it is obvious.
Well, oh, dull old eye, I didn't catch on.
I'm explaining. In the Delicatessen Guild, we are rhyming only with delicatessen.
Well, how do you mean?
Delicatessen writers are specializing.
Oh,
Pickle poets is rhyming only pickles.
yeah.
Rye bread poets is rhyming only rye bread. And, oh, this I could keep up indubitably.
No doubt.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What is your particular specialty, Mimi? What denizen of the delicatessen do you write about?
Chickens.
Chickens?
Only poems about chickens I am rhyming.
Well, are you going to recite a chicken poem for us tonight?
Honey.
Really? What is your chicken poem called?
Agony.
Agony. Well, if you carry on, go right ahead.
Thank you. Little chicken on a hook, what are you thinking? On where do you look? Do you wish a curse on the world and man for what they have done to you, little hand? First, you're an egg. You're out with a peck. Then you are fat, they're wringing your neck. The butcher is taking your giblets away. Your liver tomorrow will be an entree. When your insides are out, you're an open book. Then, little chicken, you're on a hook.
Oh, how true, how true.
This could be life. Man is a chicken. The world is a hook for the men who will wicken. So with faith and with courage, we face the outlook. Man may be a chicken, but not on a hook, I thank you.
I'm sure Mr. Schlepp will win the Pulitzer Prize for 1941. And now we turn from poetry to music as Kenny Baker sings "May I Never Love Again."
May I never see the sun go down. May I never feel the fall of rain. If the love that I declare isn't all that's right and fair, may I never love again. May I never see the blue of the sky, nor the moon and stars down lovers' lane. May I never live a day if I don't mean what I say. May I never love again. Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I'd surrender. May I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never, no, I'll never love again. Ah, my dear, can't you see that you're all the world to me? I can't think or do a thing without your love. I confess I'm not so smart, but I'm talking from my heart. You're the one thing in my life I'm thinking of. Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never, no, I'll never love
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a brief clinical report from Dr. James Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds. Shoot the dud dope to us, Doc Boy.
No, please don't let him do it.
What, don't let him do... Who is this? Don't let him do what, friend?
Wallington must not talk of duds tonight.
Well, who are you to give out with an edict like that?
I, sir, am Darrell Ulysses Droop.
Darrell Ulysses Droop?
Doesn't the name mean anything to you? My initials are D-U-D.
Dud?
Yes, Dud. Everywhere I go, people see my initials. They make some crack about me being a useless element. It's got to stop at once, you hear me?
Now, well, just a minute. Don't raise your voice in here, Darrell Ulysses Droop. Now, maybe you haven't realized it, Darrell, but you're performing an important public service by making people think of duds. Don't you agree, Dr. Wallington?
And how, Fred? It is important to think of duds, those useless slow-action elements in gasoline, especially when you get into your car these cold mornings. Because when you press on the starter, the gallons in your tank don't count. You're calling for instant response from just a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And if there are any of those sluggish duds there, elements that won't vaporize quickly, won't take the first spark, then you'll keep your foot on the starter that much longer, running down your battery. But you won't be slowed up by duds with Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. They're out, removed by a vital step in Texaco refining. So for fast starts, quick pickup, and ready power, next time try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. At regular gasoline prices, you'll be buying all action, not a dud in a tank full.
Goodman has just completed a nursery rhyme medley. The songs, Farmer in the Dell, London Bridge is Falling Down, and Good Night, Ladies. Say, Maestro...
I, Goodman, am on deck.
Well, tell me, what is the idea of suddenly playing this nursery music tonight? Is radio going back to its second childhood? Or did you get a request from some kindergarten?
Confidentially, my wife, Mrs. Goodman, is asking me to play it.
Why?
At home by Goodman as a baby.
So?
So every night, to put the baby to sleep, my wife, Mrs. Goodman, is singing nursery songs.
So?
So tonight, my wife...
Mrs. Goodman.
Who else?
Well, never mind. I'm talking that way now. Well, what about the nursery rhymes?
Tonight, my wife is getting an invitation.
So?
So my wife is putting the radio in the cradle.
Yeah.
Goodman is playing the nursery songs. The baby is going to sleep. Next door, meanwhile, my wife is nicely playing pinochle.
Well, now tell me, what are you going to do, suppose, if the baby wakes up?
The janitor will call me. Over the radio to the baby, I, Goodman, will tell a bedtime story.
Over the radio and my dead body, you tell a bedtime story. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, you look nice and healthy, outdoory tonight.
Yes, I've been out all week looking for the groundhog.
Well, wasn't the groundhog supposed to function last Sunday?
Yes, but he didn't come out. Monday, he didn't come out again.
2 days running he didn't come out. He's consistent, isn't he? Well, do you know why the groundhog didn't come out?
I heard it's because the shadow left the groundhog and went on the radio.
They split up. Now, look, Portland, Boy Scout Week starts this Friday. Why don't you do your good deed and go away?
But I've got 3 more lines here.
No kidding. How did they get in there?
Penny's a Boy Scout. He gave me a joke. That was his good deed for today.
Uh-huh. He gave you a joke. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm taking it out. That's my good deed for today.
Speaking of Boy Scouts, did you hear Jack Benny's show Sunday?
Say, do you think that had something to do with the groundhog not coming out? The groundhog didn't want to lower himself socially. What did I hear? I heard that program Sunday. You know that program last Sunday is the best program Jell-O has had since it's been on the air? Didn't you like it?
I was a little disappointed.
Disappointed in what?
In Jack. He was trying to impersonate Herbert Marshall. If that sounded like Herbert Marshall...
Well, that was Herbert Marshall.
Well, if it was Herbert Marshall, he certainly didn't sound like Jack Benny.
Well, Benny wasn't on the program Sunday. It was 2 other fellows, Lum and Abner, I think. Or vice versa. But never mind old suction pocket. What about our guest?
Tonight, we welcome Major Bow's Amateur of the Month.
And her name is?
Miss June Brady.
Well, good evening, Miss Brady.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
You know, I always find myself in a quandary addressing our between-age guests. Now, shall I call you Miss Brady, or would you rather have me call you June?
I think I prefer June, Mr. Allen.
Well, fine. Now, how old are you, June, if you don't mind telling?
I'm 16.
Sweet 16?
I don't think that's for me to say, Mr. Allen.
You don't really? Well, all right. I'll meet you halfway. You say you're 16, and I'll say you're sweet. That's fair enough, isn't it? Tell me, June, are you a maid of Manhattan?
No, I was born in Detroit, but I've spent most of my life in Los Angeles. And now I'm going to Mother Cabrini High School here in New York.
Well, how did you ever get here from California? You didn't take a wrong turn out driving on the Lincoln Highway, did you?
No. Mother brought me to New York because there are more opportunities for young singers here.
Well, Mother knows best, June. This is your first professional engagement tonight. Now, you're not nervous at the thought of receiving your initial salary, are you?
If you really want to know the truth, I am.
Your check won't bounce, June. I give you my word. And before we start, I want to tell you how much I enjoyed your singing and your imitations on Major Bowes' program a few weeks ago.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Say, tell me about Brother Bowes. How did you like the Major? Was he nice to you?
Yes, of course. Major Bowles is nice to everyone on his program.
Well, he certainly is. You know, sometimes he goes out of town just to be nice to a unit. I was on the Major's program once. He stepped on a couple of my laughs, but we got along swell outside of that. But I'm only joking, June. Before you sing and do your impersonations, may I say that both Major Bowes and I wish you every success in the years to come.
Thank you.
Now, what is your number?
I'm going to sing So You're the One, as it might be sung by some of our favorite movie stars.
Well, you go right ahead.
So you're the one, well, I'll keep you. Well, I'm the one who's waited for you. I wondered how I'd know you. My heart said, leave it to me. And here we are, which goes to show you how smart a heart can be. So you're the one, well, what do you know? I'm the one who's needed you so. I don't know where you came from, but I'm awful glad you're here. Just like that, I love you. So you're the one, my dear. Oh, so you're the one. Well, how do you do? Oh, I'm the one who's waited for you, but now I can't go home. All right, I wondered how I'd know you really are there. But my heart said leave it to me. And here we are, which goes to show you righty how smart a heart can be. Righty time. Oh, dearie me. So you're the one. Well, what do you know? Oh, dear. I'm the one who's been needing you so. Oh, dear. Look at the courageous people. I don't know where you came from, but I'm awful glad you're here. Just like that. I love you. So you're the one, my dear, mama. Oh, so you're the one. Tall, black, and handsome. And I'm the one who's been needing you so. Why don't you come up and see me, Oh, boy. Yeah, man. I don't know where you came from, but I'm awful glad you're here. Just like that, I love you, so you're the one. Oh, boy. So you're the one. Yeah, man. So you're the one, my dear.
And here was, now, when you go back up to the Mother Cabrini High School tomorrow, you'll be promoted, I bet you, June. And here, ladies and gentlemen, here is Jimmy Wallington with a few words about, well, what are your words about, James?
Smoke watching, Fred.
Oh, no, not tonight, Jimmy. We covered smoke watching a few weeks ago. Don't you remember we had a professional smoke watcher here as our guest?
That's right.
The man whose job is watching power plant smokestacks for a living?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're smoked out, Jimmy. There's nothing more that can be said about watching smoke.
Oh, yes, there is, Fred. Because there's another kind of smoke watching that's just as important. That's watching the smoke of an automobile exhaust. You know, probably not one car owner in 100,000 has ever examined the inside of an automobile engine for signs of wear, but there's one telltale sign when it has taken place. The next time you see a car with a smoky exhaust, it's a likely sign of excessive engine wear. Then it's too late for anything but a costly repair job. Smoke means trouble. So before your car becomes a smoker, help safeguard your engine from these three sources of wear, of which smoke is a symptom. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurity. Change now to insulated Haviland, a motor oil designed to resist today's high engine temperatures, which can break down ordinary oils and hasten wear. Insulated Haviland flows freely, too, at low temperatures, helping vital parts avoid the raspy wear of cold weather starts. Insulated Haviland is also a distilled oil. The carbon-forming impurities are removed. Remember, your car was never designed to smoke. Change now to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. Help reduce excessive wear in your motor. our theater will continue immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was Wise Old Owl. Mr. Goodman's mother is always here in applause. I hope you'll overlook it. That was Wise Old Owl, the molting version, played by Mr. Al Goodman. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen?
Oh, yes, Portland. What is it? I'm terribly busy here.
There isn't any fire.
What?
There isn't any fire.
Well, thanks a lot. It's nice of you to rush in here when things are humming to tell us that there isn't any fire.
Well, I only wanted to prepare you.
Prepare me for what?
I just saw Kenny paying one of the actors to come in here and yell fire.
Why?
Well, remember the orangeade that Kenny tried to make last week?
Oh, you mean that tincture of sluice? He brewed with the 4 oranges and 150 gallons of water.
Uh-huh. Well, Kenny tasted it, and now he knows it's just water.
Well, what's his next move?
Kenny's going to try to sell it.
Sell it?
Uh-huh.
Doesn't he realize that the city gives water away?
Kenny says sometimes you can sell water.
When?
When there's a fire.
Oh, so that's why.
Yes. He was hiring this actor to yell fire.
Ixnay, Alton, take fire.
Hi, folks.
Well, of all people, hello, Kenny.
Kind of warm in here, isn't it?
I haven't noticed anything.
Smells kind of smoky.
Does it?
I thought maybe there was a fire.
If you're expecting a fire, don't forget I, Goodman, I'm also in the insurance business.
There is no fire, Mr. Goodman. I personally give you my word.
Fire.
Fire? Say, did you hear what that man said?
Say, by the way, Mr. Goodman, how is your brother-in-law getting along?
But, Mr. Allen...
At present, my brother-in-law is suing the city for non-support.
For non-support? For non-support?
For 20 years, my brother-in-law is leaning against a building. Last week, the city is tearing it down.
Well, what is holding your brother-in-law up now?
He's just laying there.
Hey, for crying out loud, fellas, we can't stand around here like this. We gotta do something. We may be trapped by this fire.
What's fire?
Yes, what's on fire, Kenny?
I don't know, but I distinctly heard a man yell fire.
Oh, you're just hearing things, Kenny.
No, I'm not. Listen.
Fire.
See?
Oh, what do you know, Portland? There's a fire in the studio.
Shall I get some marshmallows before it goes out?
Well, are we going to put it out?
Let it burn. For 10 years, I've been waiting for my band to get hot.
If it does, the joint will be jumping with popping corn, I guarantee you.
With butter yet. It's delicious.
Oh, come on, gang. Let's all pitch in and put out the fire.
Well, we can't put out a fire without water, Kenny.
That's right. Water! Water! Who's got some water? Yell for water, F.A. Who's got some water?
Okay. Well, you're carrying on so well in 2 voices. You want me to yell too? Water, 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 water. Who's got some water?
I have.
Kenny. You have water?
Yes, I just happen to have some on hand. You can have it cheap, F.A. $3.
That's all I wanted to know. Now listen, Gunga Din. We know there isn't any fire in here, and we also know that you are stuck with 150 gallons of water you and your partner, Analik, were trying to pass off as orange juice around here last week.
It's only 75 gallons, F.A.
Really? Well, where's the other 75?
Mr. Analik and I split 50-50 when we dissolved our partnership.
And good riddance to Mr. Analik and his 75 gallons of water.
Yeah, that Analik was a sharper, all right.
Look who's talking. You also, Kenny, are no little Lord Fauntleroy.
Generous. He gives you 3 extra letters with every word. Now, Mr. Goodman is right, Kenny, besides being generous. You know, this comes of hanging around a man like Analik. Here you are, find yourself down the way. You're trying to sell water, faking fires over the air. Do you want to be known as Orson Welles?
But I can't go through life with 75 gallons of water on my mind.
Why don't you spill it out, Kenny?
I can't afford it. I'm in too deep. I'm hooked for $3.
$3? Why, you got that water for nothing.
But it cost me $1 to pay half the moving charges for Mr. Anlik's 75 gallons.
All right, now that's $1.
And last night I found a leak in the tank.
And you had the hole in the tank patched?
No, I'm paying a guy $1 to keep his finger in it.
The little Dutch boy is working again after all these years. Well, I'm glad to hear it. But, Kenny, that only adds up to $2. Where is the other $1?
Fire.
There it is.
Well, I hope this teaches you a lesson, selling water. That H2O shop practice is for rascals like Analik, not for you, Kenny.
Oh, I guess you're right, F.A. Gee, if I could get my $3 back, I'd reform.
All right. If it'll help you back on the straight and narrow path, I'm one to help you go straight. Here is your $3.
Thanks, F.A. I'll make that phone call right away.
A phone call?
Yeah, the guy might sell before I get him.
Sell what?
Porty, show Mr. Allen that classified ad.
The one under business opportunities?
Yeah. Hello, operator. Get me circle 49970.
What does that ad say, Portland?
Party has job lot of World's Fair souvenirs. Fortune can be made. Owner doesn't want to sell, but might be persuaded by right party. Would like to test himself. Call Mr. McKeester, circle 49970.
World's Fair souvenirs?
Hurry, operator. You get that, Mr. Allen? Doesn't want to sell. Might be purchased by right party. Maybe I'm the right party.
Might be, I wouldn't be, you mean to persuade him? I wouldn't be surprised.
It must be a terrific deal if he's not anxious to sell. Hello, circle 49970. Is this you, Mr. McKeester? Well, look, Mr. McKeester, I'm Kenny Baker. I saw your... Yeah, I'll hold the wire.
Come in.
Who's Kenny Baker?
I am.
Hang up, buddy. I'm McKeester.
What delayed you, McKeester?
Baker, the minute I heard your voice, I said, there's the right party.
Swell, I'm interested in those World Fair souvenirs, Mr. McKeester. I want to open a little business.
Say no more, chum. I ain't got no willpower. You can steal the whole stock of souvenirs for $1,500.
But I've only got $3.
It's a deal.
No kidding.
You sure drive a hard bargain, kid.
Oh, brother.
Just hand over the $3. Thank you. Well, here's your bill of sale.
Thanks. Oh, boy. I'm now in the World's Fair souvenir business.
But good.
Say, what kind of souvenirs are they?
From the Aquacade.
The Aquacade?
Yeah, the owner will send it right over. I'm just the agent. So long.
Hey, but who's the owner?
Fellow by the name of Analik.
Analik? Kenny, let me see that bill of sale.
Here. I wonder if that's the same Mr. Analik I know. I wonder if I bought it.
He is, and you did, Kenny. Now, according to this bill of sale, your Aquacade souvenirs are 75 gallons of water. Now, I hope you're satisfied.
Well, what do you know?
Fire.
And for Pete's sake, tell that fat actor if he comes... If he comes in here again and yells fire, I'm putting him out. Oh, what now? Come in.
Where's the fire? Where's the fire?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor LaGuardia. It was all a mistake. There is no fire.
Oh, butterscotch.
Oh, I wish he had another flavor. And as a small figure with the fire chief helmet resting on its shoulder scurries down the fire escape, Mr. Goodman plays and Kenny sings, Believe Me If All Those Endearing Young Charms.
I gaze on so fondly today were to change by tomorrow and treat in my arms like fairy gifts fading away, thou would still be adored at this moment thou art. Let thy loveliness fade as it will, and around the dear ruin each wish of my heart would entwine itself verdantly not while beauty and youth are thine own, and thy cheeks unprofaned by a tear, that the fervent faith of a soul can be known, to which time will but make thee more the heart that hast truly loved never forgets, but has truly loved unto the close. As the sunflower turns on her god when he same look that she turned when he
Really very good. I must say, in fact, it was terrific, Kenny.
Oh, it was all right, I guess. If you like singing.
Well, don't you like singing, Kenny?
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes a mood comes over me. I sit down with myself and I say, Baker, Baker, why are you frittering away your tonsils in song? Are you going through life being nothing but a tenor?
Well, yes, Kenny, but what else could you be?
Oh, something big. Like an airplane pilot or a sea captain or an engineer or something.
Oh, Kenny, you've got me worried talking like that. Is there a psychiatrist in the audience?
Now, wait, Fred. Kenny doesn't need a psychiatrist.
You heard the way he's talking, Larry. Gosh, any minute now, the men in the white coats are going to come in here and throw a net over Kenneth.
Oh, no, Fred. You know, it's perfectly normal to have that desire to be the pilot at the controls of an airplane, the captain at the wheel of an ocean liner, or the engineer at the throttle of a locomotive. Because those jobs gratify the normal human wish to command power, tremendous, flexible power. Of course, we can't all be engineers or captains or pilots. Nevertheless, there's a way we all can come close to gratifying that desire.
Well, how is that, Larry?
We can do it in driving our cars, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, if the idea of commanding power appeals to you, tremendously flexible power that surges up when you want it, throttles down smoothly when you ease off, then try Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. For there's a real thrill, a real satisfaction in flying the highways on the wings of Sky Chief power. Power that lifts you up and over the steepest hill. Power that lets you slow down to a snail's pace in traffic, then zooms you ahead with a fast sprint when the way's clear. Yes, flying the highways is an experience. Try it with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
And now
now the Texaco Workshop Players, ladies and gentlemen. This little group is currently rehearsing a sequel to Arsenic and Old Lace called Bismuth and New Embroidery. But tonight they drop their rehearsals to present another hillbilly court episode. It's called Mountain Justice, or the judge made a pass at the plaintiff's wife and later denied the motion. Open the court, bailiff.
Rise, Rubes, and uncover His Honor, Judge Allen.
Hi, Rubes. Cover and squat, everybody. Now, court's open. Order in the court. Who's smoking them bayberry leaves in court?
It ain't bayberry leaves, Judge. Smells like somebody's barbecuing an overshoe.
Something unsanitary's consorting with flame, clerk.
Jeepers, it's you, Judge.
Me, sakes almighty.
The seat of your robe's on fire.
Well, I thought
I'd
Don't overconga me here. Seat of my robe on. Whoever give me that hot foot's no judge of distance. Now, order in the court. Let me see. Get my bifocal set. My bifocals are slipping out. You see, sometimes I have to look through my glasses yonder into my bifocals. Let me see now. First case.
Mule Hatfield versus Hunk McCoy.
Hatfields and McCoys again, hey?
Yeah.
What's the charge this time?
Hunting without a license.
Mm-hmm. What was they hunting, clerk?
Each other.
Yeah. Feuding again, eh?
Yeah.
Mule Hatfield?
Here, Judge.
Hunk McCoy?
Here, Judge.
Now, who begun this feuding?
McCoy
Hatfield did.
Why, Your Honor, take this. Why, you low-living, take that.
No. Mule Hatfield? Hunk McCoy? Case dismissed. Case has been tucked to a higher court, I reckon, or maybe a lower court, depending on how the boys live. Now, let me see here. Next case here seems to be People of Cupcake County versus Brody Jeffers. And the charge is murder. Order in the court. Bolt the front door, Sheriff.
Okay, Judge.
Brody Jeffers. Charge says...
I know what I done, and I do what I done if it had to be done again.
Now, hold on. Wait till I charge you.
I know what I done.
And I know what you done. I got what you done right here and right.
I know what I done.
Quiet.
Nobody's got to tell me what I done.
Quiet now, or I'm trying you for contempt of court.
I'm done.
Yeah. About time. Now, charge says here that you, Brody Jeffers, killed unto the death your own brother-in-law, Lanky Tuttle. Now, you guilty or not guilty, Brophy?
I know what I done.
And you're done again. Now, stand down. First witness, Tupper Libby.
Wait till I mark my whittling, Judge, so I'll know where I left off.
What's your name, Tupper Libby?
Tupper Libby.
Nice going, Tupper. Now, I'll give you the $2 question. What is it you do which, from the looks of you, ain't quite making you living?
Well, I'm the hired man on Brody Jeffers' farm.
You reckon the defendant, Brody, yonder's guilty?
Yes, sir, Judge. Lanky got just what was a-coming to him.
Well, clarify, Tupper.
Well, sir, Lanky called himself an inventor. He was always inventing, Judge.
Well, inventing ain't no grounds for murder, Tupper.
Lanky's inventing was, Judge. Lanky made a mess of everything. Plumb ruined Brody's farm.
Clarify, Tupper.
Well, sir, first it was the hens. Lanky invented a feed to make the hens lay bigger eggs. There was yeast in it.
The eggs get bigger, did they?
No. First the hens swelled up. Then they got so full of yeast, they started laying eggs with dumplings for yolks.
I'll be double dog day.
And then they started laying Parker House rolls with shells on top.
Well, grub my chub. I never heard of such goings-on.
One morning, Brody found his 200 hens plumb dead in their nests. Under each hen was a loaf of bread.
Overdone it, eh?
Yeah.
What else did he invent, Tupper?
Well, sir, Lanky invented a divining rod for carrots. so as you could tell where the carrots was hid in the ground.
Divining rod for carrots.
Yeah. It was a hoe handle with a rabbit tied to the end.
Didn't work, eh?
Rabbits located the carrots, ate the whole crops before Lanky could shake 'em loose off of the hoe handle.
Ruin anything else, did he?
Yeah, Brody's horse died.
Of inventions?
Yeah, it was them green glasses that Lanky invented.
Green glasses to put onto a horse?
Yeah. Idea was the horse would eat shavings and kindling and save the price of grass.
Horse eat the shavings, did he?
Yeah, 2 weeks later, the horse broke out in knotholes and died.
From the draft, no doubt.
Yeah.
You was there when Brody come to kill Lanky, was you, Tupper?
No, I was sitting on the well fishing.
Fishing for what?
The cat fell in the well.
Fishing for cat, eh?
Yeah.
What was you using for bait?
Field mouse.
Yeah. What about the murder?
Well, I was sitting there jiggling my field mouse.
Yeah?
Brody come running through the field. He was white and shaking.
What to say?
Brody yells, I killed him. He ruined my flivver and cow, so I killed him.
Yeah? That's all you know, Tupper?
No, I know a lot of other things, Judge, but they ain't got nothing to do with the case.
Well, stand down, Tupper.
I know 2 and 2 is 4.
Stand down.
I know Washington crossed Delaware.
Stand down.
I know where you was last Saturday night.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Now you get. Next witness, and you get quick, too. You don't know where I was last Saturday night, because I hid your glasses before I went. Now, next witness, Mrs. Brody Jeffers.
Not composed, but present, Jed.
Now, says here you're related to both parties, Mrs. Jeffers.
I'm the murderer's wife and the murderee's sister, Jed.
Yeah, good for you. That explains why you're only half in mourning here, I see.
There you
Now, you, about your brother.
Lanky was an inventing genius, Jed.
According to the last witness, Tupper, Lanky ruined your husband's farm.
Well, he did have a run of bad luck.
Well, what induced the murder, Mrs. Jeffers?
'Twas Lanky's last invention, Jed. A milking machine he seen at the World's Fair.
Oh, that rotolactor doodad, was it?
Could be. Lanky took Brody's flivver and cow to invent a better milker.
You warn him, did you?
I says, you ruin that cow and flivver, Lanky Tuttle, and Brody'll give you what fur for keys.
What'd he say?
Lanky winked and said, they laughed at Spencer Tracy and Edison the man, don't forget.
Well, how'd he fit up this here milking machine?
Well, first off, Lanky cut the fingertips off a rubber glove.
Yeah.
Then he applied the glove fingers to the cow's spigot.
Yeah.
Then he tied one end of a raincoat sleeve to the wrist of the rubber glove.
Yeah.
And t'other end he tied to the flywheel on the Model T.
Aiming to induce suction, hey?
Yeah. When the flywheel started, the draft was to vacuum off the sleeve, setting the rubber glove to pulling on the cow. Then the milk was to flow from the cow down the sleeve into a pail sotting under the flywheel.
Mighty slick invention.
It was, Judge, until Lanky stepped on the starter to start the milking, then tarnation busted loose.
Yeah? What happened?
Everything, Judge. The flywheel started whizzing, the rubber was catapulting the cow up against the radiator, the cow was pulling away and moaning like the lead singer in a touring choir.
Sakes almighty.
Bolts and nuts was flying, milk was squirting. Looked like the Milky Way had stripped its gears. Well, finally the rubber glove bust, and I fainted.
When you come to?
I was laying in a pool of curds, Judge. Brody was standing over Lanky with a smoking gun.
Lanky had gone to the great patent office, eh?
His spirit'll keep inventing, Judge.
In the great beyond, you mean?
Some night when I look up and see the Big Dipper has been turned into a Dixie cup,
Yeah?
I'll know that Lanky is up there still inventing.
Well, stand down, Mrs. Jeffers.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, you want us to help you down? You can make it all right. Happy creeping. Brody Jeffers.
I know what I done, and I'd do what I done if it had to be done again.
Now, hold on. I told you about what you done. What's your defense, Brody?
Well, sir, bit by mite, that there varmint ruined my farm, Judge.
Yeah?
Stock was gone, crops was gone, all with his inventions.
Well, how was you living, Brody?
There weren't nothing left to live on, only my cow and flivver. I was milking the cow and delivering the milk in the flivver.
When the rotolactor flew apart, you figured then you was Out of business.
When I heard the ruckus and come running out of the pigsty, I was seeing red.
What you say?
Well, sir, I took my teeth out for and gnashed them bent.
Yeah.
I says, Lanky Tuttle, start inventing your prayers, I says.
Lanky come back, did he?
He says, your flivver ain't ruined, Brody. Try her out.
Was she did for?
Was she, Judge? Why, the radiator was full of milk.
Well, how'd you know?
Well, I stepped on the starter. A quart of grade A shot up the leg of my pants.
Yeah.
Turned the ignition. A pint of heavy cream zipped up my sleeve.
Yeah.
I blew the horn. A mess of butterballs rolled down the fender.
Yeah.
And then the car backfired and putted a pound of pot cheese 2 blocks down the road.
Well, couldn't you fix your car, Brody?
Everything was missing, Judge. Bolts was gone, nuts was gone.
Where was they?
I'll show you, Judge. Bring in Exhibit A, Sheriff.
Okie baby dokey, Brody.
There she stands, Judge. A bovine wreck.
Well, cow looks all right to me, Brody.
I tell you, she's a wreck, Judge. That cow's full of nuts, bolts, and rivets.
You mean?
Now, wait till I milk her, Judge. Listen.
And now, just a nightcap word from Larry Elliott.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. America is spending billions to speed its great national defense program, to expand vital industries, to ensure the production of every essential to complete preparedness. And the leaders in every effort, Army, Navy, aviation, and manufacturing, have found the petroleum industry prepared to meet every emergency demand. Yes, ready without even straining its resources, production, capacity, or equipment. Every American can take patriotic pride in the facts that reveal how free American enterprise, working for peace, has equipped this vital industry for national defense.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Chief Nadaba, famous Indian guide. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, if I say to you Wednesday, February 12th, it means Lincoln's birthday. But if you say to me Wednesday, February 12th, it means just another Wednesday. And here he is again, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy.
Yeah, I know. You didn't like the introduction.
No, Jimmy, I only want.
You never like your introductions. The same beef every week.
Jimmy, I only want.
I've got to think up something, don't I? I can't just say, here's Fred Allen every Wednesday.
Jimmy, I only wanted
Maybe you better get yourself a new mouthpiece.
Now, wait a minute. I am trying to say to you that your introduction tonight was swell.
You mean you liked it?
Yes. Why, after all, mentioning me in the same breath with Lincoln...
What a comparison. Lincoln freed the slaves, and look at me. I barely finished eating dinner, and here I am back working. If that isn't slavery, then I don't know what is.
Stop crabbing. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be eating dinner. Oh, Kenny.
Sorry, not right now, F.A.
Not right now what?
I haven't got time to say anything funny right now. I gotta go.
Well, what's your rush? Did Uncle Don hide something for you tonight? What's your hurry, Kenny?
I'm writing this essay for Mr. Goodman.
What essay?
An essay about Lincoln. It's Mr. Goodman's homework at night school.
Oh, is it? Have you gotten your facts together?
No, I'm going out right now to get a directory.
A directory to check on Lincoln? You mean history, don't you?
No, a directory. I've got to look up a Mr. Gettysburg's address.
Oh, yes, you. And while Kenny gets in touch with Mr. Gettysburg, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Heavy rains that swept metropolitan area and Atlantic seaboard late last week left behind scores of stalled cars, flooded basements, interrupted telephone service, and highway washouts. Texaco News checks on storm flashes from entire eastern section. Baltimore, Maryland reports.
Rain so steady here, a statue of Henry Clay turned to mud.
Hogwash, Vermont.
Poured here. 200 of my hens got lumbago from setting on wetness.
Nutley, New Jersey.
Streets were flooded here. I stepped off the sidewalk. The water was over my head. I went down 4 times before they pulled me out.
But you can only go down 3 times in water.
I know. If I could count, I'd have drowned it.
Hundreds of similar flashes poured in from entire eastern area. A tourist in New York City who was confused by the storm was Miss Trilby Lamour. You witnessed the deluge, Trilby?
Yes, I saw this fluid catapulting down. I didn't know what it was.
You didn't know what it was? You had never seen rain?
I'm from California.
Oh. You don't have rain in California.
I believe there is a small bottle of it in the museum at Pasadena.
Oh, come, Miss Lamour. You must have dew in California.
A dew is optional.
It's optional? How do you mean?
Well, if you want dew, there are men who come around every morning and service the grass.
Oh, they service the grass
Yes.
out there, do they? I thought so. I've heard of the many dew bills that fly around Hollywood.
You bore me.
Well, it's the old saying, you know. It never rains, but it bores.
Well, I assure you it will never rain in California. Now, I suppose you'll ask me why.
Yes, I suppose I shall ask you why. Why?
Rain has to fall, doesn't it?
Yes.
Nothing can fall without the law of gravity, can it?
Ah, so the real reason it can't rain in California is...
The Chamber of Commerce has repealed the law of gravity. Ask me why.
You should live so long in bad health yet. And thank you, Miss Trilby Lamour. A Navy man who had a most unusual experience in the rain was Ensign Naunton Keel. Where are you stationed, Ensign?
I'm at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. I'm a decider.
A decider?
Yeah, when a new boat is finished, nobody knows if it's a launch or a submarine. I decide.
Well, how do you decide?
Well, I get into the boat. If the boat sinks, I decide it's a submarine.
And if it doesn't sink?
I decide it's a launch.
I see. Well, about this rainstorm.
Oh, it was the worst dilemma of my entire nautical career.
What happened?
I was about to decide a new boat, the SS Flounder.
The SS Flounder,
Yeah.
huh?
The rain is coming down in torrents.
Yes?
I ease the SS Flounder out of dry dock. She sinks. I decide she's a submarine.
And you start to test her?
Yeah, I submerge. I come up. It's raining pitchforks, water everywhere. I can't see if the SS Flounder's submerged or if she's floating.
What did you do?
I keep testing. I'm shooting along. All of a sudden, I feel the flounder is banging something on both sides.
Yes?
I stick out my periscope. I get me bearings.
Where were you? Off Sandy Hook?
No, I'm down on the IRT subway at 23rd Street.
You were down in the subway in your submarine?
It was the rain, flooding everything. I must have come up on a street in Brooklyn, gone a couple of blocks, and submerged at Borough Hall.
Well, tell me, how did you ever get from 23rd Street back to the Brooklyn Navy Yard?
Oh, I took a local, changed the Canal Street. I was back in the yard.
What became of your submarine?
Can you keep a secret?
Yes.
I seen an IRT Express go by this morning. What do you think is painted on the side of the first car?
What?
SS Flounder.
Subway riders were jammed into a submarine and didn't notice the difference?
Not on the IRT, brother.
It could be, MT. And thank you, Ensign Naunton Keel. The man, though, who really had the most trouble as a result of the recent rain was Rudy Goober. You had a medley of dire adventures, Rudy.
I ended up in the clink.
You did? Well, what happened?
Well, I work down on the east side.
I see.
The Friday I go out to lunch.
Was it raining?
The sun is out. I'm walking along Canal Street. I see a guy laying outside of a clothing store. I think he's fainted.
So?
I pick him up, carry him into the clothing store. I find out he owns it.
Well, how did you know?
While I'm trying to revive him, he sells me a suit of clothes.
You mean it's a racket?
Yeah, this guy lays outside the store. People keep carrying him in. Bang. He revives and sells him a suit.
What kind of a suit did you get?
A brown Bagadine.
Gabardine?
Who knows? The guy had a dialect.
Oh, well, naturally.
There I am, all in brown, a brown felt hat, brown bulldog shoes, a brown suit.
You were a symphony in sepia.
I'm hot.
Yeah?
Well, just as I'm stepping out of the clothing store, wham, this rain starts.
Yes?
That's all, brother.
You mean the suit?
Everything. The hat flattened out like a crepe Suzette. The bulldog shoes spread out like two briefcases.
Well,
The coat shot up me back like a clawed skyrocket.
God.
And both legs of me pants zipped up me shins and lassoed me hips.
Well, didn't you get in out of the rain?
I couldn't move. I was hemmed in by this clawed octopus.
You poor man.
There I stood. Me little brown pants, me vest around me throat like a neckerchief. The next thing I know, zing, I'm in a patrol wagon.
Arrested?
I'm not only pinched, I got 30 days.
For what?
Impersonating a Boy Scout.
But as folks in New York and the eastern states huddled together in dank groups saying, quote, "This is the worst rain this country has ever had," unquote, a voice from out of the sky was heard to say,
"You think you've seen rain. You don't know what rain is."
Who is that?
I'm Noah, brother. In my day, it rained.
Thank you. And now, through the magic of radio, we leave Noah abruptly and find ourselves confronted with Kenny Baker, who makes ready to sing Amapola.
A boy found a dream upon a distant shore. A girl with a way of whispering, "Si, senor." Each night, while guitars would softly play, around the words that he'd say. Amapola, my pretty little poppy, you're like that lovely flower so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you, and loving you it seems to be a rhapsody. Amapola, the pretty little poppy, must copy its endearing charm from you. Amapola, Amapola, how I long to hear you say, I love you.
Kenny, now you just sit down and rest. Say, where is Larry Elliott?
Right here, Fred.
Larry, I have something here that might interest you. It's a memo from my private statistical bureau about the number of new drivers in the country last year.
Well, how many were there, Fred?
Approximately 2 million.
Say, 2 million new drivers, that's a lot. You know, if all those new drivers were placed end to end, why, they'd reach from...
I know. They'd reach for the gear shift and accidentally pull out the choke or something.
Oh, no, Fred.
Oh, yes, Larry. I know new drivers trying to remember how to move the gear shift lever into first, second, and high always gets them as rattled as the Siamese twins in a revolving door.
Well, not anymore, Fred, because today's new drivers have a lot less to learn. Modern cars are simpler and more flexible. In fact, the act of shifting gears while driving is rapidly going out of style. But that business of first, second, and high, those three mechanical divisions of speed and power, never has meant much, if anything, to Texaco Sky Chief gasoline. This different premium gasoline gets you off from a standing start with the speed of a flying takeoff. Idles in traffic with the same unfaltering ease. Yes, Sky Chief power is flexible power that responds smoothly and quietly to every driving whim of yours and to all demands of your motor. Fly the highways with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
Thank you. Maestro Goodman has completed Hungarian dance number 5. And now, ladies... Oh, what's this? Come in.
Sorry I'm so late.
Say, wait a minute. What is this?
Isn't this the Lone Ranger program?
This is the Texaco program.
Wrong studio. I'm sorry.
I'd like to be a squirrel for about 2 minutes. With all these nuts and radio, I would be very happy. Again with the door. Entree.
Pardon me, is this studio in use?
No. I am a ghost.
A ghost? Well, you got clothes on.
It's cold in here. Now, what is it you want?
I'm Carlin, Network Vice President in full charge of acoustics.
Well, so what?
I have a complaint that there is an echo in this studio.
An echo?
Yes, do you mind if I check on it?
No, go right ahead.
Is there an echo in this studio? Yes. That's all I wanted to know, thank you.
Sound man. Say, sound man.
Yes.
Are you the sound man?
No, I'm the echo.
I want the sound man.
Oh, excuse me.
Sound man.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Look, will you nail up that door? Now, don't let anybody else in here. This will be one radio program where people won't be coming in through the door. Oh, hello, Portland. I didn't see you.
Have you got 2 sticks of wood?
2 sticks of wood for what? Are you opening a termite ranch?
No, I've got to make a fire.
Oh, well, here's a match. Won't that do?
No, this is Boy Scout Week. You're supposed to start all fires with 2 sticks.
Well, what do you want with a fire?
Well, I've got to make some coffee. Kenny's falling asleep.
Kenny's drowsing, doping, is he? What's the matter with Kenny?
He's a nervous wreck. He didn't go to bed all night.
Why?
Well, in yesterday's installment, Dr. Lou had Buck Rogers locked in Laboratory 13.
Well, why didn't Kenny go to bed?
He was too worried. He stayed up to wait for the morning paper to see how Buck came out.
Look, what happens to me should happen to Buck Rogers.
Have you got 2 sticks?
Oh, never mind the sticks. What about our guest?
He's a full-blooded Indian.
No kidding. You mean one of those Indians from the Tammany Wigwam?
No, he's a real Indian from the Sportsman Show. Mr. Allen, Neat, Chief, Nidabe.
Well, good evening. Excuse me. I mean, how, Chief?
Good evening, Fred. It certainly is a pleasure to meet you.
Say, you speak better English than I do, Chief.
Thank you.
Now, before we start, Chief, what tribe do you belong to?
Well, I'm a member of the Penobscot tribe.
The Penobscots used to live up in Maine, didn't they?
That's right, Fred, and they still do. There are over 500 of my fellow tribesmen living in Maine now.
And voting Republican, no doubt. Well, does your name, Nidabe, have any particular significance in the Indian language?
Yes, a hard name to live up to. Nidabe means great friend in the Penobscot language.
Great friend. If we ever hear the president saying, "My Nidabes," if we ever hear the President, you find things so late in life. I just discover I'm an impersonator. Imagine what I would have been today if I'd known 20 years. I would be Milton Berle today, Chief, if I had known that. If we ever hear the president say "my Nidabes" over the air, we'll know now that he's giving a Bond fireside chat for the Penobscots. You know, I like those names the Indians give visiting celebrities. Jack Benny stopped at a reservation out west last summer. He was trying to get a blanket wholesale. The chief took one look at Benny's bald head and named him No Coma. But Portland tells me, Chief, that you're in New York here in connection with the Sportsman Show.
That's right, Fred. It opens Saturday at the Grand Central Palace.
Well, what is the purpose of the Sportsman Show, Chief? Is it just held to give Abercrombie a chance to see what Fitch looks like?
No, the aim of the Sportsman Show is to produce public interest in all outdoor games.
And you, as a veteran of the Maine woods, appear as an authority on hunting and fishing. Is that right?
Yes, I've hunted almost every kind of game you can think of. And I've done all kinds of fishing, too.
But with the sportsman show held in the heart of the city, how can you exhibit your hunting prowess, Chief? Now, what do? Do you take a crowd out and stalk a parking space down Madison Avenue, do you?
No, it isn't that bad, Fred. At the show, we try to reproduce as much of the outdoors as possible. Our feature exhibit is a large pool where we put on exhibition of fly and bait casting, canoe tilting matches, and log rolling contests.
Log rolling contests, huh? Do you use real senators, do you, for the log?
No, this is a real log rolling.
Well, what other sports are demonstrated on your H2O stage?
Well, for a novelty, we sometimes put on a crow and duck calling contest.
Duck calling, huh? I used to know a champion duck caller in vaudeville years ago. He was a whiz. You know, I saw this fellow give a call, a duck call at the corner of 48th and Broadway one day. Well, sir, a Donald Duck sign came down off the Rivoli marquee. 4 duck pins rolled out of a bowling alley. And the duck pants flew off of the chef in McGinnis's window. I imagine in your hunting, though, you have occasion to imitate bird and animal calls on occasion.
Yes, I have. Puffy had many calls.
You have? Well, when making a call, do you ever get a wrong animal, Chief?
Well, up to now, I have never been skunked.
Well, what are you? You're very fortunate. Well, what are some of the calls you do?
Well, sometimes when I'm out in a canoe and I get hungry and want a snack, I just lean out and give a muskrat call.
A muskrat, huh? What does a muskrat call sound like, Chief?
You just pucker up your lips and go like this.
You know, you just stopped in time. You just stopped in the nick of time. 4 vice presidents came running out of their offices, Chief. But what other fauna mimicry can you conjure up on short notice?
Well, when an owl is in good humor, he goes like this. And sometimes when he wants to scare you, well, then he'll go like this.
And, of course, when an owl is feeling under the weather, I guess he just doesn't give a hoot. Is that right? What other calls do you use?
Well, there's that long, mournful wail of the loon.
That's the loon, huh?
Yeah, and sometimes the loon gives a laughing call, like this.
You know that sounds like Don Wilson flushing a studio audience out there. Well, Chief, it's been nice having you over tonight, and I want to wish you and all of your co-workers at the Sportsman Show a happy and successful run.
Well, thank you, Fred.
Now, before you go, what is your permanent address, Chief? Where can we reach you in a hurry?
Why, Fred?
Well, I'll tell you why, Chief Nadabe. In 1626, you Indians sold New York to Peter Minuit for $24. Now, suppose Mayor LaGuardia, after a budget meeting someday, hears that you are in town with $24, he might want to sell you the city back.
No, you don't. A bargain's a bargain, Fred.
Well,
sure. Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Chief Nadabe. At this time each week, we part our program in the middle, ladies and gentlemen, to make room for the Martins. Tonight they sing for you, Oh, for Heaven's Sake.
Old George, who came to town from Oskaloosa to sell his oldest milk and brindle cow, said he. Now she's a regular Lollapalooza. Fetch a $40, she will fetch 10 beans by head. This is a rattling lively city, by God. Just look at all those electric cars, by God. It surely is a doggone pity. Didn't put a $50 in my jeans. He met a girl. She had a little curl. She put it in a whirl. What a girl. must admit you'll never miss one kiss. Oh, for heaven's sake, can't you take a dare? I declare, move a little closer. Don't you think it's time you fell in love? We belong together like a hand in glove. Don't be so cold, you're making me chilly. Turn on the heat. I'm not so bold, you're being so silly. Get on the beat, don't be a willy-nilly. Oh, for heaven's sake, let down your hair. I declare, can't we get together? Just a little kiss.
What's that you say?
Okay, oh, for heaven's sake.
Georgie, Georgie, pudding and pie. Kiss the girl and made her cry.
When the boys came out to play, Georgie Party ran away.
Pardon me, Mr. Allen. Excuse me for interrupting.
Yes, what is it, my little man?
May I sniff?
Oh, yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. No, nothing here. Let me try over in this corner. No, nothing here either. All right, Mr. Allen, you can go on with your program. I'll be back on the hour.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ketchum. We'll be looking for
Thank
you.
you very much.
Gosh, Fred, who's that?
Why, he's Mr. Agnew Ketchum, Jimmy, the official network studio sniffer.
A sniffer, Fred?
Oh, yes. You know, his job is to sniff around the studios and see if anyone has been violating the rule against smoking. You want to watch out for him, Jimmy. If he ever finds smoke around you, it's going to mean plenty of trouble for you.
I'll say, smoke means trouble for lots of people, Fred, especially for motorists. Be on the lookout for it, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever you see a car with a smoky exhaust pipe, more than likely it's a sign of excessive engine wear, which only a costly repair job can set right. So before your car becomes a smoker, help protect your engine from these three sources of wear, which so often make cars smoke. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurities. Change to insulated Haviland, the oil made to resist today's intense engine heat, which can break down ordinary oils and speed up wear. Insulated Haviland flows quickly, too. Helps prevent the rubbing metal-to-metal wear of cold starts. Insulated Haviland also is distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. Remember, your car was never designed to smoke. Change now to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. Help reduce excessive wear in your motor. Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Hi there. That was Hi There, Mr. Moon, the Eclipse arrangement played by Fire Chief Goodman and his 24 clinkers. Portland, if you've got quicksilver in that cloth, it's very handy. I just fixed my hair and everything in the back of that blue serge suit. But Portland, will you come over here a minute, please?
1, 2, yes, sir.
Say, what? Are you saluting me, or are you just plastering down a spit curl?
I'm saluting.
Well, you don't have to salute. This isn't gold braid on my shoulder here. It's just a little egg yolk I got standing under a tall man at the automat. But what is this military maneuver you're giving out with?
Well, Kenny taught me his salute.
Kenny Baker?
He's Private Baker now.
Private Baker? Poor Kenny has... Where is he?
He's backstage getting his uniform fitted.
So Kenny has been called, eh? When was he notified?
This morning. His agent closed the deal.
Kenny's agent booked him at Fort Dix?
Oh, he isn't going to Fort Dix.
Well, where is he going, South?
No, Kenny's stationed at 42nd Street, branch office 19.
Branch 19? Now, look, Portland, the Army doesn't have branches around in every block. After all, the Army isn't the A&P, you know.
Well, Kenny isn't in the Army.
Well, what is all this uniform and saluting business?
Kenny's working for Postal Telegraph.
Oh!
Here he is now.
Left face, 1, 2. Right face, 1, 2. Forward, march. 1, 2, 3, 4. Company, halt, 1, 2. Hi, folks, what's jumping?
Now, look. Look, General.
Oh, I'm not a general yet, F.A. I'm just Private Baker, V.C.
V.C.?
Valentine Corps.
Yes, Kenny's with the Singing Valentine Division of Postal Telegraph.
Aren't you proud of me, F.A.?
Kenny, you mean to say that you have taken this job as one of those singing messenger boys?
I make my debut Friday.
Your debut where?
On the doorstep of One Blossom Borkin on 50th Street.
Who wrote your first solo Valentine, Kenny?
It's from Mr. Loomis of Dubuque. He's crazy about Blossom.
Loomis sent Blossom a hot Valentine, did he?
Hot? I gotta sing it boogie woogie.
Well, all right, enough about your sideline, Kenny. It's time to sing your song.
Oh, I can't sing any more tonight, F.A. I gotta save my voice for Valentine's Day.
Who said so?
Captain Butler.
Captain Butler?
Captain Butler is commanding officer of the 42nd Street branch.
Branch of what?
Postal Telegraph's 8th Mounted Bicycle Division, working north out of Times Square.
Working north out of Times Square? Well, you never mind Captain Butler, Kenny. You sing your song.
Oh, F.A., you can't stand between me and my career. My mind's made up.
Kenny, you're not going to leave us, are you?
Well, I don't know, Porty.
Well, you can't afford to leave a steady job here, a job like you have here, for a few days' work with Postal Telegraph.
I'll come out better financially. I don't get any tips on this job.
But money isn't everything, Kenny.
Money isn't everything, she says. This precise statement I am hearing someplace before.
When, Mr. Goodman?
When I'm signing with you.
Signing, he says. You call making a cross on a contract signing?
You call that a contract? A piece of Kleenex?
Quiet. Quiet, Maestro. Return to your... I'm going to put a leash on you that snaps you back on the podium when you're through here. Now, listen, Kenny. Oh, come in.
Private Baker.
Gee, Captain Butler.
Of Postal Telegraph?
8th Mounted Bicycle Division.
I know. Working north out of Times Square.
East. We just lost north to Western Union.
Well, look, Captain, we're pretty busy here.
Private Baker is subject to daily inspection until Valentine's Day. 0 hour.
Look, I don't care...
Oh, please, F.A. You want me to get court-martialed?
Private Baker, attention. Present pencil.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir.
Rest pencil.
Yes, sir.
Pull in your stomach.
Yes, sir.
Now prepare for drill.
Yes, sir.
Clear voice. What?
Sir.
Well, that's more like it.
Look, will you get this over
Quiet. All right, Baker. Ready? Aim. Fire. Very good. Carry on.
Well, now I've seen everything.
Isn't Captain Butler military?
Military is reminding me.
Military, of all things, is reminding you? Military is reminding you of what, Mr. Goodman?
My brother-in-law was yesterday called by the draft. He left already.
For camp?
For South America.
Chile?
No, he left on a warm day. Good luck to him.
Now, please. Don't give your all, I mean, just on the... Please, Maestro.
Oh, you'll have to excuse me now, Mr. Allen. Duty calls.
What duty?
I've got to practice doorbell and push-button maneuvers.
Okay.
Gosh, Kenny, I've never heard a singing Valentine. Can you sing one for me?
Sure, Porty. I got my debut Valentine with me.
Oh, the first Valentine, the one for Blossom Borkin?
Yeah, the one Mr. Loomis of Dubuque is sending her. I'm going to deliver it Friday.
Sing it, Kenny.
Okay.
Well, don't you think it's a little personal?
Oh, no. It's love.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Go ahead, Kenny.
All right. Miss Blossom working on South 50th Street.
No, wait, Kenny. You don't sing the address. You start singing with the message. You don't sing the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Just Loomis's message you sing.
All right. I do not send you precious stones, no gift of gold is mine. But today I'll have a heart attack if you'll be my Valentine. 80 cents correct!
Gosh, Kenny, that's beautiful.
He'll get an offer from Town Hall before this night is over. Especially that singing P.S., that finish, Kenny, that collect phrase was really very touching.
Every week, my brother-in-law is sending out telegrams.
What telegrams?
Racing tips. In the telegram, he is sprinkling wet oats.
Wet oats? What's the idea?
People should think it's straight from the horse's mouth.
I haven't got enough trouble. Come in.
Private Baker, 10 cents.
Now, wait a minute, Butler. Private Baker has already been inspected once.
Private Baker is about to be drummed out of the service.
Drummed out?
Yes, Baker. You have just sung over the air a personal telegram.
Oh, but Captain...
Quiet! Baker, you revealed secrets to the enemy.
What enemy?
Blossom Borkin's husband.
You mean Mr. Loomis is a...
Loomis is a gigolo.
Oh.
Borkin is suing. Baker, you revealed a confidential communique.
Yes, sir.
You are guilty of treason. You are no longer fit to wear the buttons of postal telegraph.
Oh, but Captain...
Attention! The first button I tear off is the button of loyalty. The second button is for secrecy. The third button is obedience. And all these other buttons I'm removing on general principles. No more, Kenny Baker. Will you wear the buttons of postal telegraph? And now, Baker, what have you to say? What?
Sir!
Very well. Carry on.
Well, that does it, I guess. Now that the floor looks as though a road show of pins and needles had just closed here, maybe you can get around to singing your song, Kenny.
Gee, Kenny, I'm awfully sorry.
Thanks, Porty. I hope this doesn't get back to the Junior G men.
Look, Kenny, your number is let's dream this one out. And let's have a little discipline around here now. Before you sing, take your hands out of your pockets.
I'm sorry, Mr. Allen.
Come, take them out.
But I can't.
Why not?
6 of those buttons Captain Butler ripped off didn't belong to postal telegraph.
You mean?
They belong to my suspenders.
All right. I'll hold them up for you. You sing.
Lovely night, swell orchestra, fine crowd so gay, and now to make it perfect, let's slip away. It's been so nice dancing, now how about chancing a moonlight view? Darling, let's dream this one out. You look so inviting, I'd put it in writing that I love you. So darling, let's dream this one out. The music will follow us sweetly off where the blue shadows start, and while the stars wink discreetly, we won't be a heartbeat apart. And maybe we'll say things
So let's name the day things that thrill us through. Let's try it. Let's dream this one out. Oh, darling, let's dream this one out. So, darling, let's dream this one out. The music will follow us sweetly out where the blue shadows start. And while the stars wink discreetly, we won't be a heartbeat apart. And maybe we'll say things, those let's name the day things that thrill us through. Let's try it. Let's dream this
Now you go, you pick up those buttons and go right over to the tailor. And now a word or two, or even three, from James Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds. Tell us about your latest researches in dudology, Jamie.
Thank you, Fred.
Ladies and gentlemen, duds are...
Jimmy, what's the trouble? Have you got a frog in your throat?
No, Fred, duds.
Duds in your vocal cords?
Yes, I can't get started.
Well, gosh, Jimmy, you must have a larynx like a carburetor. I know that motorists can't expect to get quick starts on cold days if there are sluggish, slow-action duds in their gasoline.
That's right, Fred. It's the same way with my throat. I just can't get going.
Well, we can't have you going around like this, Jimmy. We've got to get those duds out of your epiglottis right away. Now, let me see. Say, I've got an idea. Say Fire Chief Gasoline, Jimmy.
All right. I'll try to. Fire Chief Gasoline. Fire Chief Gasoline. Fire Chief Gasoline.
Why, it's wonderful, Fred. The duds have disappeared.
Why, certainly, Jimmy. You don't get duds with Fire Chief Gasoline. Well, now that you're all fixed up and dudless, go to work.
All right, Fred, I will. Just like a motor goes to work with Fire Chief. Press the starter and that charge of Fire Chief in the cylinders goes off in a flash. Your engine takes hold, reaches full power quickly. And full power, you know, is economical power. Next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. Remember, there's not a dud in the tank full.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present some props coming in here. Looks as though it's going to be good. The props are getting less. The Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present a demented reproduction of one of radio's most popular quiz programs. This version is called Truth or Subsequences. Overture, Mr. Goodwin.
This is station KLUK. We now present that popular half hour of fun and quiz. It's Truth or Subsequences.
Truth or Subsequences is brought to you by the makers of Toothpep, the only toothpaste that contains toothpaste. Yes, folks, only Toothpep contains toothpaste, the mystery ingredient never mentioned by other dentifrices. In a recent scientific survey, it was proved that Toothpep does not contain helium, solarium, podium,
or chicken fat.
None of these ingredients that clutter up other dentifrices can be found in Toothpep. Toothpep alone contains toothpaste. Buy a tube of Toothpep today.
And don't forget Toothpep's big 10-day offer. If you have teeth, send us your One of our demonstrators will call. For 10 days, he will live at your house absolutely free. Every morning and every night, our demonstrator will brush your teeth with toothpaste. If at the end of 10 days you are not satisfied, our demonstrator will beat your brains out.
And folks, don't forget Toothpep's big contest. Mail in one word that rhymes with teeth, and we will send you a brand new concrete mixer, absolutely free. Cement old friendship. Be a mixer. Send for your concrete mixer today.
And don't forget Toothpep's big free gift offer. Don't write us, and we will send you the new big all-out toothbrush. This is the toothbrush with the rear mirror attached to the handle. What is that hiding behind your wisdom tooth? It may be someone you know. You can see all with an all-out toothbrush.
And don't forget, Toothpep alone contains
toothpaste.
Buy a tube of Toothpep today.
You think that's enough commercial, fellas?
Yeah, I'm winded.
Me too. Go ahead, Ben. Give him the show.
Okay. And now, folks, truth or subsequences. Presenting our full of fun master of festivities, Ralph Deadwood.
Good evening, friends. As you know, Truth or Subsequences is entirely unrehearsed. You know the rules. If a contestant doesn't tell the truth, he has to pay the subsequences. We're having a lot of fun here, folks.
Hey, take it easy, Ralph. Take it easy. Pipe down, Ralph. We haven't started yet.
Hey, that's right. What am I laughing at? I must be nuts. Who is our first contestant?
He's Mr. Everett Bilge of Pinpoint, Long Island.
Well, howdy, Mr. Bilge.
Hello. When do I get the $5?
Well, not so fast, Mr. Bilge. You'll get your $5, but first, what is your occupation?
Right now, it's trying to get $5.
Well, now, be patient, Mr. Bilge. What is it you do?
I am a professional yuck.
And, just what is a yuck?
A yuck is a schnook who goes around making a dope of himself on quiz programs.
And, you get money for this?
I will when you give me the $5.
Well, that brings us to a question. Now, are you ready, Mr. Bilge?
Yeah. Shoot the query to me, Bleary.
Well, fine. This question was sent in by Mrs. Abigail Lod of Rakehandle, Georgia. And Mrs. Lod's poser is... Pay attention, Mr. Bilge. Mrs. Lod says, who was the first president of the United States?
Can I have that question again?
Yes. Who was the first president of the United States?
FDR.
Oh, no. He's the president now. Who was the first president?
Oh, was there another one?
Oh, yeah. Yes, the initials are G.W.
G.W.
I know the answer.
Quiet, you in the front row.
I know
No
the
prompting, please. Now, Mr. Bill.
The answer is George Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, darn that spoiled sport. He's ruined our first question,
Hey,
Mr.
now do I
Bilge.
get my $5?
No. Not yet, Mr. Bilge. That pest in the front row told the truth, not you. So you, Mr. Bilge, will have to pay the subsequences.
All right, I'm the chump. What do I got to do now?
Well, Mr. Bilge, here are 2 bananas.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you are to eat these 2 bananas simultaneously, and while you are eating the bananas, you are to sing Home on the Range. Now, are we ready?
I wished I knew some other way of making $5.
You don't, though, do you?
No.
All right, let's go. Mr. Bilge is skinning his 2 bananas, folks. Everybody's screaming at the fun in the studio here. Mr. Bilge is putting the 2 bananas in his mouth. Now Mr. Bilge is actually eating 2 bananas. He's starting to sing. Mr. Bilge is starting to sing Home on the Range. If you want fun, folks, this is fun.
Hey, do I get my $5 now?
Yes, Mr. Bilge. Here is your $5 and your big, giant-sized miniature tube of toothpaste.
Oh, thank you.
Well, what's wrong, Mr. Bilge?
I don't know.
Folks, Mr. Bilge has added some spontaneous fun. He's fainted.
Ralph.
Yes, Larry?
Mr. Bilge hasn't fainted. He's dead.
Dead?
Dead.
You can't tell what will happen on these unrehearsed programs, Larry, roll Mr. Bilge away from the microphone.
Okay, Ralph.
Now on with the show. Who's our next guest, Larry?
There are two of them.
Well, this sweet little old couple here.
Yes, Ralph. Meet Mr. and Mrs. Barclay Crawl of Poison Pen, Iowa.
Well, good evening, folks.
Good evening. This is my wife, Martha. She's kind of frail.
Yes.
Good evening. I'll set my Boston bag over here.
Martha always carries a Boston bag. Her first husband came from Boston.
Hush, Barclay.
Oh, too bad for looking at it, folks.
Folks, I wish you could just see this sweet old couple. Now for the fun. This question, Mr. and Mrs. Crawl, now don't doze off while I'm talking to you. There's going to be some fun here in a minute. This question was sent in by word of mouth by a man who couldn't write. And the question is, who wrote Huckleberry Finn?
I know the answer.
Now, quiet down there, please. If you don't stop this verbal molesting, sir, I'll have to call the police. Now, let me see, where was I? Oh, yes. Well, Mr. Crawl, who wrote Huckleberry Finn?
I know the answer.
Quiet, you.
The answer is Mark Twain.
Confound that fat interloper. Well, that goes both ways. Well, you folks didn't tell the truth, so it looks as though you'll have to pay the subsequences.
Oh, is this where the sport starts?
Yes. Yes, and now, Mr. Crawl, for your subsequence, you are going to be a little baby. Larry, have you got that baby robe?
Uh-huh.
And the baby bonnet?
Right here, Fred.
Will you put these on, Mr. Crawl?
It's okay.
Mr. Crawl is putting on the baby dress. The crowd's roaring. He can't find out how to get into it. It's so long since he was a baby, he's forgotten how to get into it. Now he's putting it on. Are we having fun? There you are, Mr. Crawl.
I'm a baby, Martha.
A bouncing baby boy.
Yes.
Oh, you're a cod, Mr. Crawl. You are a cod. I say that again for the West Coast. Now, Mrs. Crawl, you are the baby's father. Now, you're smoking a big black cigar. Larry, stick the cigar in her mouth.
Okay, Ralph.
You look well in a cigar, Mrs. Crawl.
Oh, thank you.
Now, Mrs. Crawl, you're the baby. Mr. Crawl, rather. I was mixed up without my glasses. You're the baby, and you're crying, you see. Now, Mrs. Crawl, you're the father, and you're trying to put the baby to sleep by reciting The Village Blacksmith. Now, let's go, folks. Mr. Crawl is crying. Mrs. Crawl is reciting with a big cigar in her mouth. The crowd is screaming, having fun. Mrs. Crawl has just pulled the baby's water out of something. He must have sneaked it in. Mr. Crawl puts the rubber end in his mouth. Well, the crowd is just about fun down. Yes, they've had enough. That's all, brother.
Okay, where's the money?
Well, here's your $5 and your giant-sized miniature tubes of toothpaste.
Thanks. Hey, I'm gonna...
Say, Barclay's fainted.
Good heavens, Ralph. Mrs. Squirm's down, too.
Well, it must be that strong cigar. Larry, she's fainted, I guess.
Ralph.
Yes, Larry?
These folks haven't fainted. They've been murdered.
Murdered? Quiet, everybody. Now, keep your seats. Don't leave this studio.
Look at these bullet holes, Ralph.
Gad, in all three bodies. Somebody in this studio has a gun with a silencer. Now, who fired those 3 shots?
I know the answer to that one, too.
That heckler again. Come up here, you.
You bet I'll come up there.
You know who shot these 3 contestants?
Yeah.
Who are you?
My card.
Mort Tripe, radio gag man.
Jokes supplied for any program.
That's me.
You murdered these 3 quiz participants, Tripe?
You bet I murdered them. I broke up your Truth and Subsequences program, and I'll keep on heckling and murdering and I break up all these programs.
But why?
These quiz programs are putting us gag men out of business, that's why. Who needs jokes on the radio nowadays? Get people out of the audience eating bananas, dressing up like babies. The audience dies laughing. These studio stunts get bigger laughs than my jokes can ever get. That's why I shot them, and I'll shoot them all, every single
Now
one
stop
of them.
yelling and come along, Tripe. You'll get the chair for this.
Okay, but one thing before I go. You always ask the questions, Deadwood. Just let me ask you one question.
Okay, what is it?
Do you think radio will ever grow up?
Why, of course. It's growing up right now.
You ain't told the truth, Bud, so now for a change, you'll have to take the subsequences.
Subsequences?
Yeah, wait till I get this.
Now, here, put down that seltzer bottle.
Oh, yeah? You're a fish, and you're going upstream.
Now, put that down.
You're getting this seltzer right in the foot.
A parting word from Larry Elliott.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. Through constant research, the petroleum industry has seen to it that America is not only prepared, but enjoys supremacy in the air for both the quality and quantity of its vital fighting fuels. Every American can take pride in the fact that when it comes to aviation, that modern arm of this country's defense, our boys in training in the Air Corps, our pilots, fly with the finest super aviation fuels in the world today.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night. Thank you.
The Texas Company is happy to join the nationwide salute to Boy Scout Week. The spirit of good scouting is the spirit behind good citizenship. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, New York's favorite restaurateur, Lindy. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, you never can be sure of your in-laws. You never can be sure of the weather. You never can be sure of a beef stew. There's only one thing you can be sure of. It's Wednesday night. And here is that man again, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Jimmy, for once, I must say that you are correct. You can't be sure of anything these days.
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Well, didn't you read about the aquarium?
No,
You'd certainly think that an institution like the aquarium that has been down in Battery Park for 40 years was here to stay, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. But no, the aquarium has got to go.
Well, if you've got to go...
No, even if you're...
Wait. First, the city, even if you're in the aquarium. But first, first the city tore down the L, Jimmy. Now it's dispossessing the eel. They're going to spend $2 million to build a new aquarium up in the Bronx. $2 million so the fish can meet a better class of people.
Oh, look, Fred, let's get on with the news.
You know, I read only Sunday in the paper that the city is expecting a deficit next year, and here it is moving 200,000 gallons of water and 12,000 fish from the Battery uptown to the Bronx. You know, that's going to cost plenty, too. If the mayor sends those fish uptown by subway, the IRT, 12,000 fish at a nickel a head. There's $600 more right there, James.
Fred, the newsreel.
$2,600,000 to put an aquarium in the Bronx. Why, if the people in the Bronx want to see fish, let them go down to the Fulton Fish Market. That's
Fred.
An aquarium in the Bronx. All I have to say is, if the city is going to put an aquarium in the Bronx, they'll have to insure the herring. It's more expensive.
Fred, please, the newsreel.
All right. I'm not really through, Jimmy, but who am I after all? Let's get ahead with the news. That fanfare should be sent to the Bronx, too. That's wet enough to join the aquarium on the way uptown. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Speaking at a conference of the League for Industrial Democracy, Department of Markets official says that owners of New York retail meat shops threaten to close in protest over higher meat prices. Texaco News, with microphone disguised as a turkey leg, presents Box Chop interviews to get reactions to advancing meat prices. First, a prominent authority on meat. Meet Dr. Asa Brindle.
Correction, please.
I beg your pardon?
Dr. Brindle couldn't come. I am deputizing for him.
Oh, you are? Well, who are you?
I am Dr. Tekla Pearl.
Dr. Tekla Pearl? And are you a cattle expert, Doctor?
No, I am an authority on swine.
A swine authority. We ought to have a no porking sign around here.
No porking. Very good.
You have a blunt sense of humor, Doctor. But tell us, Doctor, what is causing these rising meat prices?
It's the scarcity of cows.
Really? And what is responsible for the scarcity?
Hollywood.
Hollywood?
Compel Hollywood to stop making Western pictures, and meat prices will go down.
Your theory is?
Thousands of cows who are merely being stooges for Technicolor cowboys can be butchered and sold. This would lower the price of meat and put Hopalong Cassidy back on relief.
This will settle the consumer's beef, you feel, Dr. Pearl.
That is my opinion. Dr. Brindle concurs.
Well, thank you. Oh, say, I forgot to ask you, what happened to Dr. Brindle tonight?
Dr. Brindle is home with ptomaine.
A meat authority stricken with ptomaine?
Yes. A friend gave him a bum steer at a barbecue.
Well, happy to you, and the sooner the better. And thank you, Dr. Tekla Pearl. A family, he was quite good for a swine authority, really. A family man who resents the steadily rising meat prices is Putney Dobbin. You buy a lot of meat, do you, Putney?
Yeah, once a week, but I keep getting less and less.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for 20 years, every Saturday night, I've been taking $1 out of me pay and stopping in the butcher's.
You buy $1 worth of meat?
Yeah, it used to last through the week.
Oh, it used to?
Yeah. Back in 1920, I'd go into the butcher, slap me buck down on the chopping block.
Yeah?
The butcher'd give me a cleaver and a lantern, open the icebox door and say, help yourself.
And you would?
I'd chop a cow in half, braid a couple of lambs, load me pockets full of tripe and kidneys, and go home.
You were messy but happy. That was back in 1920. Now, when did they start to cut down?
In 1925.
Oh, did the butcher stop you from going in the icebox?
Oh, no, I was still going in. But the butcher was going in with me and watching.
And how long did this keep up?
Till 1930. I was still buying me dollars worth.
And still going in?
No, the butcher was going in the icebox alone. I had to wait outside and take what he give me.
And meat still kept going up?
In 1938, every Saturday night, all I'm getting for me buck is a pig's head.
Well, you could have bought something else, couldn't you?
No, it had to be a pig's head. It had to see us through the week.
Well, what happened in 1939?
All I'm getting is flank, shanks, and tendons.
And in 1940?
I'm getting $1 worth of hamburger. I'm carrying it home in an envelope.
Well, what about the meat prices today, Putney?
Oh, they're brutal. Last Saturday night, I go into the butcher's.
Yeah?
What do you think I get for me $1?
What?
The butcher lets me smell the meat hook.
That accounts for that bicarbonate on your nose, and thank you, Putney David. A housewife who is up in arms over the high meat prices is Mrs. Yandel Sturm. What action are you taking, Mrs. Yandel Sturm?
Us housewives is prepared.
You are prepared for what?
We ain't cooking nothing but mock meat dishes.
Mock meat? You mean like mock turtle, like that?
Yeah. Mock meatballs, mock cutlets, mock hot dogs.
Mock frankfurters? Well, how are they made?
I have the recipe right here.
You have the recipe with you? Well, may we have it, please?
Sure. Recipe for mock hot dogs. Take one old rubber glove, butter well inside, stuff fingers with chopped eggplant, wild rice, and breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
Add pinch of flour and yeast. Put rubber glove in slow oven and bake for 2 hours.
And this comes out frankfurters?
Yeah, you cut the fingers off the rubber glove. You got 4 mock hot dogs.
Oh, what do you do with the thumb?
Don't ask me. I got 2 closets full of them.
Well, tell me, what is your favorite anti-meat dish, Mrs. Sturm?
Mock omelets.
Mock omelets? Well, how do you serve a mock omelet?
Well, my husband cackles, and I lay a wheat cake on the table.
Take you off, and thank you, Mrs. Yandel Sturm. A downtown delicatessen dealer who resents increasing meat prices is Prentice Blauvogel. Now, Prentice...
Please, not Prentice. It is Salami Sam.
Salami Sam?
This, everybody in the delicatessen game is calling me.
Salami Sam.
Sometimes I am knowing the party well, then they are calling me Sammy. Salami Sammy.
Salami Sam. Well, where is your delicatessen, Sam?
Well, for instance, you are coming up Rivington Street to Pincus's Pickle Parlor.
Yeah?
You are walking kitty corner across the street. Turning left.
Yes?
Taking a deep breath.
Take a deep breath.
This is leading you direct to Salami's house. By the window, a tongue is hanging.
Oh, a tongue hangs outside?
That is a signal. You are seeing outside that tongue. You are knowing inside is sandwiches.
Oh, I see. Well, what about the meat prices?
Every day prices is advancing. Every day I'm going outside to painting on the window under the tongue new prices.
Every day?
Every day.
Every day?
Yes, sir, every day until today. Today is coming the last straw.
What happened?
For 2 years outside the tongue is hanging.
Yeah?
For 2 years I am painting on the window under the tongue the new prices. For 2 years nothing is happening.
And today?
Meat is finally going too hot.
Well, how do you know?
This morning, when I am painting under the tongue new high prices.
Yes?
The tongue is going...
The receivers will eventually hold your tongue, and thank you, Prentice Blauvogel, alias Salami Sam, alias Salami Sammy. If meat prices continue to rise, meat may soon become a luxury commodity. Meat may become so rare, the day will come when we will hear romantic episodes like this. 2 sweethearts sit on a divan. The lights are low. The boy speaks.
Close your eyes, darling.
Yes, John.
Hold out your hand.
Yes, John.
Now open your eyes. Look.
Oh, John, you shouldn't have been so extravagant.
Are we engaged now, darling?
And how? This is the biggest solitaire calf's liver I've ever seen.
Darling!
Thank you. And so from the meat course, we turn for dessert to a Mexican confection, a short order of perfidia dished up by Chef Kenny Baker.
Cries out perfidia, for I have found the love of my life in somebody else's arms. Your eyes are echoing perfidia, forgetful of a promise of love, you're sharing another's charm. With a sad lament, my dreams have faded like a broken melody. While the gods of love look down and laugh at what romantic fools we mortals be. And now I know my love was not for you. And so I'll take it back with a sigh, perfidious one. Goodbye. Strangers, and we were sweethearts for so long. Lovers, until you let your love go wrong. Kiss me, then give your heart to someone new. Darling, this is our last adieu. The sad lament, my dreams have faded like a broken melody. While the gods of love look down and laugh at what romantic fools we mortals be. And now I know my love was not for you. And so I'll take it back with a sigh, perfidious one. Goodbye.
Thank you, Kenny. That was very nice. Kenny, say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
I noticed that you're not shivering so much tonight. Are you finally getting accustomed to our New York winters after all of those years you spent out in balmy California?
Yes, I'm getting used to cold weather now, Fred. Of course, a few things still bother me.
Why, a few things such as what?
Well, my ears.
Your ears, really?
Yes, I don't mind them dropping off on cold days, but it's an awful bother sticking them back on.
Yes, I notice you've got one on upside down tonight, too. The other one.
And then another thing that bothers me is the customs that people have here. Say, tell me, Fred, why do they always hang those shiny glass things on the eaves on cold days?
Shiny? Jimmy, those are icicles.
Well, what do you know?
Yes, and that white stuff that comes down, Jimmy, that's snow.
Oh, really? Not soap flakes?
No, it's snow. We call it snow here in the East. You may wash with it out there, I don't know, but we call it snow. Well, I can see that you don't know much about cold weather, Jimmy.
Well, maybe not, Fred. But there's one thing that I do know. The colder the day, the more certain you can be that duds, those useless, slow-action elements in gasoline, will be at work, slowing down starts and running down the battery. Duds are a terrific handicap to the few ounces of chilled gasoline in a carburetor that have the big job of starting your cold engine. For duds just won't take the spark readily. But you don't get duds in Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. The duds are out. That's why Fire Chief is famous as a gasoline that's quick to start, accelerate, warm up. And this faster response to starter and accelerator means gasoline economy, too. So for fast, thrifty winter action, try Fire Chief. There's not a dud in a tank full.
We have to get a bigger podium. The maestro is losing his balance there. Well, Maestro Goodman and his daily racing form ensemble have just played The Vulgar Boatman across the board. Now, at this time, ladies and... Oh, it's always something. If it isn't the door, it's the telephone. Hello.
This is the Ballop Radio Survey. We're checking on radio listeners.
Yes?
What radio program are you listening to?
The Fred Allen program.
Well, that's one. Goodbye.
Well, at least it cost him a nickel to insult me. I didn't... Hello?
That party reversed the charges.
A million places I can go and get insulted for nothing, and I have to come in here...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. I thought you were, with that outfit, you were going to call for Philip Morris. I didn't... Yeah?
If Mama comes, will you tell her I couldn't wait?
Yeah, for your laugh, you mean? Couldn't wait for what? Well, where is your mother?
She went to send a telegram. She'll be 2 hours.
Oh, a slow writer, huh? It takes your mother 2 hours to write 10 words?
No, Mama's waiting to see the stage show.
What has the stage show got to do with your mother's telegram?
Well, Mama saw a big sign that said Western Union.
Oh, and when she got inside?
It was the Roxy.
Well, when she comes out, tell her to go across to the Globe where Night Train is playing and get an upper berth. She'll get a good night's rest.
I'll tell her. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Oh, I've got to go to the hospital.
Somebody sick?
Everybody's sick in the hospital.
Someday I will learn to keep my big mouth shut. Now, I'm going to open it just once more to ask you a leading question. Who is our guest tonight?
He is Lindy, the gentleman who runs the most famous restaurant on Broadway.
Well, you don't mean that New York's beloved keeper of the kipper has been coaxed out of his haven of hospitality for an interview?
Yes, Mr. Allen, meet Lindy.
Well, good evening, Lindy.
Good evening, Fred.
Well, Lindy, this will be the first time I have ever talked to you that I didn't wind up getting the check.
That's right, Fred. Tonight, I am getting the check.
And you're not kidding either. Everybody on Broadway calls you Lindy. Lindy, is that your real handle?
No, my name is Leo Lindemann.
Leo Lindemann. Well, do you think I ought to call you Mr. Lindemann, to give the interview a little class?
If you want me to feel at home, Fred, just call me Lindy.
Okay, Lindy. Now, before we start, let's have an understanding. You're relaxed and at ease, I hope.
I'm fine and enjoying it.
You locked the cash register before you left? I mean, you won't start worrying now and running out in the middle of the program.
No, Fred, I'm all set.
Well, good. Well, first of all, Lindy, for the benefit of those who haven't read about your famous restaurant in the Broadway columns, where is your meal mart situated?
I have 2 branches, Fred. The old Lindy's next to the Rivoli Theater, and the new Lindy across the street from the Capitol.
I thought you didn't know where the second one was there for a minute. Well, you have these two cafes, restaurants rather, and you personally supervise both places.
That's right.
Well, do you have a split personality? Or do you use the same magnetism at both places?
I'm just Lindy all over.
Lindy? Well, how long have you been a main stem Boniface?
20 years, Fred. This week I'm celebrating my 20th anniversary.
20 years. And during that time you have been host to about every celebrity that I dropped a nail in there. There's so much of it to pay these days, you have to lose track of one occasionally. But, and during that time, you're looking for a relative or someone?
My wife.
Is Mrs. Lindy here? Oh, Mrs. Lindy, how do you do? Just as long as he knows where you are. Then we can go along, because he's on the air and he doesn't trust you yet. Well, during these 20 years, you have been host to about every celebrity known along the gay white way.
Yes, actors, authors, producers, and songwriters, they all seem to like my place.
Especially songwriters.
Yes, Fred. The boys say some of America's greatest songs have been written on my menu.
Well, isn't that rather risky for composers? If a songwriter got some of your dishes mixed in with his lyrics, the nation might wind up singing Jeannie with the Light Brown Blintzers. But apart from the Tin Pan Alley boys, who are some of the other famous folk who dine at your gastronomic grotto, Lindy?
Well, there's Damon Runyon, J. Edgar Hoover, Gertrude Lawrence, Oscar Levant, Walter Winchell, Morse Hart, Ed Sullivan, Louis Sobel.
Say, you don't, now these gossip columnists, you don't serve the gossip columnists asparagus with hot tips, do you, when they're in there? You're very good. You're waiting for the laughs and everything.
No, we just give them good food.
Well, what would you say is your outstanding dish, Lindy? Your food frenzy?
It depends on your taste. If you like it, I have it, and it's the best.
Well, do you have any one tidbit that no other restaurant boasts here in New York?
Yes. I serve a baby sturgeon that comes from Davenport, Iowa. Delicious.
Uh-huh. You sneak in a little commercial on the sturgeon. Well, a sturgeon is only a salmon with class, isn't it? Well, besides the local celebrities, your place is also a rendezvous for Hollywood stars when they come east, isn't it?
Yes, they all drop it. Jack Oakey, Wallace Beery, Jack Benny, Boynton Allen.
Just a minute, Lindy. There was a name in there for show, I just noticed. The name Benny sneaked into that roster there. Now, I said stars, not bit players. You know that Mr. Benny has only one claim to fame. In my last picture, he played the longest extra part in Hollywood history.
Jack is a nice fellow, Fred.
You are in business, Lindy. I can tell the truth. You know, Benny is strictly an automat gourmet. A slot glutton. You can always tell when Benny has a big meal, his fingers are tired, you know. But tell me, what was Benny doing in a high-class place like yours? Shanghaiing a toothpick?
No, Jack told me to send 2 portions of gefilte fish by airplane to a friend of his in Hollywood.
Gefilte fish? That's aquarium hash, isn't it? Well, that's not so remarkable. After all, Benny himself has been in planes, and if the airlines will fly a ham across the country, there's no reason why they shouldn't fly a fish. Well, enough about Herbert Marshall's stooge, Lindy. There's one thing I've forgotten to ask you, Lindy. It's really the acid test of a restaurateur.
What's that, Fred?
Did you ever eat in Lindy's, Lindy?
3 times a day I eat my own food, so help me.
That's good enough for me. But tell me, to what do you attribute the fame and prosperity of your celebrity canteen?
To my wife's help and suggestions, Fred. Some of her best dishes, the gefilte fish, the boiled chicken, and the marinated herring, are from my wife's recipe.
Well, that's swell. You know, most people attribute their success, most men, rather, attribute their success strictly to themselves. And it's mighty nice of you to give the little woman a side order of credit. It really is.
After all, she's listening in, Fred.
She's not only listening in, she's here in case you didn't mention. Well, I want to thank you for this little glimpse behind the table d'hote, Lindy. And with all of this talk about boiled chicken, roast beef, steaks, and chops, I feel pretty good about our interview tonight.
Why, Fred?
Well, this is one time the sponsor can't say that there wasn't enough meat in the script.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, thank you, and good luck. Well, this seems to bring us... Mr. Lindy opens with unit number 7, a hot dog wagon tomorrow in White Plains. Well, this seems to bring us to the Martins, ladies and gentlemen, gaily clad in Bermuda lounge gear. Did you boys and girls see a robin this morning or something? Well, to make a long introduction short, the Martins sing for us. The rhythm is red, white, and blue.
Put that shim-sham and that Lindy Hop away. There's a brand new rhythm that's the top today. I'll bet it's even tops way up on Mars. 100 million people give it 48 stars. Birds in the trees, they're all singing. Even the breeze seems to say, you better get hip and jiving to a rhythm that's red and white and blue. When you feel low, just get swinging. You can be so bright and gay. The rhythm in you bids gloom adieu when the rhythm is red and white and blue. We all know how much it's worth to laugh and make our livings. There's no other place on earth where we use up to Thanksgiving. The future may hold lots of changes. Things will grow old, still I say the music forever will be new while the rhythm is red and white and blue. From Maine to Texas, from Texas to Maine, the whole darn country is singing this strain. From California to South Carolina, they've caught the spirit and fallen in line. They're singing a new song, a red, white, and blue song. 'Cause we all know how much it's worth to laugh and make a living. There's no other place on earth where we use up to Thanksgiving. Future may hold lots of changes, things will grow old, still I say, the music forever will be new while the rhythm is red and the rhythm is white. The rhythm is red and white and blue.
Jimmy, who is that man standing over there, the big fellow who keeps puffing on the cigar? Who is he?
Gee, I don't know, Fred. Isn't he the house dick?
No, he isn't. He's got no badge on. Wait, I better see who he is. Say, pardon me, friend. Are you waiting for somebody?
Oh, golly, can you see me? I thought I was invisible.
A big side of beef like you? Well, who do you think you are, friend? The Shadow?
No. I'm Elmer Bolts, the inventor. I'm testing out an idea I got for soldiers. You see this cigar I got here?
Yeah?
Yeah, well, my invention is that every soldier goes into action smoking a cigar, see?
Yeah.
He lays down his own smoke screen like I was doing. It makes you invisible.
Oh, well, it doesn't make you invisible.
I can't understand it. They hide battleships with smoke screens, don't
Yeah.
they? If the Navy does it, why can't I?
Well, for an answer to that, I refer you to our Navy expert, Admiral Wellington. Elucidate, Admiral.
Well, it's true that in modern naval maneuvers, a few destroyers can lay down a smoke screen that conceals an entire fleet. But the smoke from that cigar is like smoke pouring from the exhaust of an automobile. It conceals nothing, reveals everything. Smoke means trouble. So before your car becomes a smoker, help reduce excessive wear in your motor. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurities. Change to insulated Haviland. Insulated Haviland stands up under the high temperatures to which oil is subjected in modern engines. Insulated Haviland flows quickly, too. Guards against the wear of cold, dry starts. Haviland also is distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. Change now to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. Help reduce excessive wear in your motor. Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Number 10, Lullaby Lane, played by Al Goodman and his Texaco Tunesmiths. And now, Kenny. Where's Kenny, Portland?
I don't know.
You know, Kenny's getting careless lately. He didn't show up for rehearsal this morning. Now, I'm going to bawl him out. I just thought...
Kenny's got a good excuse.
What excuse?
He was captured by Indians.
What? Captured by...
Kenny said it was terrible. There he was, surrounded by savages.
Oh, look, Portland, if you're going to believe everything that Kenny tells you, you'll go bake a berserk. Now, Kenny has got to stop eating before he goes to bed at night.
But Kenny said...
Kenny's conversation all stems from nightmares. If he ever gets insomnia, he won't see anything to talk about. He'll have no topics for conversation. You know that boy's imagination stretches farther than Don Wilson's girdle?
You mean Kenny's fibbing?
Why, of course. Now, last week we had an Indian on the program. Kenny needed an alibi for not showing up at rehearsal today, so he invented a lie sprinkled with Indians, you see.
This week, Kenny should not be lying. Saturday is Papa's birthday.
Saturday is also George Washington's birthday, Mr. Goodman.
What else? This is precisely what Goodman is saying.
What has George Washington got to do with Papa? Elucidate.
This I will do later. First, Goodman will explain.
Oh, fine.
Goodman is a citizen of this country.
So?
Washington is the father of this country.
So?
So Washington is Goodman's papa.
And?
Saturday is Papa's birthday. So? So this week, it is obvious Kenny should not be lying.
A masterpiece of broken logic.
Hi, folks. What's a good word?
Truth is the good word, Kenny, if you know the word.
You mean truth as in truth and consequences?
That's the one. What is this story you told Portland about being snagged by Indians?
Boy, was I in a spot. My hair was a pompadour all day.
Really? You were so frightened, huh? Kenny, this Indian story of yours is a crude, half-breed fabrication. Now, you missed rehearsal, and you invented this Penobscot peccadillo, hoping that we'd think it was the truth.
But I tell you, those Indians were...
Look, Kenny, when we want a fibber on this program, we'll get one complete with Molly. Now, you had better stop telling these stories.
Yes, you'll be drummed out of the Boy Scouts, Kenny.
I'll handle this, Portland. Kenny, are you acquainted with the story of George Washington and the cherry tree?
No, you don't, F.A. I didn't make up that one.
You see, now that happens to be a true story, Kenny. Your Indian story is a pure but clumsy invention.
Honest, F.A. May I never live to stop another good humor man.
And don't take those vanilla oaths, either. All I want is the truth now, Kenny. What happened?
Well, I was on my way to rehearsal, and I got lost in Central Park. That's when the Indians got me.
But there are no Indians in Central Park.
Not even little Indians?
No.
Well, whoever they were beating tom-toms, and they got me.
Well, if they got you, how did you get away?
I paid the ransom.
What ransom?
I had to give the chief my yo-yo.
You gave the chief your yo-yo and he let you go?
Honest, Mr. Allen.
Kenny, you're lying.
No, Mr. Allen, I'm not.
Do you think anyone will believe that routine?
I believe it.
Quiet, Portland. You still believe in Orson Welles.
Mr. Allen, if you don't believe me, you can ask my Uncle Phil.
What does this blood relative by a transfusion know about it?
Uncle Phil was with me.
Another lie, you see. I've caught you again. You just said when the Indians caught you, you were alone.
I was. I was a lookout for Uncle Phil. I was watching for cops.
Watching for cops?
Yeah, on account of the grass.
Oh, your Uncle Phil was walking on the grass?
No, he was eating it.
Your Uncle Phil eats grass?
Yeah, he thinks he's a horse.
Well, that's done it, Kenny. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Now, look where one little lie has led you. You started trying to alibi missing a rehearsal, and now you wind up by trying to make us believe that your own Uncle Phil thinks he's a horse.
But you forced me into it, F.A.
Kenny didn't know what he was saying, Mr. Allen.
That's right. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have said my Uncle Phil thinks he's a horse.
You wouldn't?
No. It's a family secret.
Well, that is the last straw, Kenny Baker. Now, first you say you ransomed yourself from an Indian chief by giving him your yo-yo, and just to save your own skin, you're willing to say that your Uncle Phil thinks he's a horse. Why, shame on you, slandering a member of your own family.
Gosh, maybe I shouldn't have said that about Uncle Phil.
You ought to hang your head until further notice.
Well, maybe I did exaggerate a little. You know youth, impetuous youth.
Yes, I do, and I hope you realize now where lies can lead you. Will you promise to stick to the truth from now on, to try to emulate George Washington?
I promise, F.A.
People will like you better for it, Kenny.
In the beginning, frankly, telling the truth will cost you money.
Quiet, please, Maestro.
But honesty is the best policy.
Well, that's right.
Although personally, I'm with Metropolitan. A 20-year endowment to keep up the policy is killing me.
Look, please, back on your podium, Maestro, and start Kenny's music. Now, Kenny, your song is... Come in.
Well, Kenneth?
Uncle Phil!
I'll attend to you later, Kenneth. Mr. Allen, I heard my name mentioned here on your program. I'm Kenny's Uncle Phil.
Well, I'm sorry Kenny embarrassed you, but I'm sure he has learned his lesson.
You really think so?
Well, I can assure you, sir, that Kenny will be a truthful boy from now on.
Well, the family's very grateful for what you're doing for Kenneth, Mr. Allen.
Well, we like him a lot, and we're trying our best.
And we thank you. Well, I don't want to intrude. Goodbye, Mr. Allen.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Kenneth.
Goodbye, Uncle Phil.
Well, I'm off.
the,
You see, Mr. Allen? I told you.
Kenny, don't say a word, not a word. Just sing your song.
Gosh, Mr. Allen, did you hear Uncle Phil whinny?
Quiet, please, Portland. I know when I'm licked. Kenny, let's have your... Portland, see who that is.
All right.
Uncle Phil sure is a card, isn't he, F.A.? You should have seen him the day he came in fourth at Hialeah.
Look, I don't want to either discuss or lay a bet on your Uncle Kenny.
Mr. Allen!
Yes, Portland?
Look who's at the door.
An Indian chief.
How?
How what, Chief?
How you work this yo-yo?
No, not that.
Come where my love lies dreaming the happy hours away. In visions bright redeeming the fleeting joys of day. Dreaming the happy hours, dreaming the happy hours away. Come where my love lies dreaming, is sweetly dreaming the happy hours away. Come with the lute, come with the lay, my own love is sweetly dreaming, her beauty beaming. Come where my love lies dreaming, is sweetly dreaming the happy hours away. Is her slumber, thoughts bright and free dance through her dreams like gushing melody. Light is her young heart, light may it be, whether awake or dreaming. Come where my love lies the happy hours away. Come where my love lies dreaming, yes, is sweetly dreaming the happy hours
Come where my love lies dreaming. And now, ladies...
Pardon me, Fred.
Oh, yes, Larry Elliott.
I want you to hear something. Listen to this and see if you know what it is.
Well, it sounds like a man with asthma blowing at a bowl of noodle soup, Larry.
No, Fred. Those are automobiles pouring off the factory assembly lines. Today, the automobile manufacturers of America are producing cars at the rate of 1,500 each working hour. 25 shining new cars every minute. Almost one new car every 2 seconds of the working day.
Well, if I only had on my hat, Larry, I'd certainly tip it to those automobile makers. It's marvelous how they can speed up production when the occasion requires.
Yes, Fred, and just as marvelous as their flexibility of production is the flexibility of the modern car itself. Just think what you may call upon your car to do, even in one short drive. Pick up from a standing start to cruising range. Throttle down to a crawl in heavy traffic. Swiftly gather speed as the road opens up ahead. When your car answers that wide range of demands with constant yet flexible power, that's really driving. And it's the kind of driving you'll enjoy with Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. For Sky Chief responds to your most fleeting whim. A split-second opening in traffic and flash you're through. The challenge of a hill and zoom, you're over. Enjoy that kind of flexible power. The highways with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
And now the Texaco Workshop players. Tonight, they present a saga of a fluid. This playlet is called Milk. Milk. What is milk? Where was the first milk discovered? What is the story behind this nutritious lactic extract of Guernsey? Professor Quiz on a recent program said to a lady contestant, "Where does milk come from, madam?" And the lady answered,
I don't know. It's always there when I get up.
"That is the common theory. It is always there when I get up." But where does milk come from? Who discovered milk? Hippocrates, the first Greek physician, once remarked,
"We didn't have milk in ancient Greece. It was B.C., before cows."
Yes, Hippie was right. Milk wasn't discovered until 1807. In March 1807, during a severe windstorm in Tampa, Florida, a farmer's baby was blown under a cow. As the cow was about to be whirled away in the typhoon, the little baby reached up and held on. 3 days later, the father said,
"Gosh, the baby's fatter than when he was blown away. What's the little rascal been living on for 3 days?"
The father resolved to find out how the little baby had lived under that cow for 3 whole days. And one morning there in Jacksonville, the farmer said,
"I'm going to tamper with that cow."
And he went and he did. Later, when the farmer was asked how he finally found that the cow was concealing milk, the farmer replied,
"I owe my success to a little jerk, but don't mention no name."
Since that day, the cow has been regimented. Milk today is a big business. Competition is keen. Milk barons bid for your lactic favor. The following episode recently took place in the offices of a monster milk magnate. We find the monster milk magnate entering his office. Good morning, Miss Curd.
Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Call an advertising agency. Call the nearest broadcasting company. Call the reporters from all the leading papers. Get them over here right away.
Yes, sir. What's all the excitement?
For 20 years, Mammoth Milk has fought off all competition.
I know, sir.
When other companies pasteurized milk, I pulverized it.
Yes, sir.
When they homogenized milk, I pragmatized it.
Yes, sir.
Today, other companies are dramatizing milk. Mammoth is going to advertise it. I have coined the perfect milk slogan.
What is it?
Mammoth, the milk from happy heifers.
The milk from happy heifers. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Here's a Proofs magazine ad, F.A.
Who is this?
It's a candid camera shot. John Barrymore drinking a glass of Mammoth milk.
Well, how did you get Barrymore to drink milk?
They put an olive in it to fool him. Yeah, Barrymore thought it was a cloudy martini.
Great. Now rush this copy right out.
Okay.
There's a man waiting, Mr. Allen.
Well, show him in.
Yes, sir. This way, please.
Oh, thank you. I'm from the advertising agency, Mr. Allen. You phone?
Yes. A lackey phone. Don't mix me up now. What agency are you from?
Beaten, batten, mutton, and button.
Which one are you?
My name's Fish.
Well, I don't talk to small fry, Fish.
But I'm a member of the firm.
Beaten, batten, mutton, and button?
Yeah, my name won't fit on a door. We have a small door.
You don't use the knob?
Not in the advertising game.
Oh, naturally, I forgot. Well, Fish, I'm launching an advertising campaign on milk. I'm going to use a slogan.
Oh, yeah, we got a million slogans. Have you got wastebasket hair?
No.
There's that mattress slogan, good to the last flop.
No.
And then there's that toupee slogan, ask the man who combs one.
No. I have a slogan that will make these sound like double talk, Fish.
Yeah, what is it?
Mammoth, The milk from Happy Heifers.
A classic.
Thank you very much. Now, I want this slogan in every newspaper and magazine in the country.
Oh, you can depend on beating, batten, mutton, and button, Mr. Allen.
Well, thank you, Mr.
The name is Fish. I'll do a whale of a job.
Well, don't flounder, Fish. Get to work.
Yeah, I will. Just for the halberd.
Miss Curd?
Yes, sir.
Take a memo to the president of the broadcasting company.
Yes, sir.
Dear sir, Mammoth Milk is going on the air. I'm featuring my slogan, Milk from Happy Heifers. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Now, here's my radio show. Be very careful. Take this as I give it out here. The program opens with a cow mooing. Moo. Then into a milk theme song. What's this you're pulling on me?
Yes, sir.
Then bang into a 20-minute commercial. Mammoth Milk, blah, 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 blah.
Yes?
Then Elsie the cow is a guest star. A real-life interview. What the rotolactor has done to my shape. You know, the woman's angle. Then a 10-minute commercial, Mammoth Milk, blah, 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 blah. And into the finish, a male chorus, 200 milkmen singing, I'll take you home again, Holstein. Is that the buzzer?
Yes, sir. There's a newspaper man waiting.
One newspaper man, is it?
Yes.
Has he got a notebook or a camera?
A camera.
He's from PM. Show him in.
Yes, sir.
Ah, you're from PM?
Yes, I'm flanking. We got a flash. Something's going on here. What is it? Labor trouble, I hope?
No. Mammoth Milk has coined a new slogan. Milk from Happy Heifers.
Wonderful. What's the story behind this slogan,
Milk
Alan?
from Happy Heifers sums up my life's work, Flankin. I've got 20,000 cows working for me. My goal has always been happiness in every stall.
An idealist, eh?
Every cow is my personal guest. The barns are air-conditioned. Manger maids turn down the sanitary hay for each cow at sundown. And we have band concerts back of the barn every Sunday. Toscanini informal in overhauls. Conducting with a pitchfork.
Wonderful.
Every cow in my employ is happy. We don't force them, Mr. Flankin. The cows are milked by men wearing soft silk gloves with pussy willow palms. And on the hour, my efficiency men check on each cow's mood.
Well, I'll be a...
Now, you see, here is the stall survey. We have the hourly survey. Here is the survey for 11 o'clock. Mr. Crosley goes into every stall personally. Now, you see here, number 53, lowing gently. 54, grinning. 55, chuckling. Every cow on the premises is happy.
Milk from Happy Heifers. This is a great PM story.
My slogan's 100%, Flankin, and my word is as good as my milk. I've been selling milk for 30 years, and I've yet to hear my first complaint.
Mr. Allen.
What is that?
I'm Cringe, driver 47, Mr.
Well, I'm in conference, Cringe.
Yeah, but this is a catastrophe, Mr. Allen.
What's wrong, Cringe?
A pint of milk has been returned.
What?
Yeah, Mrs. Monroe, 57th Street, returned this pint, so she says it's sour.
Sour? You're lying, Cringe.
Honest, Mr. Allen, look.
Why, it's all curdled on top. It looks sour to me.
Sour? If this gets out, I'm ruined. I've signed radio and magazine contracts for $1 million, guaranteeing milk from Happy Heifers.
The cow that gave this pint wasn't happy.
Which cow is it, Cringe? What is the name on that bottle cap?
It's number 76, Isabel.
Miss Curd, get Isabel in here right away.
Yes, sir.
And buzz for Wassop.
Yes, sir.
Who's Wassop?
My psychoanalyst. Wassop psychoanalyzes the cows every morning.
And he must have slipped up on Isabel.
Gad, if Isabel is in the dumps, milk from Happy Heifers as a slogan isn't worth a farthing.
What a story for PM. Slogan sabotaged by Sulkin Steer.
Here's Mr. Wassop and Isabel, sir.
Well, which one is Wassop?
This is me without the horns.
Oh, I see. You were both down on all fours. I couldn't tell as you came in.
Quiet, Isabel. Quiet. That's a girl. Now, what's wrong, Mr. Allen?
What's wrong? Isabel here is wrong. Taste this milk, Wassop. It's sour.
Yes, there is a dash of melancholy there.
If Isabel's neurosis isn't cured, Wassop, my slogan is ruined. Mammoth Milk will be bankrupt.
Steady, Isabel, steady. I'll psychoanalyze her again, sir.
Examine her thoroughly, Wassop. Fluoroscoper, stethoscoper, and horoscoper.
Yes, right away, sir. Sit down, Isabel.
No, wait. Oh, not in that wastebasket, Isabel.
Here, let me get your tail. Sit up here on my desk.
I'll start with the stethoscope. Inhale, Isabel. Now, I'll try her reflexes. Stand back, everybody. I'll hit her knee. Gee, your leg flew back like a puppet. Quiet, please. I'm diagnosing.
Sorry.
Say ah, Isabel. No, ah.
Well, what's your verdict, Wassip?
Well, physically, Isabel's perfect.
Maybe it's something mental.
Impossible unless it's hereditary.
Oh, where's her chart?
Her chart is right here.
She was in good spirits at roll call,
Yes.
frolicked in her bath,
Yes.
ate a hearty breakfast, playful, being delactic.
What could have upset her?
Did anyone speak sharply within Isabel's hearing?
No, Mr. Allen, Isabel's sign was up, quiet, cow giving.
You say Isabel didn't sulk being delactic?
No, she just stood looking out of the window. Isabel seemed to be lost in thought, like she was pitching moo.
Pitching moo. That's it.
What's it?
Looking out of that window, Isabel saw something that upset her. Some horrible thing that caused melancholia to tincture her milk.
I was right there with her all the time.
What was going on outside of that window, Wassip? Speak up, man. What met Isabel's gaze?
Well, nothing. There was just a big billboard across the street.
No more there isn't. They're tearing it down to make a parking space.
That's all I wanted to know. Miss Curd?
Yes, sir.
Call up and buy that property across the street. If I can put that billboard back up, my slogan, Milk from Happy Heifers, is saved.
I don't understand, sir.
How could tearing down a billboard upset Isabel?
That billboard advertised tobacco, Mr. Flankin. Isabel thinks she's been jilted.
Jilted?
Yes, Isabel's been flirting with the bull on that Bull Durham sign. Thank you. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper, the Texaco Round Table, the Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't feel so good tonight. I'm going over there and lie down. You want to know what's wrong with me? Here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, too, Mr. Wallington, for that high-octane send-off. That introduction sounded like the deathbed statement of a short-winded racketeer. It had all of the gusto of a few remarks that you'd expect to hear seeping out of an oxygen tank.
Well, I'm sorry, Fred. I've got no pep tonight.
Why tonight? Why single out tonight of all nights? You always look as though you were living out a due bill on a coma, Jimmy.
You know, you act as though you sent your ambition out to the laundry and they forgot to start you.
Well, it must be this New York climate.
No, it isn't the climate either. The trouble with you, Jay Wallington, is that you don't eat enough meat.
Now, what's meat got to do with how I feel?
Everything. You'll have more pep. Haven't you been reading those meat ads in the papers? There are cuts to fit every purse. I mean, there's no excuse. It's not money that's stopping you from eating meat. There is no excuse. Why don't you eat more meat, Jimmy?
Well, I have my reasons.
What reasons?
Cows remind me of my mother-in-law, Fred. I can't seem to go for them.
Oh, that's silly, James. Why, the cow is man's best friend. Now, as a baby, who gives you milk? It's the cow. All through life, who gives you liver, roast beef, steaks, and briskets? It's the cow's big brother, the steer. When you're old and your teeth are gone, who gives you beef broth and nourishing stews? It's the cow, Jimmy. Why, I tell you, James, if you'd only eat more meat, you'd shake off that eternal torpor and become a dynamic organism once more.
Say, maybe you've got something, Fred. I feel better already.
Now, you see, just talking about meat gives you a lift.
You're right, Fred.
Yes, sir. It's the power of suggestion. Jimmy, you're a new man, and you owe your success to meat and to the cow.
You're right, Fred.
And I owe my success?
To the old Ferdinand?
As Mr. Disney might put it, yes. And leaving Mr. Wallington to digest our meaty suggestion, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Albany, New York. Governor of New York, in message to legislature, says that present interest rates on small loans are too high. Licensed moneylenders' rates are limited by state law, but many freelance fly-by-night loan merchants mulct their clients, charging excessive interest rates. Texaco News presents several unfortunate victims of unscrupulous loan merchants. But first, the loan situation is clarified by that eminent loan authority, Mr. Darcy Taub. Where do people usually borrow money, Mr. Taub?
There are two sources of supply.
And these are?
One, the legitimate lending company. They observe the law.
And two?
The loan sharks.
Well, what are loan sharks, Mr. Taub?
Loan sharks are unscrupulous men who pull poor people in the doorways and force them to borrow money at exorbitant rates of interest.
They stoop to sharp practice, do they?
A loan shark is like a skunk.
A skunk?
Yeah, if either one gives you a cent, you'll pay through the nose.
Well, thank you very... Oh, say, before you go, Mr. Taub, what is your advice to the small borrower?
Never borrow money from a stranger.
But if you need money?
Borrow from your relatives. Keep your grief in the family.
Well, thank you very...
Hey, you know where I can get a fin until Friday?
The aquarium is 2 blocks down. And thank you, Mr. Darcy Taub. A young working girl who inadvertently fell into the clutches of a loan shark and is here to tell her pitiful story is Miss Babs Fenivesi. You were duped, Babs?
Brother, the way I was taken, I could have been an aspirin.
Will you relate your harrowing experience with this loan shark?
Want I should start from the beginning?
If you will.
Well, one night I'm going home in the subway, and I happened to say to Juanita Rappaport, a girl from the office,
Yeah?
I says, if I had $10, Juanita, I'd get me a appointment and a henna rinse.
Appointment and a henna rinse.
Yeah. Well, with that, a strange guy sticks his head over me shoulder and says, get off at the Calvania.
Oh, and did you?
Yeah. The guy tipped his beret. I can see he ain't no rat.
Well, what did he say?
He comes right to the point. He says, you need $10, sister? I got $10. I'm in the loan business. It's your move.
What did you say?
I says, I could use $10, mister, but the party I borrow it from has got to be reliable.
Uh-huh.
With that, I signed some paper.
You didn't see what it was?
It's dark in them phone booths at the Calvania. I couldn't see nothing. I took the $10, and the next night I got the appointment and a henna rinse.
And when did you see this loan shark again?
Saturday. I'm coming out of the office. He's waiting.
What did he want?
$1. He says I got to pay $1 a week interest. I've been paying $1 a week ever since.
When did you start?
March 1937.
For 4 years you've been paying $1 a week? Why, that's $208. Why don't you just give him back his $10?
Not me. Who can play at that jipping game, mister?
But you keep paying that interest.
I'm leading the loan shark on. If that crook thinks he's getting his $10 back, he's nuts.
And your advice to other working girls is?
Girls, if you ever go into a phone booth with a loan shark, don't sign nothing.
Let us make that our thought for today. And thank you. And thank you, Babs Fenivese. A man about turf who finally turned the tables on a loan shark is Samson Bliss. Now, Samson.
Call me Long Shot Sam, bud.
Long Shot Sam?
Yeah, that's me tag around racetracks.
Oh, you make a living following the horses, do you?
What living? I keep going with transfusions.
You getting them from elephants, are you? I thought there was big money following the horses.
The horses I follow the horses.
Don't any of your horses ever come in?
Brother, if I had had a bet on Paul Revere, the British would have beat him in the Lexington.
Well, tell me, what happened with the loan shark, Sam?
Well, one spring I'm out to Jamaica. It's brutal. I can't pick nothing. I wasn't eating. I even quit picking me teeth.
Well, that's as low as a horse player can go, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, one night I'm coming over me racing form. A horse catches me eye. Bald Hyman.
Uh-huh.
I got an Uncle Hyman, and he's bald. It's a hunch.
So?
So the next morning, I borrow 200 smackers from this Shylock. Bang, it's down on Bald Hyman on the nose.
And which horse won the race?
Hairy Harry. Bald Hyman got his neck caught in the barrier. He didn't even show.
You were out $200.
Not only that, but the loan shark starts hounding me. For 3 years, every track I hit, there's this loan shark putting a bite on me.
And your luck never changed?
Not till last winter in Florida. I'm out at the dog track. Suddenly, for no reason, I'm hot.
Good for you.
The first race, I win $2,000. I dump it back. Yeah. Every race, I'm winning.
Yeah.
I'm ahead $18,000, and I'm letting it ride.
You won again?
The last race, I break the dog track.
Well, how much money did you collect?
What money? The track run out of dough. They started paying off bets with dogs.
And you?
I come home with 50 greyhounds.
50 dogs?
Yeah. I'm coming up the hotel steps with these 50 hounds on a rope.
Yeah?
Who's waiting for me outside the door?
The loan shark?
Yeah. And again he starts putting a bite on me. I seen red.
What did you do?
I says, listen, Shylock, for 3 years you've been putting a bite on me. Tonight, I'm putting a bite on you.
Yeah?
With that, I let me 50 dogs loose and yelled, "Sig 'em."
And?
I ain't seen that loan shark or them dogs since.
So the moral is?
If you want to see the end of a loan shark, set a dog on him from behind.
Clever, no end. And thank you, Long Shot Sam. And now, in rebuttal, we hear a loan shark presenting the money-lender's side of the story. We introduce the most unpopular Shylock on the west side. What is your name again, brother?
They call me Martin the Greps.
Morton the Greps.
Yeah.
Well, now, as a loan shark, Morton, what is your defense?
Well, there's two sides to it.
I see.
All you ever hear is the suckers beefing. How about the shark?
Well,
All right, so I'm getting 80 and 90% of me money. Am I happy?
Well, don't tell me that you fellows have troubles.
Loan sharking. Heh, it's a rat's life. Ducking in doorways to do business. Your stockings full of money all the time. Taking off your shoes to make a loan in the rain. Slugging clients that don't pay.
Yes, I guess it isn't a bed of roses.
It's depressing. All right, so I'm getting 80 and 90% of me money. Am I happy?
You mean that people take advantage of you?
Let me cite it for instance.
I wish you would.
2 years ago, I loaned a guy $40. Mm-hmm. The note falls due. He can't pay.
Did you sue?
He ain't got nothing but an accident policy. I had it made over to me.
Oh, so that if he had an accident...
I would collect. Every day I'm praying for an accident. No luck.
You couldn't get your money?
Not only no dough, the guy keeps getting sick. I gotta pay for doctors.
Well, why?
I gotta get him well so as he can have an accident. I'm spending a fortune.
Really?
4 times he's got pneumonia with night nurses yet. Once his appendix has got to come out.
Well, he owed you plenty.
Well, the only way I can get even by now, he's got to have a fatal accident. A fatal accident pays double indemnity.
Well, what did you do?
Well, it's obvious. I arranged for a fatal accident.
Well, naturally.
Shows you the gratitude of some people.
Well, how do you mean?
After all I did for this dirty two-timer, I got everything fixed.
Yeah?
This morning, owing me all this dough, mind you, with interest, he died.
From a fatal accident?
From natural causes.
That dirty double-crosser.
Yeah.
Well, Morton, I guess that's the loan shark game.
Well, it's like I say. All right, so I'm getting 80 and 90% of my money. Am I happy?
No. Thank you, Morton McGreps. And now, in an effort to stop Morton from grepsing before his greps turns to wrath, and we have the greps of wrath on our hands, Kenny Baker rushes to the rescue with his version of High on a Windy Hill.
And I are alone tonight. High on a windy hill, I feel my heart stand still. I see your face. Why do you just elude me and leave me this lonely space high on a windy hill? My heart stands still. Oh, I can hear you calling my name. Into eternity, your love will beckon me. I can't forget your voice that calls my name.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you next.
Boy, is he funny!
Larry. I'm not that funny. Who's doing that?
It's that man down in the front row, Fred.
What is it? Hysterics? Say, would you come up here just a second,
Oh,
sir?
no, I can't get any closer to you. You're killing me.
What are you laughing at? I'm not saying anything funny. I haven't for 10 minutes.
Oh, it's not you. You're not funny.
It's your Adam's apple.
My Adam's apple?
Yeah, the way it slides up and down when you talk, it's a riot. Oh, do it some more.
I stayed up all night, night after night, all night trying to think of jokes, and this gentleman laughs because I have a flexible Adam's apple. Get him out of here, Larry.
Oh, no, Fred. I agree with him. I like flexibility, too. Only I go for flexible power. The kind of flexible power you get with Sky Chief. And you're geared up to flexible power with Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. Call for a quick start, and an instant, surging rush of power snaps your engine into action. Ease off, and Sky Chief power idles down to a confident murmur. Open up on the highway, and you flow along. Give her the gun at the base of a steep hill, and you float right up. That's flexible power for you. Sky Chief responds every minute you're at the throttle. Yes, there's a real lift and thrill in flying the highways with Sky Chief. Your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best.
Hymn to the Sun, played by Al Goodman, the Texaco Dud, and his sluggish element. And now, let me see what's next. I've got to make a note to tune in on Mary Margaret McBride tomorrow afternoon. She's talking about our program. I've got to go call her. Oh, hello, Portland. I was just reminiscing. Portland, of all people.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
I was just rummaging around my old mental souvenirs here. I was just going to... You had your mouth open before. Was there something you were going to say?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. What is that? Are you studying to be a contralto through the mail?
No, I'm an Indian.
Oh, now, look, Portland.
Not Portland. Call me Little Field Mouse.
You should have another arm when you have a part like this. One to go over your mouth and two to hold the script there. Your name is Little Field Mouse? What is that?
Well, it's the new name that Kenny gave me.
For what?
Kenny says he's going to be in your Western sketch tonight.
Oh, you mean so he's getting into character?
Yes. Kenny's changed his name to Bad Bill Baker. He says he's a Western outlaw.
You know, he did look bow-legged when he walked out to sing his song before. But I thought he had pressed his pants over a barrel or something. I didn't know it was a character.
Kenny's been reading a book on how to act by a Mr. Stanislavski.
Uh-huh.
It says that an actor has to live his part.
Oh, so he named you Little Field Mouse to help out with the atmosphere.
Yes. To Kenny, I'm a little Indian child. A caboose.
A caboose. Portland, if you don't stop stooging for Kenny...
Look out, here he comes.
Whoa, Platinum. Hi, Galoots.
Hello. Come out from behind those sound effects, Kenneth Baker.
The name's Bad Bill Baker, stranger.
Stranger?
See, Mr. Allen?
Ah, howdy, little field mouse.
Now, stop it, Portland. Cut it out. You sound about as much like a squaw as Bonnie Baker does.
Now, wait a minute there, Bud. You're insulting a lady, partner. And outgunned in my country, that means fight.
All right. Break it up, Kenny.
Where I come from, I'm Bad Bill.
Well, around here, you're just Sweet William. You sound like a West End Avenue Westerner.
Come again with that city talk, partner. I don't savoy.
That's savvy, Kenny, and do me a favor. De-West yourself.
Well, Kenny can't get out of character, Mr. Allen.
You mean the Stanislavski method? You have a choice with the $1 Russian dinner here. You mean the Stanislavski method has got him?
You should have seen what he did to Mr. Goodman today.
What did he do? Try to brand him?
No, Mr. Goodman was stooping over, tying his shoe, and Kenny...
I'll let him have it with my bow and arrow.
This is reminding me, I, Goodman, have a bone to pick with Mr. Baker.
Bad Bill to you, hombre.
Bad Bill, bad schmill. To you, it could belong, this arrow?
Oh, that's Kenny's all right.
Goodman is asking, what's the big idea? Goodman is a target, maybe?
Sorry, stranger. I shot an arrow, I'll know not where.
I found the arrow, and you know where.
Now, you see, Kenny, you'll wind up hurting somebody in that bad man character yet. Mr. Goodman here is in the sketch tonight, and I'll bet he's never even given a thought to the Wild West.
Goodman is thinking plenty about the West, especially when she is saying, to see me come up sometime.
What the... Where can... I hope someday before you die, a rumor reaches you that such a thing as punctuation has been invented. Where can I have a breakdown? Who started this thing?
Stanislavski, partner. Here's his book.
Oh, who needs the book? Kenny, you put that book on acting back on the piano, and you get out of character this minute.
I can't, partner. Mr. Stanislavski doesn't tell you how to get out. He only tells you how to get in. I'm in. I can't get out.
Look, I'll give you one more chance. For the last time, Bad Bill, are you willing to be just plain Kenny Baker again?
I'm willing, Pod, but it's out of my hands. Tell him, little field mouse.
Now, wait a minute. You keep out of this, Portland. There's only one... tell your writer to get it down a half a tone the next time you're... There's only one way to fix this, Kenny. How did you first get into this character?
I thought myself into it.
Well, thought yourself out of it.
How, Tenderfoot?
Now, look. You are a Western... You are a... You don't mean that. It says that there. Look, you are a Western outlaw, Kenny. Now, if the president pardons you, you won't be an outlaw anymore.
How do I get to see the president?
With the Stanislavski method. You can think yourself into an interview.
Ken?
Why, certainly. Go ahead and try. Make with the mind, Kenny.
Bad Bill Baker. I'm in the White House. Abraham Lincoln is president. I'm standing in front of Abraham Lincoln.
Take your hat off, Kenny.
Please, Mr. Lincoln. Please pardon me, sir. I'll be a good boy.
Ask him if he can free Rochester while you're there.
How's it coming, Kenny?
Shh, Porty. The president's talking. Yes, Mr. Lincoln? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well?
Did you hear what Mr. Lincoln said?
Why, no.
I'm pardoned. I'm not Bad Bill the Outlaw anymore.
Well, good. Now that you're through with this nonsense, you go over and rehearse your number.
What for? I won't be here to sing it.
Why not?
I gotta make Denver by sundown.
Denver? Now, wait a minute. You're not an outlaw anymore.
I know. Mr. Lincoln just made a Pony Express rider out of me. Hi-yo, Platinum!
Now, Kenny, Kenny, you quit bucking and come back here.
I can't. I got to hit the trail.
Now, listen, Gene Autry with the light brown mare. You are not leaving this studio.
Stand aside. You're holding up the U.S. mail, gringo.
Oh.
How are you going to get him out of this, Mr. Allen?
Well, I'll have to get him fired, that's all. I wonder if I can get in to see Lincoln. Where's that Stanislavski book?
You're wasting your time, partner. Mr. Lincoln's tied up. When I come out, I saw Mason and Dixon going in.
If I could only get another Lincoln.
Well, can't Mr. Goodman act like President Lincoln and fire Kenny from the Pony Express?
But Goodman can't act.
Goodman can't act, he says. I have just been reading Stanislavski. Put a clove in my mouth, and I, Goodman, am a ham already.
Mr. Goodman, you be Abraham Lincoln.
No, not that. Anything
Kenny, you concentrate on Mr. Goodman being Mr. Lincoln.
I will.
Go ahead, Mr. Goodman.
I could fool some of the people some of the time, but other people will know the people I'm fooling some of the time.
Never mind the prologue. Never mind the prologue, Maestro. Get to the point and fire Kenny.
Okay. So I, President Lincoln, do hereby accusing you, Baker, of being guilty of gross negligee.
You play Lincoln like a Ford V8.
Gosh, Mr. Lincoln, you mean?
Yes. I, Lincoln, you, Baker, am canning. You are no longer a Phony Express.
Oh, boy, did you hear that? I'm through. I'm just little, simple, wide-eyed Kenny again.
The lovable Claude. Well, now that we're all back to normal once more...
Gosh, wasn't Mr. Goodman swell as Mr. Lincoln?
Raymond Massey should live so long. Now, let's get on with the program.
Ready, F.A.?
Ready, Mr. Allen?
Well, picking up the threads where we left off, Mr. Goodman starts the music with...
Music, he says. I have to leave now.
Leave?
There's a crowd waiting.
What crowd?
In 15 minutes, I've got to make a speech at Gettysburg.
That does it. I give up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while I step out to get measured for a straitjacket, the Martins will regale you with their version of La Conga Pasa.
Calling, the conga's calling, for hear the tom-tom of native drum. Dance to the conga's rhythm, you can't resist it, the conga comes. Join in the savage swaying, there's no delaying, the conga's playing. Joy to your heart is springing, so keep on singing, the conga swinging. Hear how it keeps repeating, while drums are beating its savage dance. Feel how the rhythm takes you, and how it breaks you to sweet romance. I love music playing, my love heart that's swaying to a Congo melody. Sweet and time and laughter, free dance, I've been captured by this Congo rhapsody. So flames of sweet desire, set your eyes in fire as we dance away. Hear how Feel how the rhythm takes you and how it wakes you to sweet romance. La conga, ya pasa, la conga, se vaya, la conga. Brings you
And congratulations on winning the Song Hit Magazine's Plaque of the Month. The Plaque of the Month was awarded to the Martins during the past week. And now, a word from Jimmy Wallington. Hey, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, huh? Oh, excuse me.
Yes, right.
Excuse me, Fred. What's the matter?
Well, what's the matter? What's the matter with you? Standing here in a yogi trance or something? Do you throw yourself into a coma while the comedy's on? I use the word comedy loosely here.
Well, I'm sorry, Fred. I was daydreaming.
Daydreaming at this time of night, Jimmy?
You know, I was just wishing that I were a skywriter.
A sky? Well, aren't you satisfied with being an announcer?
Yes, but skywriters do things on such a big scale, Fred. Gee, if I could get a plane and a sponsor, I could spread a commercial all over the sky in smoke. Imagine people looking up and saying, "There goes Wallington, the skywriter."
Oh, come on, Pilot Wallington. Bail out. Get down to earth.
Well, for that matter, Fred, do you know that there are down-to-earth messages written in smoke, too?
Well, how do you mean, Jimmy?
Well, take the smoke coming from the exhaust pipe of a car. Now, that's a message that might mean trouble. It's very likely to be a sign of excessive engine wear that only an expensive repair job can correct. But you can do something before your car becomes a smoker. A change to insulated Haviland motor oil will help avoid risks from 3 sources of wear that commonly cause smoke: heat, cold, and oil impurities. For insulated Haviland stands up under today's high engine temperatures, which break down ordinary oils and expose vital parts to wear. It flows freely in cold weather, too. And that's important, for engines wear faster when starting. Haviland is also distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. Heed the smoke warning. Change to insulated Haviland at Texaco dealers. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we revive the Texaco Roundtable. There are so many roundtables and discussion groups on the air these days, all debating momentous questions, that it seems only fitting that one group should dedicate itself to the cause of simple issues and trivia. The Texaco Roundtable invites 3 members of our studio audience to sit in for an unrehearsed discussion on anything. You can bring your own topic. We'll do what we can with it. No subject too trivial, no topic too insignificant. Now, the meeting is formally open for this evening, the session. Portland presents our first guest.
Mr. Murray Corman from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Corman.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask you, it's always customary on quiz sessions of this sort to ask a person's profession or business. Why, I don't know. Unless we want to know who you are in case furniture is missing or other equipment. May I ask your profession, Mr. Corman?
I'm a photographer.
A commercial photographer or portrait or...
Portrait and theatrical.
Theatrical? Do you know...
Society photographer.
Society photographer?
Combination.
Oh, I see. A combination photographer. Where is your... you do any commercial work?
Quite a bit.
Are you located here in the city?
Manhattan on one studio on Madison and one on Broadway.
Oh, that's you all over with the
all over
with the
East
tripod.
and the west side,
with the
yeah.
tripod, hey? Well, tell me, as a commercial and a portrait photographer, Mr. Corman, which would you prefer to photograph, a beautiful girl or a pineapple? Since you do
a beautiful girl.
A beautiful girl?
Which I really do photograph.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. If you had said a pineapple, I was going to send for Bellevue. I was going to ask them to stop by when they made the nightly trip for me. But doesn't it you photograph a lot of beautiful models?
Oh, about 800,000 up to date.
800,000 up to date.
And Jack Benny's Blue Eyes.
Blue eyes, really? Oh, you sell glasses on the side? But doesn't it get monotonous, all of those beautiful girls, Mr. Corman? All beautiful models day after day? Aren't there times when you just give anything to have a homely dame walk in?
No, to me, a beautiful woman is like to that poet who wrote about the tree. Nothing lovelier than a tree. To me, there's nothing lovelier than a beautiful woman.
Well, that's the photographer's attitude. Of course, I don't know. If you're a tree surgeon, nothing is as beautiful to you as an old broken-down maple. I mean, from the point of view. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Corman. And now, Portland.
Miss Jean Weiss from New York City.
Well, good evening, Miss Weiss.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask your profession or occupation?
Yes, I'm a secretary. Secretary to Professor Hallenbeck, Teachers College.
Oh, Professor Hallenbeck at Teachers College, yes. Are you really? His secretary?
I'm his secretary.
What does the professor specialize in, may I ask?
Adult education mainly, and sociology, too.
Adult education?
Yes.
What is that? Does he have classes for adults who are in their second childhood? Sort of a kindergarten for adults who are in their second childhood?
Not exactly, Mr. Allen. We have classes mostly for teachers of adults.
Oh, for teachers of adults. You do it the hard way.
You do it the hard way.
Your face looks... Oh, excuse me. Your face looks awfully familiar, Miss Weiss. Have I seen your... Well, it really does. Have I seen your picture in the newspapers or the magazines recently within the last month or so?
I'm afraid you have.
For what?
Well, that's a story. I'll make it as brief as I can.
Would you care to tell her?
Well, I don't know. I've been trying to live it down.
I think we ought to have the truth now, after all.
When I was a little girl in elementary school, a good many of us, I think a lot of other children also in the schools at the same about the same age that I was, were given intelligence tests.
Oh, IQ ratings?
That's right.
Oh, I know now. You were a member of the group of child prodigies who came back to Teachers College around the first of the year, the end of December, to report on what had happened to you in later life. Is that right?
And we're caught by some of the photographers
your picture
and reporters.
Your pictures was in the paper. That's right. Well, tell me, were you a child prodigy?
I'm afraid not.
Weren't you? Well, you must have been to acquire that rating.
I don't think my IQ was really very high, and I'm sure that... subsequent events in my life certainly haven't proved anything.
You mean that being a child prodigy has hampered you in later life?
No, I wouldn't want to say that.
Well, how does it feel?
I think I just wasn't a child prodigy.
It was all a huge mistake, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to live it down now? Well, of course, I never had that trouble at school. Everyone knew that I was going to grow up to be a radio comedian because as a little boy, I was subnormal and there was no other... But my IQ still is rather low. I've been turned down by 2 quiz programs. I mean, to participate. Well, thank you, Miss Weiss. And now, Portland?
Mr. Leo Franklin from Washington Heights, New York.
Good evening. You beat me to it. Well, thank you, Mr. Franklin. May I ask your business or profession?
I'm a plumber.
A plumber, are you really? You have your own firm, do you?
No, I work for someone.
Oh, do you? You plumb for another. Well, tell me, have you done any outstanding plumbing around the city? Have you worked in any of the large buildings?
Yes, and I worked on Radio City.
You did? You didn't do it all alone. You had a boy with you. You did? You did? Did you really work on Radio City?
Yes, sir.
Well, I wish I had known that. I was over there working 2 years ago, and we couldn't stop a hot water faucet. And if I had known where you were... But Radio City is really a wonderful accomplishment, don't you think? Group of buildings.
Yes, I think it's one of the greatest in New York.
Development, 14 buildings like that. You know, I never knew till yesterday who the janitor was in Radio City. It's Superman. I never knew. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Franklin. That seems to bring us to our question. And tonight we take up a matter that concerns impetuous youth. The youth of today, with its clubs and movements, has a tendency to frown on and ignore the customs and manners that were accepted by its parents. Years ago, before a couple married, the immediate families of the prospective bride and groom held a conference and ultimately bestowed their blessings on the couple, or the meeting ended up in a free-for-all, with both families participating. Today, a boy with the key to his father's car and 2 gallons of gas proposes to a girl and they elope. 2 months later, they turn up on the Goodwill Court. Now, our question tonight is, should boys and girls, the modern youth who have been sold on Cupid, consult their parents before getting married? Now, Mr. Corman, how do you feel about that?
Well, I'm still old-fashioned. I think they should.
You think they should? Are you married?
No.
You Well, when you do get married, do you think that you will take the matter up with your parents and the bride's parents to make sure that everyone is happy?
I guess I'll do that.
But while you're taking it up, your father might give you a good tip to abandon the whole project. I know that could happen, too. How do you feel about it, Miss Weiss? Do you think the modern youth should consult the parents or discuss matters before marriage is entered into?
I think they should decide themselves.
You think they should ignore the parents?
No, I don't think they should ignore them. I think they can take them into conference if they like. I think they can discuss it separately with their parents, but not necessarily with the parents of the prospective bridegroom.
Oh, I see. Well, suppose the parents objected. What would you, as an ex-child prodigy...
As an ex-child prodigy, I don't think it would really matter to me. I think I still marry the man I want to marry.
You think you would, despite your parents or...
Yes, except I don't think that, well... I'd rather think that my parents would agree with me.
Oh, you think? Well, of course, if you bend your parents to your will, of course, then you have no problem. And Mr. Franklin, how do you feel about it?
Well, I think they should do what they want to do.
Do regardless of the parents, huh? You don't think they should do as they did years ago? Everybody sit in and hash it all over, and the boy comes in for a 3rd degree? And,
no, I don't think so.
You don't think so, huh? Well, I guess that's the new trend. And, of course, I don't know. I know they told me I'm a minute over already. But what is a minute in eternity? A vice president waves a tired finger at you and tells you you're a minute over. What is it going to mean 20 years from now? Well, I think that we have we've accomplished practically something here. What it is, I won't know offhand until the votes are in. But I do think we have accomplished a lot this evening. Cupid has been set back 200 years. Youth has been put in its place. And parents restored to a position where they can run their own quizzes before the wedding. Now, on this note of delusion, we close our forum. And entirely unrehearsed, to our board, I say, thank you all a lot for your kind cooperation. Gentlemen, Kenny Baker sings for us a Southern medley, 3 old songs I'm sure you'll welcome once again. Old Susanna, I Cannot Sing the Old Songs, and Yalla Gal That Winked at Me. Will you proceed, Colonel Baker?
Your attention I asked for a while. To a song I'm going to sing you. It's about a pretty yeller gal I met while I was walking, and she threw such a glance at me. She was pretty and as sweet as a flower, such clothes you never did see. She'd a darling little bonnet with the flower garden on it, had the yeller gal that winked at me. Oh, my, she looked so sweet, and she dressed so neat with her tilting hoops and pretty little feet. as she went skipping along. The pretty little yeller gal I met while I was walking, and she threw such a glance at me. As she skipped across the gutter, my heart went in a flutter, for the yeller gal that winked at me. I cannot sing the old songs I sung long years ago, for heart and voice would fail me, and foolish tears would flow. For bygone hours come o'er my heart with each familiar strain. I cannot sing the old songs or dream those dreams again. I cannot sing the old songs or dream those dreams again. I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. I'm a grind Louisiana, my through the Posey. Oh, it rained all night and the day I left, the weather it was dry. The sun so hot I froze to death. Sarah, don't you cry. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna, oh, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with a banjo on my knee. Oh, Susanna.
Thank you. Thank you. And now we have a most unusual guest, Miss Minerva Bulge. What is your profession again, Miss Bulge?
I run an alibi clinic.
An alibi clinic? Well, just what is that?
Well, you get arrested for something, you call me, and I whip you up an alibi.
Oh, you mean if I get arrested?
I give you an alibi. Give me a case and I'll show you.
Oh, now, let me see. Suppose my inherent kleptomania creeps up on me some evening, and I break into a cigar store and accidentally crack open the cash register. I'm caught in the act, so I call you up. Now, what alibi do you furnish?
You went into the cigar store to get a couple of cigars.
Yeah?
You was breaking open the cash register only to put in a nickel.
Marvelous. You not only supply the alibi, you know how much I pay for my cigars. Let me see. I'll try you with another case. Now, suppose I'm arrested for stealing a horse in a small town, of course. I call you up.
You seen a horseshoe and picked it up for luck. Yeah. Was it your fault a horse was fastened onto it?
I didn't even notice the horse, little old short-sighted eye. Now, one more case. Suppose I'm pinched for blocking traffic because I can't get my car started. I call you up, Mr.
Don't call her, Fred. In that case, call me.
You, Jimmy, you have an alibi when cars won't start quickly?
A perfect alibi. You can blame duds, those sluggish, slow-action elements in gasoline, for those long, drawn-out starts that dangerously overwork your battery on cold days. And here's why. Duds get in their deadening work in the carburetor of your car, where you must get starting action from just a few ounces of chilled gasoline. Duds refuse to take the spark quickly. You don't want duds, and you don't get duds in Fire Chief. They're out. That's why Fire Chief's full power gives you fast starts, spares your battery, saves you trouble. Yes, in Fire Chief, you're getting only the lively, responsive elements in gasoline. The ones that vaporize quickly, fire evenly. So next time, try Texaco Fire Chief. There's not a dud in a tank full.
Thank you. And now the Texaco Workshop players. Tonight, they present an episode based on Darryl Zanuck's great screen epic, Western Union.
Flush this, please. Birthday blank.
Western Union.
Kittygram 24, signed Papa.
Western Union.
Happy Mother's Day, Mother. Send it collect.
Western Union.
Night letter.
Western Union.
Day letter.
Western Union. Western Union.
That is Western Union today. But back in 1865, things were different. In those days, a small band of hardy pioneers was surmounting insurmountable obstacles to string Western Union's wires through a hostile country overrun with savage Indians. Let us look back on the days when men were men and the Lone Ranger had somebody with him.
The year, 1865. The place, the Howling Wilderness, 20 miles south of Tutaw, Utah. Big Ed Allen and his brave little band of Western Union wire stringers are surrounded by Crow Indians. As our turkey opens, we find Big Ed and his sister Sue in their little shack. Indians menace them on every side.
Sister Sue,
Yes, Brother Ed?
send a message through to Salt Lake. Oh, we're done for.
What's the message?
Western Union, main office, Salt Lake. Surrounded by Crow Indians. Quick, send help. How many words is that?
7. You got 3 more.
Put in 3 more helps. Sign it Big Ed.
Okay.
Now, if they'll only answer, we can hang on.
Look, an error.
Doggone them red heathens. I'll take another shot at 'em. Here, take that, you scalping swine. Jeepers, if help don't get here from Salt Lake soon, it's the end of Western Union.
Another error.
It almost got me.
Why don't you give up and go back east, Big Ed?
Western Union has got to get through, Sue. Them ornery Crow half-breeds with their arrows and guns ain't a stopping Western Union.
They might be a stopping up.
Not yet, they ain't. Send another message through to Salt Lake. I'll tell them what I'm going through here. Maybe they'll send help faster.
What's the message?
Start off with a mess of help.
Okay. What's next?
Ma Day. 9 a.m. Send out wire stringing party of 8. 10 a.m. Send out party of 2 to bury party of 8. 11 a.m. Send out party of 1 to bury party of 2. There goes the party of 1. Well, you and me is alone, Sister Sue. What's that?
If it ain't my knees, it's someone to the back door.
Well, I'll kiver the door. Clear!
I've got it, I tell you.
You got what?
At last, I have invented the telephone.
What's that got to do with me and Sue here, partner?
Isn't this the story of Alexander Graham Bell?
This is Western Union.
Oh, shoot, I'm in the wrong picture.
Hit the road, Amici. Doggone fool is double beat you, loco. A horse's hoofs. Who is it? Are them Indians charging?
Nope, it's a kivered wagon pulling up back of a shack.
It's them reinforcements from Salt Lake, Sister Lou. We're thieves. Open the door.
Okay, Big Ed.
Who are you, stranger?
Who else? Buffalo Al Goodman. Yippee.
Short-winded, ain't you? Western Union sends you?
No, here's my card, Tenderfeet.
Buffalo Al Goodman and his prairie cat. Music for any occasion.
I'm a rootin' tootin' buckaroo from Western Local 802. Yippee.
Well, we was expecting a band.
This could be it. Show him, partner.
Now, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Stop that welding and caterwauling. Get going and take them disciples of pandemonium along with you.
Okay. Goodman is hitting the trial.
Hey,
Who knows? I'm Fadiman, maybe?
now, listen, Goodman.
Who is Goodman? Goodman, no longer Lincoln, is back with a new character.
Well, get out, both of you.
So we're going.
Worst mess of hillbillies I ever hear. I can get sweeter sounds. Philin McAllister. Another bullet in the wall. Doggone shacks are full of lead. Every time I lean again a wall, I get writing on my back. Who's there, Sister Sue? Look out.
It's 4 men in uniform.
Reinforcements at last. Open that door.
Okay.
Big Ed Allen?
Yeah.
Captain Baker of Western Union reporting from Salt Lake main office. Advance, man.
Hi, Captain.
Okay, Captain. Captain.
Are you men Indian scouts, sharpshooters from Western Union?
No, we're Singogram Quartet, number 2.
What?
We've got a singogram about your reinforcements. Let's go, man. 1, 2.
Though the Indians are here, reinforcements are near. Western Union is sending squad. Why? It is 500 strong. They'll be here before long.
Oh, I'll finish this message or die. Go.
His word if he didn't do nothing else. Kept his word if he didn't do nothing else.
Look at the help they sent us, Big Ed, brother. The whole quartet laying there on the floor.
So 'tain't the first singogram quartet that's been flat, sister.
Them blasted Crow Indians.
What are them yowling bucks up to now?
They're starting the war dance, making a big circle round the shack.
Looks like we're done for, Sister Sue. Looks like we're crowbait. Looks like the end of Western Union.
Reckon this is the Indian chief.
Open the door slow, Sue, sister gal. I'll draw a bead on it.
Okay.
Come in, Redskin.
Redskin, he says. It is I, Goodman, again.
Buffalo Al. I thought you'd vamoose.
Frankly, the Indians are chasing Goodman and his band back with Sammy Hawks.
Tommyhawks, you mean?
Tommy Hawks, Sammy Hawks, they are cutting your hair off.
Looks like we're done for, Big Ed, brother.
Hold on. Big Ed's got him an idea, Sister Sue. Buffalo Al, you can save the day. You can get rid of them Crow Indians.
How? A short line, but Goodman is saying it.
You can get back out to your wagon. You can get back out to your wagon, Buffalo. Tell your band to start playing. Soon as you begin playing, start your kibbered wagon rolling.
Conducting while driving? This is difficult.
Just start playing. Them Indians won't hurt you.
This I could have in writing, maybe?
Get out to that wagon and start playing. It's our only chance. What do you say?
Goodman, like a fool, is going. Okay, boys, start playing.
Look, Big Ed, brother. The Indians, they're throwing away their guns and bows.
I knowed it.
They're running down the road, cheering and trying to get in the wagon.
Them Redskins is gone for good, Sue.
You're sure, Big Ed?
Them Indians will follow Goodman and his music from now on.
How come, Big Ed, brother?
Them Indians are crows, Sue, sister, and a crow will go for corn every time. We've saved Western Union.
We're a little late, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Mr. Franklin P. Adams, star of Information, Please. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, March may come in like a lion and March may go out like a lamb. But a certain radio comedian comes in like an actor and goes out like a ham. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, thank you for that hammy introduction. You know, don't take bows. Your glasses slip down your nose and you look awful when you bow, and you know. You ought to de-oil your pores, take that from a friend. But thank you for that hammy introduction. It's about time we had a ham on this program to go with those eggs you lay around here. You're the only announcer I know who should live in a nest, really. Give up that apartment and take a nest. But you're right, Jimmy. March certainly did come in like a lion. Snow, sleet, cold, ice.
Oh, this freezing weather's too much for me, Fred. I'm going back to sunny Hollywood.
Sunny Hollywood?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard Bob Hope's program lately?
I know.
Oh, I always tune in on Bob to get the weather report. Why, it's been raining in Hollywood for weeks, Jimmy. You know, it rained so much out there that Vine Street has grown 4 blocks longer. And Grapes of Wrath sprouted 2 more bunches at a matinee last Saturday. But sunny California, soggy California, you mean?
Well, I'm going someplace where it's hot. Where can I go?
You know where you can go.
Where?
And while Mr. Wallington is working on the answer to this $64 question, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Hollywood, California. Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences makes its annual awards for outstanding achievements in the cinema industry for 1940. Ginger Rogers, receiving award for her role in Kitty Foyle, said,
"This is the happiest moment of my life."
James Stewart, voted outstanding male star for his work in the Philadelphia Story, said,
"This is the happiest moment of my life."
Cecil Salvin, an extra who didn't win an award, but who found $4 on the floor when the banquet was over, said,
"This is the happiest moment of my life."
Anyone caring to write Cecil Salvin may reach him care of Oxygen Tent Number 2 at any hospital. Texaco News, ignoring Academy selections, makes its own awards to little-known mugs who contributed practically nothing to the advancement of the motion picture industry during the past year. A Texaco award goes to the man who broke the Hollywood record for completing a feature picture in record time during 1940. Professor Fonstock Crest. What company are you with, Fonstock?
Whippet Productions.
Whippet Productions?
Yeah, it's a quickie studio. We make pictures so fast they lap over.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, if a director ain't off at the set the minute his picture is finished, he's in the first reel of the next picture.
Well, tell me, Fonstock, what is the fastest picture you have ever made?
Souls Akimbo, a 9-reeler.
Well, how long did Souls Akimbo take you?
Well, at 8 o'clock this morning, I'm pacing the bear rug in my office. The phone rings.
Yeah?
It's some guy with a crockery store. He's stuck with a lot of dishes, so he needs a picture to get rid of them.
This was at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, we was cast and in production at 9. The picture's finished and down in the tailor shop being cut before noon.
Really?
We preview it during lunch in the commissary.
And?
At 2 o'clock this afternoon, 800 people in that guy's crockery store were hissing another Whippet production.
Well, that's some speed, isn't it? Well, tell me, is the picture finished? Is it through now?
Oh, no, it opens again tomorrow as a revival.
Oh, it does. Well, I'm sure critics will give it 4 shooting stars, and thank you, producer Fawn Stark-Kress. A Texaco Award for all-around incompetence goes to Murdoch Nub. Now, you weren't cited by the Academy, were you, Murdoch?
The Academy. Ha ha. I'm laughing.
Well, you don't agree with the Academy selections?
Who is this Prentice Sturgeon they're raving about?
Preston Sturgis? Why, he's the famous author, director, producer at Paramount.
All right, so does that compare him with me? I'm Murdoch Nub, don't forget.
But you...
Murdoch Nub, was the first combination actor, author, producer, director, yes-man, stool pigeon, and errand boy in Hollywood.
You were all of these things?
I alone.
Well, I've never seen...
Who wrote the novel Up Satan's Alley? I alone.
Well, I didn't...
Who wrote the screen adaptation of the novel? I alone.
Well, I never...
Who produced the picture? I alone.
Well, you did...
Who directed the picture? I alone. Who acted both leading parts?
Well,
I alone. After 7 years in production, when the picture come out, who went to see Up Satan's Alley?
You mean...
I
alone. That's fame, isn't it?
And they're raving about this Prentice Sturgeon. What about Murdoch Nub?
Well, who ever heard of Murdoch Nub?
I alone.
Well, that completes your cycle, and thank you, actor, author, producer, and cast, Murdoch Nub. A Texaco Award for the most embarrassing moment on a picture set goes to Miss Fody LaFontaine. You all know her from her recent pictures, I'm sure. You work in pictures, do you, Fody?
Only in Technicolor.
Well, in Technicolor. Well, what is it you do in Technicolor, Fody?
I used to be an emergency blusher.
An emergency blusher?
Yeah, in Technicolor, when a girl blushes, the blush is supposed to show in the picture.
Oh, I see.
But in Hollywood, most actresses is either world-wise or anemic. They can't blush.
And that's where you come in.
Yeah, if the director wants a blush and the femme lead can't blush, I jump in and blush for her.
Well, how do you manage to blush by appointment and at will, Fody?
By manipulating me veins.
Oh, you manipulate...
Yeah, I wear loose foundation garments and manipulate me veins.
Oh. Well, what caused your award-winning embarrassing moment?
A sarong was my undoing.
A sarong?
Yeah, it's for a big jungle picture, Road to Hepzibah.
Oh, Road to Hepzibah.
The director wants a rush blush, but I gotta wear a sarong.
I see. Well, what happened?
Well, I put on the sarong, I take a gander at myself in the dressing room, I start to blush.
Yeah?
I'm blushing all the way across the lot.
Oh, you poor thing.
I get on the set, I'm still blushing.
Uh-huh.
The camera starts grinding, director yells blush. I manipulate me veins, I'm a dud.
You mean?
I'm all blushed out, me veins won't manipulate.
Your movie career is ended?
Yeah. I took 2 transfusions and tried to get back in, but you know Hollywood.
Oh, do I know Hollywood? Well, what are you doing today?
I'm doing my specialty in a movie theater on 7th Avenue.
Oh, at the Roxy?
Yeah, I'm a Roxy blusher.
Well, congratulations on your marvelous comeback and week finish, Miss Fody LaFontaine. The movie fan who got into the most trouble through being loyal to his screen idol was Barclay Dell. What is your favorite, or who rather, is your favorite movie star, Barclay?
Billy Lugosi.
Really?
I ain't Mr. Billy Lugosi picture for 10 years.
You admire Mr. Lugosi's acting so greatly?
Oh, it ain't his acting.
Well, then, what has you what has made you such an ardent? Coping with a man like you upsets the other party. You know that. What nature has done to you, you could soothe. Tell me, Tell me, Barclay. Barclay, tell me, what has made you such an ardent Lugosi fan?
Well, I'll tell you. You see, nature put a big wart on my Adam's apple.
Oh, a wart?
Yeah, it's right here under me collar button.
No kidding.
Yeah. When I put on me collar, the collar button presses against the wart presses against me Adam's apple. It's agony.
What's that got to do with Bela Lugosi?
Well, the only pleasure I had for 10 years I owe to Bela Lugosi.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, when I go into the theater, my collar button is always pressing against the wart. The wart is pressing against me Adam's apple. I'm in agony.
Yeah?
Then Bela Lugosi comes on the screen.
Yes?
My flesh starts to creep.
Yes?
The wart creeps up over me collar. I can't explain the feeling. It's utopia.
When the picture is over?
The wart creeps back down. The collar button starts pressing. I'm in agony again.
Until the next Bela Lugosi picture comes out.
They can't make 'em too fast for me. Boy, I'm sure gonna miss old Bela.
Miss him?
Yeah.
Why, he's still making pictures.
But I ain't gonna see him.
Why not?
Well, yesterday, I hear a new Bela Lugosi picture is opening up on 8th Avenue. See? The name is Mayhem in Paradise.
Really?
Yeah. I figure I'll go over and get my wart out from under for a couple of hours.
Yeah. Give your wart a good time.
Yeah.
And you went over to the theater?
Yeah, sure. There's a big line around the block. I get in line. The water's killing me.
The line kept moving up?
Yeah. Finally, I'm pushed up a flight of stairs. That's all, brother.
The line didn't lead to the theater?
It went into a recruiting office.
And instead of seeing Bela Lugosi...
I'm seeing Fort Dix in the morning.
Congratulations and thank you, Barclay Dell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn from the Academy Awards to our choice for a vocal award. And our candidate is Kenny Baker. And Kenny sings for us now on Wings of Song.
On wings of song I will take thee. In dreams, my love, we will go. To a home I have made thee, where Ganges waters flow. Our garden is brightly shining beneath the moon so clear. The lotus flowers are pining to see their sister dear. The lotus flowers are pining to see their such a lovely dream, with such a lovely dream.
Pardon me, can you take me next?
Take you, friend?
Yeah, I want a flannel house coat, size 18, cerise, with puffed shoulders.
A flannel house coat?
Yeah, ain't this the program where they give you anything you want to make your dream come true?
Oh. No, if you're asleep, you'd better wake up, brother. You're on the wrong program.
Gee, am I a dud?
Well, you'd certainly look like one in a flannel house coat, size 18.
Oh, I don't want it for me. It's for my wife, Gertie.
Oh, your wife?
Yeah, you see, every morning when I start off to work, Gertie comes out on the front porch in a wrapper to wave goodbye.
Uh-huh.
By the time I get the car started these cold mornings, Gertie's just a mess of goose pimples. See, I want a flannel house coat, size 18.
Look, no, wait, just a second. Look, you don't need a flannel house coat for your wife. What you need is fire chief for your car. You see, then you'll get quick starts, and Gertie won't get those goose pimples. Now, for further detail, just lend a good ear here to Jimmy Wallington.
If there's one time when duds, those useless slow-action elements in gasoline, show their true colors, it's when you want a quick start on a cold day. For those deadly duds fail to vaporize in the carburetor. Hold back the power of those few ounces of chilled gasoline and have a big enough job to do without having duds make it harder. The result? You don't start fast. Your battery suffers and you waste fuel. But remember, there are no duds in Fire Chief. In Fire Chief, you're getting only the fast action elements that vaporize instantly, give flashing starts, quick pickups. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. There's not a dud in the tank full.
Goodman has just consummated the barcarolle from the Tales of Hoffman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise.
Mr. Allen!
No, not now, Portland. Look, we have a very important guest tonight. Now, I want you and Kenny and Mr. Goodman to be on your toes.
Oh, I'll tell him. Kenny! Mr. Goodman!
Yes, Sporty?
Goodman is present.
Now, look, listen, all three of you. Our guest tonight is an intellectual, a grammar perfectionist, and a fanatic on pronunciation. Now, I want you all to be very careful. If I happen to introduce you, no faux pas.
Faux pas? This is English?
Yes. I mean, no grammatical indiscretions. Watch your diction.
Well, who is this guy, Mr. Allen?
He's FPA.
FPA? That's a project, ain't it?
FHA is a project. FPA is with John Edgar Hoover, ain't he?
FBI, Mr. Goodman, ain't it?
Now, wait a minute. Stop saying ain't. For heaven's sake, don't say ain't. They tell me that when FPA hears people say ain't, he swoons.
But who is FPA? F.A.?
He's Mr. Franklin P. Adams, Kenny, the celebrated newspaper columnist, wit, the author of many books, and to radio listeners, he is best known as the man who plays right field on Information Please.
This is only one man?
Yes, one man. Now break it up, and don't forget, when you meet Mr. Adams, put on the dog grammatically. We want to make a good impression.
And no ain't.
No ain'ts above all things. Now beat it, everybody. I'm going to introduce him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present Mr. Franklin P. Adams.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. Good evening, Mr. Franklin P. Adams.
Good evening, Mr. Fred P. Allen.
It is stimulating to hail a fellow so well met as you, Mr. Franklin P. Adams.
It is equally stimulating to say, do we have to be this formal?
No, not necessarily. We were afraid you might be a stuffed shirt, and we just wanted to make you feel at home.
I ain't a stuffed shirt, Mr. Allen, confidentially.
You're not?
No, I ain't.
Something is wrong here. We've got the wrong Adams or something. With those ain'ts. Are you sure you're the Mr. Adams?
You ain't kidding, brother.
Well, it's certainly nice of you to take a sabbatical from Information, please, and embark on this mental slumming tour tonight. Now, Mr. Adams, my little company must impress you as being mentally unkempt and teetering on the subnormal.
Oh, I don't know. That fella Goodman looks like an intelligent type.
Well, we don't keep him on a leash, if that's what you mean. Say, you haven't met our little group, have you?
Don't bother, Fred. I know quite a few people. I don't want to overdo it.
Oh, what's the difference? So you'll sink a little lower socially.
You mean I ain't touched bottom?
Not yet. But something tells me you will before this evening is over. Now, folks, Portland, this is Mr. Adams.
Glad to know you, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Portland. That's the first kind word I've heard tonight.
Kenny, this is Mr. Adams.
How smart are you, Mr. Adams?
2 and 2 is 4.
That's good enough for me.
Kenny.
Gee whiz, he's a whiz, F.A.
And, Mr. Well, that's only one man's opinion, after all. Mr. Adams, this is Mr. Goodman.
A pleasure, Mr. Goodman. Thank you. What is Shakespeare doing these days? He's still with the same people. He's got no ambition. I thought Shakespeare was going places.
Maestro.
You are saying talk intelligent.
But you're overdoing it, Maestro. Well, now that you know our gang, Mr. Adams, let's get on with our interview. Now, let me see. What can we talk about?
I don't know. How about just ad-libbing until we hit something good?
Well, that's a little risky, isn't it?
Not for me.
It's easy for you guys on Information, please. You can get out of a conversational hole with a quotation from Shelley or an old used bird call, but on a program like this, we have to have scripts.
You mean otherwise people wouldn't think radio comedians could read?
In a certain case on the West Coast, that is the purpose, yes. You can use a script tonight, can't you?
If you don't mind, Fred, I prefer to be unrehearsed and, what is it? Spontaneous.
Oh, you found You want to be unrehearsed and spontaneous.
It says here.
Well, all right. Now, about our interview, what is your story, Mr. Adams?
Well, I was born.
Yes.
And I lived.
Yes.
And here I am.
Well, I know, but what happened in between?
Everything went black.
Well, for a man who has been working in the dark so many years, you certainly have accomplished a great many things.
I'd rather not talk about myself, Fred.
You mean you'd rather not mention that you write a column on the Brooklyn Eagle?
The New York Post.
Well, wouldn't you like to say you've been writing a daily column since 1904?
1903.
Don't you want it known that you are a celebrated writer of lyric poetry?
No, it's light verse.
But years ago you did write a musical comedy with Mark Twain.
Practically, it was O. Henry.
Now look, Mr. Adams, won't you please admit that you're on the air every Friday with that popular radio show, The National Bond Ant?
No, sir, that's information, please.
Well, all right. If I'm getting everything wrong, why don't you tell your story your own way?
I'd rather not talk about myself, Fred.
Well, I know, but there must be something you'll talk about.
Yes, there is, Fred. I've got a pair of pet peeves, and I've written about them for years.
What are they?
Well, I've agitated against double parking in New York Street.
And as a result of your crusade?
Today we got triple parking.
Well, congratulations. Now, and your other peeve?
I've been campaigning for visible numbering on houses and buildings in New York.
And?
Today you can't find the numbers and half of the houses are gone.
Well, so much for your dynamic crusading. Now about information, please. How did you amass the vast knowledge you dispense on your program? In other words, Mr. Adams, how did you become so smart?
I started as a moron and worked my way up.
I see. Well, with your strenuous routine, what do you do for relaxation?
I play tennis.
Oh, you do, really? Do you play an exciting game of tennis?
Well, I've been playing tennis for 40 years, and I've never beaten a healthy man yet.
Confidentially, Mr. Adams, do you, imbibe?
Is that an invitation?
No. No, that
What point is there in answering?
Well, I haven't seen a point on the whole page here. You've got something there.
Well, that isn't an invitation.
Well, now that you've sampled our hospitality, Mr. Adams, I'm going to tell you why I asked you over tonight.
You didn't ask me just for myself?
No, I didn't. I had an ulterior motive. Now, you have a column in the New York Post.
Yes, sir.
And in this column, you frequently run poems sent in by contributors.
Frequently?
Well, I have written a tone poem.
You haven't the poem with you, I hope.
Fortunately, I have. Would you like to have me read it to you?
No, but something tells me you will.
That is correct. Absolutely correct.
All right, if I'm in for it, what is this tone poem called?
Tone.
Read on.
Tone. The sweetest tone of all the tones is not the tone of the slide trombone, nor the saxophone or the bagpipe's drone. The sweetest tone of all the tones is the moan of the hormone when the hormone moans. When the hormone moans in any key, I am transported with ecstasy, for the hormone moans in harmony.
Is that the end?
Yes.
It's hard to tell with a poem like that.
Yes. You can end it any place, really. I mean, it should, well, what do you say, Mr. Adams?
I'll run your poem on one condition, Fred.
And that is?
I gotta have a 10-yard head start, and I ain't kidding.
Oh, you ain't? Well, wait till I get on information, please, again.
I can wait. Good night.
Good night, and thank you for this pleasant little visit. Ladies and gentlemen, the Martins tear themselves away from the bosom of their fan club just long enough to sing Young Man with a Horn.
Young man, if you keep playing this way, you'll blow your paper world to bits of glass. Change your horn to a thing of twisted brass. Young man, you could have cracked from the strain. There comes a time when just an empty sack can be the straw that breaks your back. Lord only knows just why he was born. No time to learn how to read or write. He thinks all day, but he plays plays all night. He's that young man blowing his horn. He's that young man with the horn. When he's sending, he goes for notes. The horns will never play, but still he keeps on sending out of the world and far away. So if you hear our tune being torn, just like a life that's been ripped apart, somewhere down deep in his soul and heart is that young man. Young man, Lord is on.
Say, Jimmy.
Yes, friend?
Say, Jimmy, I have been admiring that handkerchief in your breast pocket there all evening. It's the neatest shade of beige I've ever seen.
Well, I'm glad you like it, friend.
Yes, it's quite a contrast to the Kleenex you usually carry up. Say, let me see that handkerchief, will you, Jimmy?
Oh, don't touch it, Fred. Don't pull it up. Oh, shucks, you had to go and do it.
Well, look at this. Why, this isn't beige at all, Jimmy. It's just plain white cotton scorched. Look at that thing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I get for trying to do my own ironing.
Jimmy, you do your own laundry, too?
No, Fred. You see, the way this happened, I was dressing this morning, and I noticed that my outside handkerchief looked like it had been slept in.
Well, they do get that way after 8 or 9 weeks, you know that.
So I thought, why not slap it on the ironing board and smooth it out? And just as I was starting, the phone rang.
You went to answer it and left the iron on.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
And then all at once I saw chambray smoke.
Well, let that be a lesson to you, Jimmy. Hereafter, send your handkerchiefs out.
Yes, there's a lesson for all of us there, Fred. Smoke from the ironing board is like smoke from the exhaust of an automobile. Both mean trouble. For when you see smoke spouting from the exhaust of the other fellow's car, the chances are it's due to excessive engine wear that takes a costly repair job to cure. Heed the warning before your car smokes. See to it that your engine gets the protection of an oil that is insulated to resist both heat and cold. An oil that is also distilled to remove natural impurities. From now on, use insulated Haviland and safeguard your engine from 3 sources of wear of which smoke is a symptom. Heat, cold, and carbon-forming impurities. Beware of smoke and trouble. Change to insulated Haviland at a Texaco dealer. Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was Don't the Moon Look Pretty, played by Al Goodman and his famous orchestra. And now, say, Portland.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Will you tell Kenny that it's almost time?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, 1,200 Texaco dealers from the Southern Territory are assembled in convention at the George Washington Hotel in Jacksonville, Florida. In exactly 3 minutes, they will interrupt the convention to tune in on the Texaco Star Theater to hear just a word of greeting from the youngest member of our organization, Master Kenneth Baker.
And for this auspicious occasion, I, Goodman, have written also a theme song.
A theme song for Texaco, Mr. Goodman? What is it called?
I'll take you home a canned gasoline.
That's fine. Nice work, Maestro. We'll learn the words of it later. Now, it's almost time for Kenny to greet the convention.
Here comes Kenny, Mr. Allen.
Romans, Texaco dealers, lend me your gears.
Kenny, hurry up with your limbering up there, your vocal calisthenics. Jacksonville will be ready in just a minute.
I'm just running over my speech, F.A.
Kenny, there isn't time for a speech. We just want a few words of greeting.
Please, F.A., I gotta concentrate. You have your cue, Mr. Goodman?
What cue?
When Kenny is saying north-south, I, Goodman, am playing Dixie.
What Dixie?
At the end of my speech, I give Mr. Goodman a cue.
Yeah?
When I say, greetings from us in the north to you in the south, Goodman will...
Quiet! Who started that?
I, Goodman. Not yet, Mr. Goodman.
But you are saying south. Goodman's cue.
Well, never mind. Forget about Dixie, Maestro. Now, Kenny, you stand by. We're about ready.
Okay, F.A. Stand by, Mr. Beamish.
Who is Mr. Beamish?
He's going to help me with my funny story.
Oh, are you going to tell a funny story?
I got a Lulu. It's about Pat and Mike in the desert.
Well, what has Mr. Beamish got to do with it?
Mr. Beamish is going to remind me.
Remind you? Don't you know the story?
Sure, but no speaker just tells a funny story. Something has to remind him. Then the speaker says, that reminds me of a funny story.
Oh, Mr. Beamish is going to do something.
Yes, so I'll be able to say, that reminds me of a funny story.
Well, can't you say that reminds me of a funny story without Mr. Beamish?
I'm no liar, F.A.
All right. Now, when does Beamish come in?
When I give him a cue.
What cue?
When I say Texaco dealers, Mr. Beamish...
Water, I must have water!
What was that?
That was Mr. Beamish. He was reminding me. He thought it was his cue.
Now, wait a minute. Look. Yelling water, that reminds you of a funny story?
Yes. Water reminds me of Pat and Mike in the desert.
Oh, all right. If something tells me anything can happen, and it probably will. Now you wait here. I'll see if the Texaco convention is ready in Jacksonville.
You'd better rehearse your first line, Kenny.
Oh, that's a good idea, Porty. Friends, Romans, and Texaco dealers.
Water, I must have water!
Will you keep that Beamish out of here?
I'm sorry, F.A. I accidentally gave Mr. Beamish his cue again.
Well, don't make a mistake and give Goodman his cue.
Oh, I'll be careful. Mr. Goodman's cue is north and south.
Quiet! Mr. Goodman, please.
I am hearing south. Goodman's cue.
They're waving from the control room, Mr. Allen.
That's all they ever do from the control room. Wave back at them.
All right.
Fine, now the control room is throwing kisses.
Go ahead, Mr. Allen. Jacksonville is ready.
Quiet! We're on the air! All right, Kenny, let's have it.
Don't forget my demonstration, Porty.
I'm ready.
Quiet, please. To the Texaco Convention in Jacksonville, Florida, we here in the Texaco Star Theater send a message. Our speaker is the youngest member of our organization, Kenny Baker.
Thank you. Greetings, friends.
Now, wait a minute. That's enough, Portland. After all, Kenny isn't speaking on the lease land bill.
Thank you, folks, for your riotous reception. On behalf of the Texaco Star Theater, I greet the Jacksonville Convention of Texaco Dealers. Texaco Dealers. Where's Beamish?
Never mind Beamish. Go into your funny story.
But that's Mr. Beamish's cue. He's got to remind me.
Kenny, all of our dealers are waiting down there in Florida. They'll be hopping mad.
Yes, Kenny. You're liable to start trouble between the north and south.
Quiet! Put that stick down, Maestro.
But again, I'm hearing south. Goodman's cue.
It was a mistake, the whole thing. Now, go ahead, Kenny.
But I can't tell my funny story until Mr. Beamish reminds me.
Well, Mr. Beamish isn't here. Oh, we'll get something else to remind you. Sound man.
Yeah, Mr. Allen.
Look, on the Q Jacksonville Convention, let's have the siren and bell. You know, like the program opens.
Jacksonville Convention, yeah.
But how will that remind me, F.A.?
It's simple, Kenny. The siren and bell will remind you of Fire Chief, you see? Fire Chief will remind you of fire. Fire will remind you of water.
Oh, I get it. And water will remind me of Pat and Mike in the desert.
Yes.
Oh.
We'll remind you the hard way. And now, at long last, members of the convention, I give you Kenny Baker.
Thank you. On behalf of the Texaco Star Theater, I greet the Jacksonville Convention.
Go ahead, Kenny. That reminds you.
Okay. Well, that reminds me of a funny story. You Texaco dealers...
Water. Sorry I was late, Baker. Water.
Again with the Beamish. Go ahead, Kenny.
I can't, F.A.
Kenny, you've been reminded twice.
You overdid it, F.A. Now I forgot my story.
Oh.
It's about Pat and man in the desert, Kenny.
Oh, Pat and Mike. That's right.
Never mind the cast of characters. Get on with the story.
Pat and Mike were in the desert.
Yes?
They were dying of thirst.
Yes?
They only had one orange between them.
Uh-huh.
Just one little tambourine.
That's tangerine. Tangerine.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I just remembered. The Texaco Convention's in Florida.
So?
This is a California orange.
Oh, what's the difference? Kenny, we only have 30 seconds before Jacksonville tunes us out. Now, please finish your story.
Well, a California orange,
Make it a Florida orange. The Jacksonville Convention. No, sound man, no.
You shouldn't have said Convention F.A. The Texaco dealers is what we're talking
about. Water. Kenny, for heaven's sake, never mind. Kenny, just say goodbye to the dealers down south. Quiet, everybody, quiet!
And Pat and Mike were in the desert.
Kenny, don't bother with your story. The convention has probably started north in a body looking for all of us by now. There's only one way you can redeem yourself, Kenny. You'd better sing your song right away. What is it?
I Hear a Rhapsody.
I Hear a Rhapsody, Mr. Goodman. And it shouldn't sound like Dixie.
Hear a call at all. I hear a rhapsody. And when your sparkling eyes are smiling at me, then soft through the starlit skies, I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so won't you stay? My darling, hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night, I hear a rhapsody. I hear you call, I don't hear a call at all. I hear a rhapsody. You're smiling at me, then soft through the starlit skies, I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so won't you stay? My darling, hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night, I hear
after all of that Dixie. And here's Larry Elliott to talk about, what are you going to talk about tonight, Larry?
Oh, about 9/16 of a second, Fred.
9/16 of a second? Why, that will be about the shortest commercial ever put on the air. Pardon me, I'm going to call Ripley.
Oh, no, it's not a commercial, Fred. 9/16 of a second is the average reaction time for an automobile driver.
Reaction time? What's that?
Well, that's the time it takes your foot to begin moving when you decide to press the brake or the gas. Scientific tests have proven that the time varies with different drivers. from 1/8 of a second up to 1 full second with the average 9/16.
9/16 of a second. You know that's faster than the Warner Brothers can say Edward G. Robinson?
Yes. Yes, and it goes to show how many of your actions in driving a car are instinctive, done in a flash, without time to think. And when your car responds to those instant demands with quick, flexible power, then you're enjoying driving at its best. Sky Chief Texaco's different premium gasoline gives you that kind of driving enjoyment, consistently. You can be idling along with the sound of your motor scarcely a whisper, but you know that there under your foot is any sudden burst of speed you may need to pass a car or climb a hill. And with a clear road ahead, let her zoom and fly the highway with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they salute the kiddies of America and present the story of Little Red Riding Hood from the fairy tale of the same name. Music, Professor. Once upon a time, kiddies, there lived in a certain village a little country girl. Everybody called her Little Red Riding Hood.
Ho, ho, ho!
Little Red Riding Hood.
Red Riding Hood, baloney!
Quiet, please. Pipe down.
Pipe down yourself, picklepuss.
Excuse me, folks. A fresh kid in the front row who obviously knows me. Just a minute, you. Come up on the stage here, brat.
Okay, I'll come up, jerk.
Now, high school boy. Now listen, you digest Dracula. What's the big idea of heckling me as I'm starting this fairy tale?
Oh, who wants to hear fairy stories?
Why, Little Red Riding Hood has been charming kiddies for generations.
Yeah, well, she's passé today. Mother Goose is washed up, too.
Yeah?
Kids say they are hep, chum.
What kind... Kids are hep, are they? What kind of programs do you kids want, Sonny?
Action stuff, like gangbusters, Buck Rogers. You gotta give us kids something up to date or we won't listen.
Now listen, Cub. We have rehearsed Little Red Riding Hood for tonight.
Well, that's your hard luck, Alan. I'm going home.
Hey, wait a minute. Just a minute, Buster. I've got an idea. Now, suppose we present Little Red Riding Hood the way it might be done on some of those other programs.
How do you mean?
Well, you sit down, Chubby, and we'll show you how Little Red Riding Hood might sound served up in gangbuster style.
Gangbusters presents Little Red Riding Hood. Or, when Granny woke up in the wolf's stomach, she knew it was an inside job.
The scene, the forest hideout of Granny the Gun Moll. Granny is the lovable old fence and front woman for a notorious kidnapping gang. As our scene opens, Granny is knitting a blindfold for the gang's next kidnap victim. There is a knock at the door. Granny speaks.
Come in.
Reach, Granny. Get him up. This is a stick-up.
Willie the Wolf.
Yeah, Willie the Wolf. I need dough, Granny. Come across.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Hey, we ain't getting no place, Granny. Take this.
No.
Now to get that dough out of Granny's gator.
Stick it up, Willie the Wolf.
Little Red Riding Hood.
Yes, take this, Wolf.
No.
Gosh, I killed the wolf and there's no reward. Alas, crime doesn't pay.
Well, there you are, son. How was that?
That's okay, Alan. But only for the kids that like that cops and robber stuff.
You don't like it?
No, not me. It's nothing but that real life. Give me something that's supernatural.
Really? What shows do you go for?
Well, personally, I like Mandrake the Magician and Superman.
Oh, you mean the blood and thunder programs with those kiddie clubs, secret codes, and free badges?
Yeah. Them shows where a kid can get suspense and cornflakes.
Suspense and cornflakes. You want them in that order, do you?
Yeah.
Well, all right. We'll show you how one installment of Little Red Riding Hood would sound done on a juvenile serial show.
good cheer balloon. It's Superman!
Yes, boys and girls, it's time for another exciting adventure with Superman, the super perfect man of the future. Superman is brought to you each evening by the makers of
Granny Pop. The new all-brand lollipops and nearsighted kitties.
Granny Pops contain composite calcium motivate, the new energy-giving ingredient for kiddies.
Granny Pops contain calcified extract of liver, the instant bodybuilding derivative.
And Granny Pops contain bran. Mothers, if you want your kid to have roughage, sluffage, and stuffage,
buy him a Granny Pop today.
And now for Superman. As you recall, kiddies, last night, Superman with his X-ray eyes looked through the walls of Granny's cottage and saw...
But before we see what Superman saw, kiddies, a word about our Superman Bandit Club. Now, here's how you join, kids. Simply tear off the top of Daddy's safety deposit box. Send us whatever you find inside. Take an oath to Superman you won't talk, and you are now a member of the Bandit Club, absolutely free. And now for our Superman adventure.
But first, tonight's number in the Superman secret code. Tonight's message to all Superman Club members is 94 78 46 25 ring 2. And now for our Superman adventure.
But first, a word about our new guaranteed imitation tin Superman badges for junior Supermen. We're all out of them. And now for our Superman adventure.
You may remember, kiddies, Superman with his X-ray eyes has seen the wolf through the walls of Granny's cottage. We now find Superman opening the door of the cottage. Superman steps inside. Superman closes the door. This concludes tonight's adventure, kiddies. What will Superman do tomorrow? Tune in tomorrow and see if you can find out between commercials. Good night, kiddies. And don't forget Granny Pop.
And don't forget your Superman Club.
And don't forget your Superman coat.
And don't forget your Superman bag.
And don't forget...
Oh, let's knock off, fellas.
Yeah. Let's finish that game of tin rummy.
Okay, but who's
Hey,
that?
how about...
Oh, I forgot. Good night, kiddies.
well, Bob, how did you like that action version of Little Red Riding Hood?
Well, it was okay, but there wasn't no human interest in it.
No human interest? You mean the children go for those human interest programs, too?
Sure, especially we the people. Kids go crazy for that sob stuff.
They do? Kids do. Well, look, we'll show you how Little Red Riding Hood might sound if she was presented on We the People.
We the people speak. Tonight, we the people bring you a most unusual attraction. You are all familiar with the perennial fairy tale, Little Red Riding Hood. Tonight, at our microphone, we have the original Little Red Riding Hood and the original wolf who swallowed her original grandmother. Say hello to the folks, original Little Red Riding Hood.
Hello.
And how old are you now, Little Red Riding Hood?
I'm 108 years old.
And is this the original wolf?
Yes, Mr. Heater.
You've kept the wolf with you ever since he swallowed your granny?
Yes, I like to feel that Granny is near me.
And now will the wolf say a few words?
If you kick him.
All right, I will. Thank you, wolf. Folks, that was the original wolf that swallowed Red Riding Hood's granny. Wasn't it, Red Riding Hood?
Yes, Mr. Heater.
And now, we, the people, has arranged to bring you greetings from the original granny who is still inside the wolf. Our CBS technician is now lowering a mic down into the wolf's stomach. The next voice you hear will be that of Little Red Riding Hood's granny, direct from the stomach of the wolf. Hello, Granny. Do you hear me, Granny?
Yes.
After spending 100 years in a wolf's stomach, Granny, have you a message for our radio audience?
Yes. Let me out of here.
We the people speak.
There you are, son. You see, Red Riding Hood can make good in radio no matter how she's presented.
Well, yeah, she's okay in a lowbrow sort of way.
Well, I don't get it.
But how about some kids that went for high-class music?
High-class music? I'll show you how Little Red Riding Hood might sound in grand opera. We sing you the tale of Red Riding Hood.
a granny in the woods. But the wolf had bolted Granny for a snack. And all the things that Radio Hawks couldn't bring her back. Alack, alack, bring Granny back. Alack, alack, bring Granny back. Alack, alack, bring Granny back. For the wolf could not bring Granny back. She was gone for good, Red Riding Hood couldn't bring her back.
There you are, son. How was that?
Oh, I'm sorry I started the whole thing.
You're sorry. How about me?
Well, I guess there's only one real way to enjoy Red Riding.
That's the way I started to do it in the first place. Now, you keep quiet, and I'll tell the story. Once upon a time, kiddies... Larry Elliott for the defense.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. The preparedness of the petroleum industry is welcome news to every American today. But this preparedness didn't just happen. Behind this readiness to meet the emergency requirements of a sudden industrial speed-up, the great demands of our mechanized armies, our fleet, and aviation forces, is a story that goes back many, many years. A story of research, planning, and manufacture. Today, as a result of this long-range preparedness program, the petroleum industry is not only ready and willing, but also able to give all-out support to our country. Petroleum is a real defense industry.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to stop in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of verse and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper, the Texaco Roundtable, the Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, well, here it is Wednesday again. And here it is 9 o'clock again. And here is that man again. What's his name again? Oh, yes, Fred Allen in person again.
Thank you. There's one thing Major Bowes can't do out there. Thank you, and good Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, again. And Jimmy again. Stop giving me those dragged-out introductions again. Now, don't you know that we're living in an age of speed? Time is of the essence in our business here. Why, this is radio.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Fred. I didn't know you were in such a hurry.
Well, now you know, Jimmy. This program is a split-second proposition. Everything is done with clock-like precision. You see that mess of tense, haggard faces behind the control room glass there?
Why, yes.
Well, those men are all concerned exclusively with the function of time, those men. Each one of those highly trained craftsmen is holding a calibrated stopwatch, synchronized with the Naval Observatory at Greenwich. I couldn't locate it for a minute, but they're holding these calibrated stopwatches synchronized with the Naval Observatory at Greenwich, correct to 1/10,000th of a second.
Well, isn't one of those men holding a gun?
Oh, that's the sponsor's booth, Jimmy. I mean the control room over here. Oh. There are 12 men in there, all named Bolivar.
Okay, Fred. Let's get on with the newsreel.
Well, that's what I say. Let's get on with the newsreels. Time in radio is precious, Jimmy. Tempus fugit. Time and tide wait for no man. A stitch in time saves...
All right, then. Let's get to the newsreels. You're only wasting time.
When you say I'm wasting time, you're wasting time saying I'm wasting time. You don't seem to understand, Jimmy. This is radio. Every note of music, mind you. Every word I speak. Every door slam. Everything is time. Even the 2 laughs we get. Timed right down to the bone and then retimed. Clocks ticking, calculations, engineers, science, mathematics, astronomy, research, all adding up to one brilliant, precise result.
What?
Every week we get off the air late.
Look, Fred, if you don't shut up, we'll be late again tonight.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you. If you have learned my lesson, Jimmy, we'll turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlights from the world of news. Elizabeth, New Jersey. Union County Grand Jury rules that the game of bingo, whether played for charity's sake or not, is gambling. County prosecutor orders police to crack down on all bingo games. An instant raid scatter 500 women playing bingo in a local club. Tonight, Texaco News invites the local committee to discuss the Jersey question of the hour, bingo. Is the committee ready?
Yeah.
Now, quiet, please. Now, you'll all be heard. Everybody's going to have a chance. That man walking away with you, was he? Well, first I'll take this gentleman in the cutaway coat and sneakers here. Your name, sir?
Trumbull White.
Trumbull White. And what is it you do over in Jersey, Mr. White?
I am a reformer.
A reformer, I see. Now, what about bingo, Mr. White?
Bingo, or Jersey chess as it is called, is the second largest industry in New Jersey.
What is the largest industry?
Running buses for bingo games.
Oh,
Yes, there are thousands of migratory bingo players.
Wandering all around through Jersey, huh?
Yes.
Well, for the benefit of an odd listener or two, a shut-in, who may not know what bingo is, will you explain it?
Bingo is a game.
Yeah.
200 people sit around at tables with numbered cards.
Yeah?
A man on a platform calls out numbers. 31, 24, 67.
And?
The first player to get 5 numbers in a row yells bingo.
Only this one person in the crowd yells bingo.
Yes. The other 200 yell, oh, nurse.
Oh, nurse?
Or a reasonable facsimile.
Well, are you reforming bingo, Mr. White?
We're stamping it out completely.
You are?
All gambling in Jersey has got to go.
Well, are you cracking down on some other gambling game?
Yes, I'm investigating this new numbers racket.
What's a numbers racket?
Letters are coming through the mail from Washington. Young boys are getting cards with numbers on them. It has all the earmarks of a lottery.
A lottery, you dope. Those are draft numbers.
Drafto or bingo in Jersey, it's got to go.
If it's got to go, thank you, Trumbull White. And now, this gentleman wearing the horse blanket with the belt in the back. Your name, sir?
Bolivar Rowdy.
Bolivar Rowdy. And what is your story, Mr. Rowdy?
Well, I was running a movie theater. I'm playing single features, double features, triple features, Mickey Mice.
And how was business?
I was losing me shirt.
What did you do?
I write to Hollywood. They send a guy on to hypo me business.
Oh, I see. And his solution?
Well, he says I got everything going on inside the theater. It's a mistake.
A mistake?
Yeah, he says I ain't got nothing going on in the lobby.
Oh, a movie theater. You have to... Well, did you get some attractions for your lobby?
Brother, I got attractions all over the joint. Outside, I got singing pickets.
Singing pickets outside.
In the ticket booth, there's a magician. Inside the lobby, I got 16 acrobats and 40 pinball machines.
Yeah.
I got a mind reader outside the ladies' lounge. Free donkey rides up and down the aisles for kids. And under each seat, there's a 7-course dinner.
Well, did this boom business?
Nah, I'm still losing me shirt.
And then?
Bingo. In comes bingo. It's sweeping the country.
Oh, and you?
Well, I threw them bums and pinball machines out of me theater and put in bingo. I'm cleaning up.
Business was good, huh?
I'm jamming them in. Weekends, I gotta put in vaudeville to chase people.
And now that bingo is illegal...
Again, I'm playing single features, double features, triple features, Mickey Mice.
And,
I'm right back losing me shirt.
Well, that explains that horse blanket with the belt in the back, and thank you, Bolivar Rowdy. And now this lady in the seersucker ensemble...
I'm Mrs. Jonquil Bibbs.
Well, are you going to miss bingo, Mrs. Bibbs?
Giving up bingo only means one thing to me.
And what is that?
My husband is getting his pot roast well done.
Well, what has your husband's pot roast got to do?
For 10 years, his pot roast ain't been well done.
Why?
Bingo.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't sense the connection.
Well, I live in Nutley, see?
Yeah?
Every morning I'm through with the housework early.
Uh-huh.
I stroll around listening to them radio serials. Hyman's Otherwise.
Yeah.
The Silverberg. Life Can Be Ordinary.
Uh-huh.
Well, at 1 o'clock I grab the Elizabeth bus. I know a spot there.
Oh, do you? Bingo spot.
Yeah. And all afternoon I horse around playing bingo.
All afternoon?
Till 4 o'clock. Then I grab the Nutley bus, and at 5 o'clock I'm back home putting on the pot roast.
Uh-huh.
At 6 o'clock my husband's home. He's pouting. The pot roast ain't well done.
And this has been going on 10 years?
Thanks to bingo.
Well, now that bingo has been stopped in Elizabeth, things are different, huh?
Yeah, I'm playing in Belleville. I'm getting home an hour sooner.
Fine.
And I'm putting on the pot roast an hour earlier.
So?
So it's like I say, giving up bingo only means one thing to me.
Namely?
My husband is getting his pot roast how he likes it.
Well done.
Oh, thanks. You wasn't so bad yourself.
Oh, I bet you say that to all the MCs.
No, I ain't kidding. What are you doing after the show, big boy?
Well,
I got a mess of pot roast left over. How about you and me killing it?
Take your beef to the complaint department, and thank you, Mrs. Johnson. This gentleman with the corduroy knickers and the patent leather wedgies. Your name is...
Darby Timmons.
Darby Timmons.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about bingo?
The abolition of bingo should be done away with.
Well, why, Darby?
I ain't seen me wife for 6 months.
You mean?
Bingo.
Your wife plays?
It's the same routine every week. Every night I come home, there's a note laying in a frying pan. There's just one word on it.
And the word is?
Bingo.
Bingo.
Every night she's out at different clubs playing. Monday night it's the Daughters of Barbara Frici. Tuesday it's Sisters of Hope Circle.
Uh-huh.
Wednesday it's some new club. Girls who formerly knew Rudy.
You mean actually that every night...
Every night it's the same. The same note, the same frying pan.
The same one word?
Bingo.
Why why don't you do something about
I
it?
am. I'm taking action tonight. Tonight, I'm leaving a note in the frying pan.
Well, bully for you.
It's only going to say just one word.
Bingo?
Reno.
I'll begin. If bingo is legally banished throughout the state of New Jersey, bingo easies may spring up. Bingo games played sub rosa may sound something like this.
7 in the first row, 68 fifth row, 23 third row, 41 and... Shh! Who's that going?
It's me,
What is it, lady?
Bingo.
Thank you. And now from bingo, we turn to singo. Kenny Baker, in fine vocal fettle as usual, appears ready, willing, and able. And tonight, Kenny's first song is Georgia on My Mind.
Melodies bring memories that linger in my heart. Make me think of Georgia. Why did we ever part? Some sweet day when blossoms fall and all the world's a song, I'll go back to Georgia, 'cause that's where I belong. Georgia, Georgia, the whole day through, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Georgia, Georgia, a song of you comes as sweet and clear as moonlight through the pine. Other arms reach out to me, other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Other arms reach out to me, other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find, just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my
Georgia on his mind.
Pardon me, Fred.
Yes, Larry Elliott.
I'd like to give a birthday greeting to some friends of ours.
Oh, you would? Well, I don't.
Thank you, Fred.
Well,
Texaco dealers from coast to coast wish a happy birthday to John, Bill, Mary, Joe, Pete, Mildred, Barbara, Jane, Charlie, Ted.
Wait a minute, Larry. You sound like Uncle Don gone mad there. How many people are you wishing a happy birthday anyway?
53,000, Fred.
53,000, all our friends?
They can be, because they're the 53,000 young American men and women who this week and every week reach driving age. Yes, a happy birthday to them all, and may they all soon enjoy the thrill of getting behind the wheel of a car for the first time. And you, ladies and gentlemen, no matter how long you've been driving, you'll recapture that first thrill behind the wheel of your car with Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. Sky Chief will delight you with surging, hill-leveling power when open country invites, yet throttle down to an effortless glide in traffic, and pick up again with an eager, buoyant lift. And that kind of flexible power is why you shift gears less often when Sky Chief is in the tank. Why you relax with such confidence at the wheel. Try Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
Played by Maestro Goodman and his 24 exemptions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've just received a special flash on the bus strike. Mayor LaGuardia says that if the bus strike isn't settled by tomorrow, he'll put the 6th Avenue L back up. And he'll do it, too. He's got the hat and the blowtorch. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, of all...
Greetings, girls of the Mini Ha-Ha Troupe. Tonight, I speak to you
Wait a minute. What is this?
I'm addressing the Campfire Girls.
What Campfire Girls?
The Mini Ha-Ha Troupe is sitting around the campfire in Prospect Park with a portable radio.
Oh, well, look, Portland, we haven't time to... after all...
But I've got to make my speech before the campfire goes out.
Why?
Without a campfire, well, there's just a bunch of girls.
And without a sponsor, well, we're just a bunch of people. I think we'll just forego your forensic flight for the evening.
Oh, why can't I make a speech? Kenny made one last week.
Speech? Kenny didn't even get started. What did Kenny say? Friends, Romans, and Texaco dealers?
Water! I must have water!
Get that guy back here. Beamish.
Yes, sir?
Who told you to run in here, ad libitum, and page H2O?
Well, you said Texaco dealers. That's my cue.
That was your cue last week.
I know. This week I'm thirsty. Water!
What a program. I'm sorry I ever let Kenny make that speech.
But Kenny got a swell job out of it.
A job?
Yes, Kenny's working for the Elite Auction Company.
As an auctioneer?
No, Kenny is doing public speaking in the crowd.
What public speaking?
When somebody bids, Kenny bids higher.
Well, he's a tenor. Naturally, he bids higher than other people. But look, Portman, Kenny isn't a public speaker in that auction dump. He's nothing but a shill.
What's a shill?
A shill, as in she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. A shill is a man who works with the auctioneer incognito. A shill bids other people up, you see, so they pay more than the article is worth.
Oh.
And I'm certainly surprised at Kenny stooping to such infamous skullduggery.
But Kenny thinks he was hired because of the speaking voice.
He was hired because he looks like a simpleton. That's why he was hired.
Who bids what? Sold any man.
All right, Kenny. We know about your new racket.
It's not a racket, F.A. It's a swell job.
Did you have a good day today, Kenny?
Terrific. Thanks to me, the company made its biggest sale of the day.
Well, how did you swing it?
Well, all afternoon it was dull. Nothing much happened. Then the policeman went away and things picked up.
Naturally.
The auctioneer put up a genuine Chinese music box. It was a beauty.
And what happened, Kenny?
A wealthy gentleman and Mr. Huxley bid 25 cents.
And then?
The auctioneer tipped me a wink. Like a flash, I bid 50 cents.
Yeah?
Huxley bids $1. I bid $2.
Yes?
Huxley bids 5. I yell 10.
And?
Huxley bids 11. I bid 12. Huxley bids 13.
Yeah.
I bid 14.
Go on.
That's all, brother. Mr. Huxley stopped bidding.
And you?
I won. The auctioneer sold it to me for $14.
You won? You mean you got stuck?
Stuck? Why, it was a bargain, F.A.
Oh, I give up. There's nothing I can do.
Why didn't you let Mr. Huxley have it when he said $13, Kenny?
He didn't want it, Forty. Mr. Huxley was a shill, too. We just hadn't been introduced.
Kenny, you have been hornswoggled. Don't you know that for $14 you now own a Chinese music box that's probably worth about 2 bits?
Oh, don't worry, F.A. I'll get my money back.
How, Kenny?
I've got the music box here. I'll auction it off right now.
Over my dead body. And
But I got to get my $14 back, F.A.
Why?
I've got to go back to shilling tomorrow. I've got to have money. Suppose I outbid somebody again.
Kenny, you have been trimmed more times than the wick in a lighthouse lamp. Now, just start your music box going and join it on the way out.
But, F.A.,
Look, if we want Chinese music here, we can get it from Mr. Goodman. And I'm not sure we haven't been getting it all along.
Oh, let Kenny start his auction, Mr. Allen. I'll bid.
Look, there are some limitations. You're not turning this program into an auction. Now, look, Kenny, I'll give you $1 for that Chinese music box, and we'll just get on with the show.
Oh, gee, that's swell of you, Mr. Allen.
All right. Here's your $1.
I got $1. Who'll make it 2? Who'll make it 2?
$2.
Quiet, Portland. Look, Kenny, I'll make it $3.
I got $3. Who'll make it 4? $4. Who'll make it? Do I hear $4? Mr. Goodman, do I hear $4?
Somebody is calling Goodman?
Do I hear $4? Do I hear $4?
It could be. Money talks.
I've got $3.
If you're taking inventory, I, Goodman, have 40 cents.
But Mr. Goodman, remember?
Aha! The essence of rodent tinctures the breeze. What is this hugger-mugger, Kenny? Is Mr. Goodman here supposed to be your shill?
Why, F.A.
Shill? Aha! Suddenly Goodman is remembering.
Okay, I've got $3. Are you done?
$500.
$500. Thank you, Mr. Goodman.
You're welcome. $600.
Thank you.
You're welcome. $700.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Maestro. What are you doing?
Goodman is bidding against Goodman. I'll give him a run for his money, that rat.
Let's go, folks. $700 has been bid. $700 for this genuine Chinese music box. 701.
Okay, Mr. Allen, it's your turn.
I said $3, and that's my limit.
700 twice.
It won't help, Kenny.
700 3 times. 700 4 times. 700 5 times. Do I hear $4, Mr. Allen?
No. I said $3. You can take it or abandon it.
Now let's get on with the program.
But Mr. Goodman bid $700.
If you catch the Goodman who bid $700 for a Chinese music box, from me to him say, you should live so long.
Kenny, look, fold up your portable shill and...
I'll answer it. Hello? The Elite Auction Company? Yes, I still got it. Okay, I'll be right down.
What was it, Kenny?
Where's that music box? I've got to feed it right down to the auction company.
Gosh, maybe they found out it's valuable.
That's right. Maybe they want to buy it back.
Now, just a minute, Kenny. If that fly-by-night auction company really wants that music box back, there's something in the wind.
Look at this writing on the box, Mr. Allen.
What does it say?
Ming Dynasty, 1200 A.D.
Ming Dynasty, 1200?
Guys, it's 700 years old. I'll never get my money back for this piece of junk.
Kenny, I've been thinking, lad. After all, you and I are old buddies. Now, I hate to see an old buddy get stuck. I tell you what I'm going to do, old buddy. You give me that old junky music box, and I'll give you back your $14.
Gosh, F.A., you're a true blue buddy. Here.
And here, old buddy, is your $14.
Mr. Allen, are you sure you're not cheating, Kenny?
Frankly, Portland, I am.
Mr. Allen!
Kenny, I took advantage of you. Now, I may make $100,000 out of this deal, but that's beside the point. I only did it to teach you a lesson. Now, always let this remind you, Kenny, let it serve to remind you, never trust anyone, even an old buddy.
I'll remember that, F.A., buddy.
Can we play your music box, Mr. Allen?
Well, all right, but be very careful of it.
I'll wind it up.
Now, easy, Kenny. That's 700 years old. It must be very delicate.
There, it's all set.
Now, turn that little switch, Kenny.
Okay. Quiet, everybody. We'll probably hear a strange oriental melody that has been lost to civilization for centuries. Here goes.
Civilization for centuries. That's Jeannie with the light brown transformation. I heard it 40 times yesterday, twice with dyed hair, I heard.
Well, at least it's a new arrangement.
Quiet. Ming Dynasty, 1200 A.D., a priceless antique.
Well, I didn't say it was.
Oh, no? What was that important phone call you got a few minutes ago, Kenny?
It was from the Elite Auction Company.
I know that, but what did the man say?
He said to hurry down.
Why?
For $2 more, he'll give me one that plays Fantasy.
Kenny, you took advantage of an old buddy.
I only did it to teach you a lesson, F.A. Always let this remind you, F.A., never trust anyone, even an old buddy.
All right, old buddy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, while I hide my watch before some little boy on his way home from school talks me out of it, the moderns sing Kikonga. All right, maestro, 1, 2.
I've got 2. Who made it 3? Who made it 3?
Play, maestro, please, play.
With a 1, 2, 3 kick, here we go. Make your heart go tick, tick, not the floor. Make your heart beat quick, quick, solid, Joe. Not Kikonga. Make your heart go tick, tick. When she gives out with a 1, 2, 3 kick. Not Kikonga. Oh, not Kikonga. Kick, kick, Kikonga. Kikonga, kick. Not Kikonga. She's a big, big diva. Shake her shoulders with abandon meter. Not Kikonga. Oh, not Kikonga. Kick, kick, Kikonga. Kikonga, kick. When you first see her dancing, you'll know you've never seen a lady more than prancing from the Rockies to the Argentine. La Kikonga makes her heart beat quick, quick when she gives out with a 1, 2, 3 kick. La Kikonga, oh, La Kikonga, kick, kick, Kikonga, oh, Conga, happy Conga, come and do that. big conga. So she's never left Manhattan. She can conga like a Latin. On and on that happy conga. On and on.
Make her heart go tick, tick.
Lift your feet.
With a 1, 2, 3, tick.
Don't retreat.
Make the heart beat quick.
Hear that beat.
Don't retreat. Turn on the heat and make with happy with King Conga. King Conga. King Conga. King Conga.
The Martins have to run for their train. They're opening an engagement at the Key Theater in Boston tomorrow. Say, give my regards to Mayor Tobin, Martins, as you pass by the City Hall going down School Street there. Say, Jimmy, what's wrong with Kenny?
I don't know.
Well, look at him. He's standing there staring into space.
Say, maybe he's in love or something.
Did I hear my name mentioned?
Yes, and I'm surprised you did, Kenneth, the way you're standing there in a coma. What's the matter? Have you got trance in your glands?
Oh, I'm just dreaming of life in the South Seas.
The South Seas?
Yeah. Last night I read a book, Life in Pogo Pogo, or Just a Sarong at Twilight.
Yeah?
Tonight I keep seeing myself under a palm tree, strumming a ukulele, dancing a hula with Dorothy Lamour.
Yeah?
Baker the Beachcomber, simple child of nature.
Well, look, child. Before you take off for the South Seas, let me tell you that life down there isn't all that it's cracked up to be. Coconuts keep falling off those palm trees and conking you on the head. Well, it could be vice versa. I mean, you can climb a tree and hit a coconut with your head. I mean, it's optional, but I was just paying a little courtesy, a little respect to gravity here, and you men laugh at me. Coconuts keep falling off those palm trees and conking you on the head. People who give you a hot foot are always setting your grass skirt on fire down there.
Why, yes, and besides, you never get a chance to relax. You've always got to keep watching for smoke.
For smoke? Why?
Why, because those South Sea islands have volcanoes. And people who live near a volcano always have to keep a lookout for smoke, for it may be a sign that trouble's brewing. And smoke puffing from the exhaust of a car might mean trouble, too. It can be a sign that engine wear has reached a point where only a repair job will help. So decide not to wait until your car smokes. By using insulated Haviland motor oil, you can help prevent needless engine wear indicated by a smoky exhaust. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurities. For insulated Haviland has the strength of body to stand up under the high temperatures of modern engines, where ordinary oils may break down and invite serious wear. Insulated Haviland is free-flowing, too. Protects against the wear of cold starch. Haviland is also distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. So look out for smoke and trouble. Stop at your Texaco dealer and change to insulated Haviland. Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Now the Texaco Roundtable convenes for another session, ladies and gentlemen. All of the other radio roundtables discuss the weighty issues of the hour. The Texaco Forum dedicates itself to trivia. 3 members of our studio audience have been invited to sit in tonight for an unrehearsed discussion on anything. I won't promise that this meeting will prove spontaneous, but 10 will get you 20 that it is entirely unrehearsed. Now, the meeting is formally opened, and our first guest, Portland, is...
Lieutenant Condren of the United States Air Corps.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask where you're stationed?
Mitchell Field, Mr. Allen.
Mitchell Field? Mitchell Field is the Army training field for Army pilots, isn't it?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Allen.
I'm wrong again, huh?
Mitchell Field is the pursuit unit for New York area. In other words, pilots are trained at various training centers, and after graduation are sent to Mitchell Field.
How many men? You must be pretty busy over there these days. How many men have you over there training?
Well, we have about 4,000 enlisted men and about 380 officers, most of whom are pilots.
Oh, I see. Well, how many, what is the procedure in the training of a pilot? I mean, how long a course is required and what are the qualifications?
That's a very good point, Mr. Allen. I'm glad you asked me that question.
Well,
the Army...
You looked as though you wanted me to ask you that question, so I...
Right now, the Army's in the process of trying to train 12,000 pilots in a year.
12,000 in a single year?
In a single year, that's correct. Now, the qualifications are that a man must be not less than 20 years of age and not more than 27. He must have had 2 years of college or its equivalent by taking an examination, a mental examination. Upon completing the mental examination, or having had the 2 years of college, he is allowed to take the physical examination, and upon passing that is sent to one of 27 primary schools.
And how long does he stay there?
He stays at a primary school for 10 weeks, that entire course being 30 weeks. After finishing the 10 weeks at primary school, he goes to advanced, and then to primary and then advanced. 30 weeks in all. And
30 weeks. And then at the end of that time, I suppose he's able to fly a Greyhound bus. I mean, after he's been through that ritual.
Anything that has wings, right?
Well, thank you. I'll try you out with my canary sometime. It's not getting off the ground the way it used to since we sold the cage. But thank you a lot, Lieutenant. And now, Portland.
Miss Mary Margaret McBride of Paris.
Miss Mary McMartin, Mary Margaret McBride. You're from Paris, Miss McBride?
Missouri.
Paris, Missouri, huh? I thought your accent was missing there.
No, I got it, all right.
When was the last time you saw Paris?
Missouri?
Well, I mean, you brought it up.
Oh, about 6 months ago.
Well, town must have been sort of empty when you left there, wasn't it?
Well, there were a couple of other people.
A couple of people hanging around. Well, what is your profession, Miss McBride, may I ask?
I talk over the radio.
You talk over the radio?
Yes, sir.
And here in New York City?
Yes, sir.
Well, now I'm even with you. You talked about our program on your program 2 weeks ago. So tonight we're going to talk about your program on my program. Now, first, have you got a sponsor?
Yes, sir.
You have a sponsor?
A very good sponsor.
Who is your sponsor?
Florida.
The state
of Florida.
The state of Florida. Well,
yes,
you're
sir.
fortunate. You know, most comedians, Mr. Benny especially, is sponsored by the state of Coma, which... most of the time. But your work to me is very interesting, Miss McBride, because you go on the air every day, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, it takes us all week to get this show together to finally get on the air with it. Now, how do you find enough things to be able to go on the air every afternoon? How do you do that?
Well, I just talk about anything that interests me.
Oh, you don't prepare?
Well, yeah, you bet. I work hard going out and looking at the things.
Looking for things for material, huh?
But the reason I've been hanging around here so much lately is because I've decided I'd rather be a comedian.
You'd rather be a comedian? Now, Miss McBride, don't tell me that you ultimately want to get to look like me.
Well, I don't even mind that. I don't even mind that if I can be as funny as you are.
Well, thanks a lot. That's a matter of opinion, of course. Well, thank you, Miss McBride. Now tune in tomorrow to hear you get even with us. And now, Portland?
Mr. Barney Lazar from Corona, Long Island.
Mr. Lazar, may I ask you, do you work here in New York? Are you in business here in New York?
I work in New York, Mr. Allen.
May I ask you where?
At Radio City, Rockefeller Center.
You do? Really? What do you do there?
I'm one of the elevator mechanics or technicians, as they call it.
An elevator technician?
That's right, Mr.
Well,
Allen.
Radio City is full of vice presidents. Do you have an executive title that goes with your job?
Why, no, just plain ordinary elevator mechanic.
You're not vice president in charge of Wild Otis, are you?
No, not at all.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, that apparently brings us to our question. Now, tonight the round table considers the average man's approach to his daily newspaper. In this high-pressure age, most newspapers conduct advertising campaigns to call the reader's attention to feature writers, Broadway columnists, and cartoon strips. The papers rarely, if ever, publicize their editorial policies or their methods of news presentation. Now, as newspaper readers, we ask our roundtable guests this question. Do you think the average man buys the paper he reads because of its presentation of the news and editorial policies, or does he buy his paper because of a special feature it contains? Now, Lieutenant, how do you feel about that? What do you think influences a person who takes the daily paper?
Well, from what I can see in the, in the subways in the morning, whenever I come to town on business, I'd say most people buy them for the comics.
For the comics supplement. Well, you may have something there. What influences you when you buy your paper? Do you buy it for the sports section or the editorial policy of the paper or the way it presents its news or what?
Well, frankly, I live from day to day for Dick Tracy.
Just for Dick Well, I can imagine you living with high blood pressure and in eternal suspense, but I guess in your business, Lieutenant, you don't mind that. I imagine Dick Tracy's a letdown after you've been working around the field all day. Well, Miss McBride, how do you feel about it? What appeals to you most in a paper?
Well, I think most people buy it for news. But if you'd asked me this question a few years ago, I'd have said I bought a certain paper just to see if my story had got in.
Oh, you were writing for the newspaper, huh?
And that's what newspaper people do.
Well, that's pretty selfish. Of course, on most papers, if all the people who write for the papers bought the paper, they wouldn't have any trouble about circulation. Well, thank you, Miss McBride. I'm a little pressed for time here. The tailor brought it back too tight. Mr. Lazar, how do you feel about your paper? Why do you buy your paper?
Well, I like to buy the news, Mr. Allen, because I like to read the columnists in the news.
Oh, you're one of those gossip men, huh?
I don't read the Mirror because I don't...
Well, we're not allowed to... of course, when you mention the Mirror, you bring up Reflections, and our round table seems to have taken up too long, and it's 100% undecided. Now, I don't feel that this little discussion tonight will cause the average newspaper reader to change his choice of paper. Tomorrow, as usual, scholars and thinkers will continue to buy their favorite newspapers to wade through the editorial dissertations. People who read over other people's shoulders in the subway will take pot luck as usual, but John Doe and Lieutenant Condren will buy their papers to see what Dick Tracy is up to. Thanks a lot for your kind cooperation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny sings his next number to the members of our little group as they leave the round table, and Kenny's ditty is You Walk By.
As a dream, you walk by and dim the sunlight's gleam. You speak words and shame the birds that sing. Your smile is softer than the touch of spring. You walk by and children pause at play. You walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above when you walk by, my love. Magicians can make things disappear or pull a rabbit out of a hat. But your loveliness, my dear, does greater things than that. You walk by and children pause at play. You walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above when you walk by, my
This is an insult. I will not stand for it. I'm going to quit. Here. Who is that? Who's quitting?
I'm quitting.
Well, now, wait a minute. You can't quit. Why, you're one of my leading Texaco workshop players, son, and our sketch goes on in just a minute.
That's just why I'm quitting. Do you realize that sketch deals with the income tax? I refuse to play in it.
Why?
I'm mad at the income tax.
Last year, I claimed a deduction for wear and tear in my tonsils from reading radio scripts. They disallowed it. It's a dud.
Yes,
I claim a deduction for wear and tear in my shoes from tramping from studio to studio. They disallowed it. It's a dud.
Yes, but...
I claim a deduction for all...
Now, look, brother. I don't care what you claimed. You'll work tonight according to contract, or you'll find yourself faced with a bigger suit than that one you've got on there.
But, Mr. Allen,
Now, get over to that microphone and be prepared to deliver. The sketch goes on as soon as we hear from Mr. Wallington here on the subject of claims and duds.
Yes, just as that actor's claims don't mean a thing, and he's got to deliver, there's one time of the year when claims don't mean a thing and gasoline must really deliver. And that's in cold winter weather. So it really means something to learn that again this winter, motorists by the thousands have switched to Texaco Fire Chief because the duds, those useless, worthless elements, are out of Fire Chief. They found Fire Chief quickly responsive to any and every driving demand. And naturally, they're going to want that same lively performance in their cars all year round. Why not put Fire Chief to the test in your car? Next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. It's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
At this time each year, millions of Americans start groaning in anticipation of that annual pain in the pocketbook, the income tax. With March 15th only 3 days away, working men and women everywhere are frantically filling out their tax blanks and wondering if a fiduciary is a man who fiduces. Well, who started the income tax? Tonight, this mystery is explained. The Texaco Workshop Players dramatize the life of the first income tax collector. This little cameo is called Philinda Blank, My Story. Overture, maestro. Philinda Blank was born on March 15, 1894, in the great state of Texas, in the little town of Annual. Philinda was so tiny as a baby, the stork wouldn't even bother with him. Little Philinda was brought by a sparrow. At first, his parents made an incubator out of an old percolator top, but as Philinda grew, he was taken out and kept in a cigar box under the stove. One night, his father came home from work.
Evening, Ma. How's little Philinda?
He's powerful puny, Paul. Cat dragged him out from under the stove twice today.
Never seen a kid so small and skinny. Where is he?
Right here, Paul.
Oh, coochie-coo, Philinda. Ain't enough meat on him to tempt a Pekingese. Certainly beats me. All my family, the Blanks, was big people. And here I got a son who ain't no bigger than a termite's wishbone.
Maybe we've been reading too many of them digest magazines, Paul.
Well, maybe. But Philinda's a Blank. He ain't disgracing us Blanks. He's got to build up.
But how?
Well, stuff him with puffed rice and puffed bran.
To swell Philinda, you mean?
Yep. This is one blank we gotta fill out.
This is one blank we gotta fill out. Ominous words that were to echo down through the years. But Philinda thrived on his puff diet and grew stronger each day. The baby's strength was the talk of the little town of Annual in Texas. When Philinda was 3 years old, his mother wrote a letter to old Granny Blank. And in the letter she said,
Little Philinda keeps getting stronger. Yesterday the little fella picked himself up by the seat of the diaper and held himself out to arm's length.
At the age of 12, he was so strong, the village blacksmith complained to Philinda's father. The smithy said,
Blank, I don't mind your son pulling the shoes off of horses I've just shod to pitch quoits. But when he pitches horseshoes with the horses still on them, the boy's going too far.
And so it went. Philinda seemed to grow stronger and stronger as he grew older. When he was 16, Philinda went to the state fair alone that year. He entered 1/10 just as the milking contest ended. The announcer was shouting,
Folks, the $100 prize entitled a state milking champion goes to Clement Bluff of Beaumont. Say something, Clement.
Oh, shucks, 'tweren't nothing. The cow had and I took.
You got 41 quarts out of one cow, Clement. That ain't Pepsi-Cola.
Well, just shows what a feller can do with a little pull.
At this moment, the crowd was dumbfounded when little Philinda put down his popcorn ball and shouted,
I can get more milk out of that cow.
Who said that?
I, Philinda Blank, said that. I can coax more milk out of that cow you just milked.
My $100 prize says you can't. I milked her so dry the last pint was dust.
I'll settle that dust. Here, Bessie. Steady, girl, steady.
You won't get enough milk to discolor a demi-tasse.
Watch this.
Come on, Bessie. Well, I'll be...
I ain't started yet.
stand back before the spray hits you.
Holy hollyhock!
And just to show off, Clement, come on, Bessie. Bump diddly bump. How's that, Clement?
Well, I'll be took and did for. How'd you do it, son?
Well, cows is like people, Rube. If you want to get a little more, all you got to do is squeeze them.
Squeeze 'em expressed Philinda's philosophy, and squeeze 'em was to be his slogan in later years. Adolescence turned Philinda over to manhood. He fell in love with a butter-cheeked young thing about town. But every time Philinda hugged his girl, he broke her ribs. And finally, in self-defense, she broke the engagement. Heartbroken, Philinda left the little town of Annual in Texas and hitchhiked to New York City, where he soon became a mendicant on the Bowery. One day, he saw an ad in a medical journal. He applied at the clinic.
Dr. Auerbach?
Yes, beaten one.
I seen your ad. Man wanted to give blood transfusion, and here I am.
Why, you're anemic, man. You haven't any blood to spare.
But I can guarantee a transfusion, Doc. I got something in this bag.
Well, it's an emergency. I'll have to take a chance. Come along, right in here.
Oh, yeah, Doc.
Is the patient prepared for transfusion, nurse?
Yes, Dr. Auerbach.
Patient looks bad. We must hurry. Just what is it you're going to do with that paper bag, Bob?
Leave it to me, Doc. Just stick the needle through the paper. I'll squeeze the bag.
All right. Ready?
Okay, Doc.
We're ready for the transfusion. Squeeze, man.
Okay. Oh.
The patient's coming too, Doctor.
Where am I? Oh, yes.
Yes, where's my hat? Where's my coat? Well, goodbye, all.
What a recovery.
Amazing. This transfusion will revolutionize medical science.
I told you, Doc.
What have you got in that bag?
A turnip.
You can get blood out of a turnip?
Yep.
Gad, man, you're a vegetable Dr. Kildare.
Philinda's star twinkled in the dark sky of phlebotomy for but a brief moment. PM wrote that the man who had the turnip transfusion had to stop and lie down every time he saw a boiled dinner. So Philinda gave up his work, ate his turnip, and after a mild attack of indigestion, he became a bum again. A year later, he was found panhandling on the streets of Washington, D.C. Philinda, still strong, and by now skilled in the art of wheedling, stopped his first prospects.
Buddy.
What is it, Flotsam?
Can you give me a nickel for a cup of coffee?
I can't give you a nickel. I will lease you or lend you a nickel.
Oh, thanks.
Gracious, what is that noise?
It's the Indian on this nickel.
What?
I can squeeze your nickel till the Indian hollers. Look.
Gad, man, the country can use a man like you. I can get you a job.
Yeah? Who are you?
I, sir, am Bascom T. Snipe, Treasurer of these United States. Something tells me you can squeeze something out of anything.
Yeah. As a boy, I could squeeze a cow dry.
Good.
I could get blood out of a turnip.
Blood out of a turnip?
Yeah.
Squeeze a cow dry?
Yeah.
Then you are the man America needs.
What do I have to do?
Congress is passing a new tax, an income tax.
Yeah.
You will be the country's first income tax collector. You will squeeze money out of people.
You mean I'll be famous?
Yes, your birthday will long be remembered in our land.
It's March 15th.
Good. In your honor, the income tax will be collected on that day.
Will my name go down in history?
Yes. What is your full name?
Philander Blank. I was born in Annual, Texas.
Excellent. That will be America's slogan.
What?
Phil Blank, annual taxes, March 15th.
And this is how, many years ago, Philinda Blank became the first income tax collector, kiddies. And as we toil over our forms and sweat over our figures, let us give thanks, for without our taxes, this great country could not enable us to live the American way. For this, then, let us salute our Uncle Sam and Philinda Blank.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. Now that spring is just a few days away, it is hard for those of this generation to believe that once when winter closed in, travel on most of our highways and byways came practically to a standstill, and that travel at night to most people was unthinkable. Today, you can get into your car and travel clear across the country in any direction without more than a second's thought to the weather, and with no worry about obtaining gasoline, motor oil, and service. For service stations, those outposts of the petroleum industry comprise a great network that serves you everywhere, in every season, day or night.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. We'll be looking for you next Wednesday. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, and inviting you to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.